This page depicts the cover art for a complete guide. The artwork features Ryo Hazuki prominently in the center looking directly at the viewer, with Shenhua Ling to his left looking away, and Lan Di behind Ryo to the right looking away. The background has a stylized dragon and foliage design. The text on the page translates to DoriMaga books. Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka Complete Guide. Shenmue Complete Guide. SoftBank Publishing. Publishing Dreamcast Magazine. Copyright Cree 1999 presented by AM2 of Cree. http://www.shenmue.com/. This page depicts the title page for a guide, Shenmue, Chapter 1 Yokosuka Complete Guide. This page depicts the title page of a guidebook, Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka Complete Guide, Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka. This page depicts a scene set in 1986 Yokosuka. The summary of the text describes a peaceful day that is shattered by sudden visitors. These visitors are described as men in dark Chinese clothing, led by a man who displays unprecedented martial arts techniques and overwhelming strength. This man is identified as Lan Di. The text mentions Hazuki Iwao, the father, who is described as the inheritor of the Hazuki style. Despite his skills, he is overpowered by Lan Di. The scene intensifies as the man demands the location of the mirror. Iwao initially refuses to speak, but eventually he is forced to reveal its whereabouts. After obtaining the desired item, Lan Di confronts Iwao again, recognizing him as Chao's son Ming. The words spoken by Lan Di deeply shock Iwao, revealing that his respected father had killed someone in the past. In the next moment, Lan Di strikes Iwao in a vital spot. Iwao's last words are "Cherish your friends and hold," before he passes away in his son's arms. The text further describes Lan Di, the man referred to as Emperor Blue by his subordinates, and mentions a dragon tattoo on his back. The text then questions the nature of the mirror that was taken and the identity of Emperor Blue, setting the stage for a long journey of revenge. Title: 1986 Yokosuka. Peaceful days are suddenly broken by unexpected visitors. Accompanied by men in dark Chinese clothing, a man in deep green Chinese clothing. Wielding an unprecedented martial art, the man demonstrated overwhelming strength. Confronting him was his father, Iwao Hazuki, inheritor of the Hazuki style. However, even with his strength, he was forced into a one-sided and bitter fight. The scene unfolded in such a tense atmosphere. Immediately, Iwao confronted the man, but the difference in power was obvious. He could not land a single blow and was defeated. Pressing Iwao for answers, the man coldly demanded, "Where is the mirror?" Until then, Iwao had resolutely kept his mouth shut, but he was forced to reveal the mirror's location, finally obtaining the desired item. The man turns his fist towards Iwao again. "You remember Chao's son Ming," the words spoken from his mouth deliver a shock to Iwao. His own father, whom he respected, had killed someone in the past, and in the next moment, the man's fist strikes Iwao's vitals. "Cherish your friends and hold," leaving behind his last words. Iwao draws his last breath in his son's arms. Lan Di, the man called so by his subordinates. On the back of the man a dragon tattoo was blazing fiercely. What is the mirror that was taken away? And who is Lan Di? A tearful long journey of revenge begins. This page depicts the contents page of a guidebook. The contents are broken down into sections starting with game menu introductions, basic controls, how to progress in the game, and the Shenmue passport. The next section is Or Scenario, which is broken down into 3 parts. Part 1, In Pursuit of Father's Shadow. Part 2, The Mystery of the Phoenix Mirror. And Part 3, The Road to Distant Hong Kong. Then we have our map, listing locations such as Hazuki Residence, Yamano's, Sakuragaoka, Dobuita, and New Yokosuka Harbor. The following section is our battle, covering basic battle knowledge, introduction to all techniques, complete battle thorough guide, and 70-hit combo guide. Next is our minigames, listing Hang On, Excite QTE2, QTE Title, Space Harrier, Darts 7, Neo Darts, Jukebox, Billiards, Free Bike, Forklift Race, and Part-Time Job. The page continues with her character, including character introductions, main characters, people of the residential district, people of Dobuita Street, people of New Yokosuka Harbor, Mad Angels, etc., and family tree. Finally, we have our item with free quests, gacha machines, Shenmue lottery, minigames, prizes, and Shenmue passport. Further down the page we see or Yokosuka alleyways, special or Captain's Diary special, and index. This page introduces the game menus. Before starting Shenmue, let's first understand the 4 game menus. The grand story set in Yokosuka in 1986 will unfold from here, so let's start by understanding each mode and then open the door to your dreams. The modes you can select at the start are all 4. Features that allow you to enjoy the game more cinematically, such as impressive cutscenes and bonus content after clearing the game, are packed into these modes. Here, we will introduce each of these modes. New Game. Starting a new game. This mode is for playing Shenmue from the beginning. If you are not using a memory card, please be careful as you will not be able to save or load. Load and start, restarting from a saved state. In Shenmue, saving is basically done in your room. In this mode, you can load and restart from a saved state, including the time. Continue, restarting from a simple resume save. During the story, you can perform a simple save using the resume function from the system window. If you select Continue, you can restart from the location and time where you performed the resume save. Option Various settings during the game. Various settings are available during the game, such as displaying dialogue in the story in subtitle format. Note that the 70-person free battle time attack and magic weather will not appear unless you have clear data. Child mode. This mode is for younger players, using hiragana conversion mode. Kanji displayed in the game, such as in memos and help, can be converted to hiragana. Memos include some kanji. You can select on-off for kanji conversion with the directional keys to the left and right. Select off to return to normal mode. Voice and subtitles. Cinema mode, a mode where subtitles are not used at all, and you proceed through the story only with the voices of the characters. Shenmue mode, a mode where dialogue is skipped and only subtitles are displayed. Settings. Sound. You can change the in-game sound between binaural and stereo. Area jump. When you go out from the Hazuki residence, you can take a shortcut to your destination, Dobuita Sakura Park Yamano's Harbor Lounge. Run button change. You can switch the functions of the run button and the zoom button. Magic weather. If you select weather station data, the weather in Yokosuka will be based on the actual weather data from 1986 when the Yokohama Meteorological Observatory announced it. 70-person free battle time attack. In this mode, you can experience the 70-person battles that occur during the story at any time as a time attack format. Skills that can be used in this time attack are the same as the clear file data, P139. This page depicts basic operation methods for Shenmue. It shows screenshots from the game in Yokosuka, featuring the main character Ryo Hazuki interacting with other characters like Tom. There are also diagrams of game controls, basic operation methods. In the world of Shenmue, all people and objects exist there. To thoroughly explore the real world, you will interact with people through conversation and touch objects. Master the basic operations to discover new findings. In order to thoroughly explore Yokosuka, which is reproduced with realistic graphics, you must first learn the basic operations. Imagine yourself as Ryo, and start moving around as you wish, becoming part of the daily lives of the people. The following introduces the basic operations. Master them and become a resident of the virtual world of Yokosuka. 1. Run, walk. Ryo's basic means of movement. Since the time you can spend active in a day is limited, you should always use the run action to save even a little time, shortening travel time by running around town. Ryo's movement is mainly on foot. In specific event scenes, you may use buses or bikes, but in most cases, Ryo moves on foot. Therefore, if you only walk, you will waste time before arriving at your destination, and the day will be over before you know it. So always run by pressing the L trigger, and change the direction with the directional buttons to move around efficiently. However, running is not allowed in narrow indoor areas within the movement range. In such cases, press the up direction button to steadily aim for your destination. 2. Talking. To gather information, you must talk to the people living in Yokosuka. When talking, the important things are the direction Ryo is facing and the location. Gathering information by talking to various people. Except for special events, people will not come to talk to Ryo from other people. Therefore, basically, Ryo needs to talk to people. In any case, the operation method for talking is simply pressing the A button. Depending on Ryo's position and direction, you may end up talking to someone other than your intended person. When talking to people, be sure to stand in front of the person and face them directly before pressing the A button, locking onto a person to talk to for smooth conversations. As mentioned earlier, when talking to people, you use the A button. However, even if you are facing the person you want to talk to, if multiple people are lined up, you might end up talking to the person next to them, which is probably not what you intended. Therefore, utilize the lock-on function using the zoom feature. Just like when zooming in with the R trigger to examine items, zoom in on the person you want to talk to. Then, if you press the A button, you will be able to talk to them for sure. It is best to get into the habit of using lock-on for conversations. This page describes basic control systems in the game. The page shows gameplay images from Shenmue, featuring Ryo Hazuki in various locations such as what looks like inside the Hazuki residence with traditional tatami mats, and outside in Dobuita. There's also a scene showing Ryo using a rotary dial phone. The page details two main control features: lock-on, zoom, and utilizing the system window. The lock-on, zoom section explains how to use the R trigger to zoom in and examine objects and environments more closely. It mentions that important items will automatically be locked in when zoomed in. It also describes how to use zoom to interact with people and pick up items. The telephone lock-on and calling section describes how to use telephones in the game, which are located in 3 places: Hazuki Residence, Yamano Shrine, and the tobacco shop in Dobuita. It explains that by approaching a phone and pressing the R trigger to zoom, you can then dial numbers using the directional buttons. It also notes that you can make calls even without entering the city area code. The utilizing the system window section explains how to access the system window by pressing the Y button. This window displays various information to support Ryo, including items, system icons, and money held. It then breaks down the system window into 3 parts. 1. Item. This section shows acquired items which can be selected and used by pressing the A or Y button. 2. System icons. This displays 8 types of system data, each with an icon and a description provided below. These icons represent resume, saving, and continuing the game; settings, game settings changeable from Ryo's room at the start; skill books, a list of skills Ryo has learned including names, commands, and proficiency; memo pad, recorded information, accessible directly with the X button; collection, viewing collected scenery from pawn shops; cassette, a list of cassettes, playable with a radio cassette player if owned; coin, total coins acquired in the slot house; and calendar, checking the current month, day, and day of the week. 3. Possessions, money held. This displays the current amount of money Ryo has. It also mentions he will receive 500 yen per day as pocket money. 3. Lock-on, zoom. Zoom functionality allows you to approach objects and investigate them from a closer viewpoint. If there are items to pick up, you can lock on to them as well. Zoom in and investigate in detail. By pressing the R trigger during gameplay, you can zoom in from Ryo's viewpoint. You can thoroughly examine all sorts of things, from posters and trash cans to small objects. Important items and the like will automatically lock on when zoomed in, and other items can be examined from a closer perspective. By utilizing this zoom function, you'll be able to see the Shenmue world in greater detail. Try looking for small discoveries that might be slightly off the main path sometimes. Objects and locations to aim at. In Ryo's world, various objects are placed everywhere. When you zoom in near an object that can be picked up, it will automatically lock on. As mentioned earlier, if you zoom in on someone you want to talk to, you can smoothly initiate a conversation. If you have an item in your possession, you can also use it on a locked-in object. Furthermore, while locked in, pressing the Y button will open the item menu. From there, by selecting an item and pressing the A button, you can use the item on the locked-in object. Telephone lock-on and calling. Telephones appearing in the game allow you to make calls by dialing. Telephones are located in 3 places: Hazuki Residence, Yamano's Shrine, and the tobacco shop in Dobuita. First, head to one of these locations. In front of the telephone, press the R trigger to zoom in. Once the dial is locked in, use the left and right directional buttons to select the numbers. For phone numbers, you can connect even without entering the city area code. The first 4 digits. 4. Utilizing the system window. The system window displays all of Ryo's possessions on screen. To accurately manage his current state, make sure to master using this window. Various information to support Ryo. By pressing the Y button during gameplay, you can open the system window, which contains various information. From using items to checking the calendar, the system window is a very useful tool to support Ryo. Here we will explain how to use the system window, so make sure to understand it well to navigate your investigations more smoothly. How to view the system window. 1 item. Use acquired items. Select an item, enlarge it by pressing the A or Y button, and press A or Y button again to use it. 2. System icon. Sets and confirms 8 types of various data. Detailed explanations for each icon are provided below, so please refer to them. Resume, save the current state, forcefully end the game, and continue to restart. Settings. Settings changeable at the start time and in Ryo's room are the same. Skill books. A list of skills Ryo has learned is displayed. You can check the skill name, command, and proficiency level. Memo pad. Information heard so far is recorded. It can also be opened directly with the X button. Collection. View the scenery and backgrounds collected at pawn shops. Cassette. A list of acquired cassettes. You can listen to them if you have a radio cassette player. Coin. Check the total number of coins accumulated at the slot house. Calendar. Check the 3 items of the current month, day, and day of the week. 3. Possessions money held, current money held. You will receive 500 yen daily as pocket money. Mini radio cassette. This page depicts a guide on how to progress in the game Shenmue. Set in 1986 Yokosuka, it mentions that the protagonist Ryo Hazuki is a high school student who practices Hazuki-style jujutsu. The game starts at his home in Yamano's, and the player has freedom to explore Yokosuka, but movement and time are limited. The objective is to understand the basic gameplay. The page highlights that Yokosuka is a town where people's lives are felt, a good old town, and activities in Yokosuka. The page then discusses exploring the fictional Yokosuka in 1986 to find Lan Di and Hazuki Iwao's keepsake. Yokosuka is divided into 4 areas: Yamano's where Ryo lives, Sakuragaoka, Dobuita Street, and New Yokosuka Harbor. It advises players to remember the connections between these areas for easier and more enjoyable exploration. Yamano's P69. This area is described as having the Hazuki family dojo located on a small hilltop with deep forests remaining. It's mentioned that Ryo Hazuki lives in the Hazuki residence here. There are few eye-catching buildings, mostly private houses. It is said that nature was more prevalent in the past with kitsune and tanuki sightings, but now it is mostly lost. Deep within the forest path is the Hazuki residence. Movement from Yamano's is possible only towards Sakuragaoka, and going down the Sakuragaoka slope leads to Sakuragaoka. Sakuragaoka, P72. This area is described as a hilltop residential area where Ryo's friends live and children play. It is mentioned that there are quiet residential streets and a candy store in one corner of the town, with children often seen playing nearby. Walking is the primary mode of transport here, and players can go uphill towards Yamano's, downhill on the park slope, and towards Dobuita Street. It is also mentioned that by selecting Area Jump in Options, P4, direct visits to the Hazuki residence from Sakuragaoka may be possible. Dobuita Street, P78. Described as a traditional shopping street with lively shops lining the streets, it is a shopping street with an old-fashioned atmosphere, and many people know Ryo, greeting him warmly and providing information. Dobuita Street is divided into 3 blocks: a residential area, a bar street with bars, and a shopping district with shops. The end of this shopping street faces a main street, where players can take a bus to New Yokosuka Harbor. New Yokosuka Harbor, P96. Described as a giant warehouse district on the bay, requiring bus usage to reach. It is mentioned as a large warehouse area built in the port with warehouses lined up. Moving around in the warehouse area is mainly done on foot. Returning to Dobuita Street on foot is impossible. Players have to wait for a bus at the bus stop set on the main street. This page depicts information on how to progress in the game Shenmue, and focuses on the memo function and time management. The page highlights the importance of taking memos while gathering information. It explains that important conversations are automatically recorded as memos, which are useful for keeping track of what to do next. The memo function helps players to stay on track, even if they get sidetracked from the main story. It is recommended to fill the memo with as much information as possible by talking to many people and actively using the memo feature. The page explains how to view past memo entries. It mentions that players can access previous memos by pressing the X button to display the memo screen, and then using the directional buttons to navigate to older pages. This allows players to review information they might have forgotten, especially phone numbers or locations. The more memos are filled, the more comprehensive the player's personal chart of information becomes. The page emphasizes the importance of being aware of time in Shenmue. It notes that time passes quickly while moving around town and that the days are limited. It advises players to be mindful of time to avoid worrying Nozomi. It explains that Ryo's activities are generally limited to 11 p.m. Ryo's day typically starts around 8:30 a.m. and ends at 11:30 p.m. At 11:30 p.m., Ryo will be forced to return home, even if he is out in town. It is important to be aware of the time displayed on the clock in the bottom right corner of the screen. While there are exceptions to the curfew, especially during events at the game center where players can play games like Harrier or hang on late into the night, and for certain QTE events, normally Ryo should be home by 11 p.m. However, the page mentions that during certain events, early morning or midnight activities are possible. For example, in an event at the harbor, Ryo starts his day around 8:30 a.m., but to catch a bus for his part-time job at the harbor, event P48, he needs to wake up earlier, around 7:30 a.m. Also, to find a way to get to Hong Kong, Ryo might need to investigate Yokosuka at night, something usually not possible. Players are encouraged to explore the town at night during these specific event periods. The memo example shows entries like often at the military shop, around 7 p.m., saw at the souvenir shop, ask Charlie about tattoos, and check tattoo shop again. The memo screenshots also display names and phone numbers under the categories of telephone number and contact person, such as Ito Naoyuki and Harazaki Nozomi. The character Charlie is also mentioned in the memo section. Ryo Hazuki is seen in a screenshot at night speaking to someone at a doorway. This page depicts how the passage of time changes the scenery and the rhythm of people's lives within the game Shenmue. It explains how the game world reflects the changing times of day, influencing the activities and behaviors of the people living there. The page is divided into time sections, morning, noon, and evening night, showing how Dobuita Street and its inhabitants change throughout the day. In the morning scene, between 8:30 and 12 o'clock, we see Dobuita Street looking quiet with a few people around. Characters in the scene include Ryo Hazuki, a man in a brown jacket standing outside a shop, and two women in blue dresses walking on the street. The shop is Krita Military and Survival Goods. The noon scene between 12 o'clock and 1900 shows Dobuita becoming more active. We see a shopkeeper wearing an apron standing outside his shop, and Ryo Hazuki again, this time perhaps interacting with someone inside a shop or looking in a shop window. The evening-night scene from 1900 onwards depicts a darker Dobuita Street with lit street lamps and neon signs. We see a man in a dark jacket and jeans walking down the street and a neon sign for Bar Yokosuka. Time's passage, time zone and changes in people's lives rhythm. The height of the sun in the game changes with time. People who live their lives in the game also have different action patterns depending on the time zone. The usual unremarkable people, in fact, their lives themselves are hidden there. Here we will introduce the changes in the town due to time zones. Early morning, when people start to become active. From around 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, it is early morning activity. There are still few people in a hurry. In front of private houses, you can see people cleaning in the morning. At Dobuita, most of the shops are still preparing to open. Because Dobuita shops open at 10 o'clock, it is quiet and deserted. Also, in the morning, the number of people heading to work increases during this time zone. Gradually, the whole town starts to move in earnest. It is around 10 o'clock when shops start to open. For those who are early risers in the morning, their actions are limited, so it can be said to be a dull time zone. Therefore, it might be good to use this time to train. By the way, from morning to noon, the sun gradually rises, so visually it becomes considerably brighter. Lunchtime and time zones when shops take over. When the sun is high, people's activities become more active. Children playing tag begin to appear, and the number of people peering into shop windows also increases. Also, after 12 o'clock, people go out for lunch, and you may see shop staff eating lunch. At this time, there may be different people standing in front of the shops, so it may be interesting to stand nearby and gather information. And around 1600, the sun begins to decline and the surroundings become dim. Even during this time zone, there are still many people around Dobuita. You can still gather enough information. Night when street lights are lit in private houses. It becomes 1900, and the surroundings are already dark as the sun has set. Around 1900, viewing mode starts, and street lights in private houses are lit. As people go home, the number of people heading home from work increases. You may also see people stopping by shops on their way home from work. And at this time, the entertainment district becomes active. There are many bars in this area, and most shops open at 1900. Therefore, to collect information in the entertainment district, you have to wait until nighttime, and when it becomes around 11 o'clock when the cool air returns home, there are almost no people coming and going, and the night deepens further. This page shows two types of events that occur during gameplay. These are button input events that are incorporated randomly throughout the game, and are important factors that can affect the story depending on the success or failure. The first type of event is a free battle fought with trained techniques in daily workouts. Before Ryo Hazuki stands many strong enemies while he is out doing his daily handstand training. Sometimes he may have to use force to twist his opponent's arm. Free battles are command input style battles using the Hazuki style jujutsu. The skills that can be used in battle change depending on the power and skills gained through daily training. If you lose a battle, you may be able to retry, or the story may proceed as is. The second type of event is pressing a button QTE according to the icon displayed on the screen. QTE Quick Timer Event is a timer-based event where button icons are displayed in the center of the screen. In specific events, icons are suddenly displayed with a beep 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 timer sound. At this time, if you quickly input the same button as the icon displayed on the screen, it will be okay. The buttons used in QTE are the directional buttons, up, down, left, right, and A and D buttons. However, be careful as inputting incorrectly or being too late will lead to mistakes. What happens after a mistake varies depending on the event, but in most cases you will have to redo from that point. Also, remember that if you continue to make mistakes, the number of input attempts may decrease. This page also describes how one day's activities end in Ryo's room. After 8 p.m. when Ryo returns to his room, the following 4 actions become available. Ryo's room is the place to conclude the day's activities. By performing all 4 actions, you prepare for the next day's activities. There are 4 actions that can be performed in Ryo's room. In Ryo's room, press the A button in front of the bed and a menu will appear, allowing you to take 4 actions. Choosing sleep means ending the day's activities. Therefore, sleep and practice actions cannot be selected unless it is past 8 p.m. However, settings and record can be performed at any time. The first action is sleep. If you select this, Ryo will lie down on the bed and fall asleep. Choose this option when you have finished everything you need to do for the day. Be careful, as this option will not appear before 8 p.m. at night. The second action is practice. Here you can focus on practicing the techniques that are emphasized. You can choose from all techniques, hand techniques, foot techniques, and throwing techniques. The proficiency level of the selected technique will increase, but be aware that the proficiency of other techniques will not change. All techniques allows you to evenly improve all techniques. The third action is settings. By standing in front of the bed and pressing the A button, you can display the various settings menu P4 at any time, even before 8 p.m., and change the settings. Settings include voice and subtitles, child mode, sound, monaural stereo, area jump, on off, running button, run walk, screen normal zoom, voice and subtitles progress the game, and skipping text will be displayed when skipping. The fourth action is record. By inserting a visual memory into the controller socket, you can save the current state. By standing in front of the bed and pressing the A button, you can display the save menu at any time, even before 8 p.m., and save the game. There are 3 save slots, and you can select which save file to use. It also shows the date and time of each save file. Please select the save destination. This page depicts the Shenmue Passport, highlighting it as offering 4 modes packed with bonus content not available in the main game. It mentions these modes expand the world of Shenmue. The page includes an information section which states that 7 main characters explain how to play the game. The characters listed with the game features they explain are Prologue Race a Flower Battle System Hazuki Ryo, Minigame Aoba Kozu, Magic Weather Oishi Keizo Money Mark Kimberly Game System Ko Shuwei QTE Chai. The theater section introduces a view mode that allows players to watch game scenes at any time. It explains that scenes viewed once in the game are available, and unseen scenes are marked with a. Players can experience various events and watch all movies. During playback in view mode, pressing the A button displays subtitles, and the B button cancels view mode. The music section focuses on listening to all 32 songs available in the game. It's a mode to sample various music tracks used in the main game. All 32 song titles are prepared, and the titles that can be heard change depending on the game's progress. To operate it, use the directional buttons to select the song you want to hear and press the A button. This will enable the control panel at the bottom of the screen. The panel has various functions for enjoying the music. The functions listed in the music section are 1. Temporary stop, 2. Playback, 3. Stop, 4. Repeat playback, 5. One song playback, 6. Random playback, 7. All songs playback. This page showcases the passport feature for Shenmue, which enhances the game experience through internet connectivity. It outlines various sections accessible within the passport mode, designed to deepen the player's understanding and enjoyment of the Shenmue world. The page details several key areas. Shenmue World, Introduction to the World of Shenmue. This section is designed to provide a more detailed explanation of the Shenmue world. It is divided into 3 categories: Profile, Place, and All Skills. These categories offer in-depth information not typically found during regular gameplay, enriching the player's immersion in the game's living world. Profile. Introduction to characters. This segment focuses on characters encountered in the game. It provides details about them, including facial photos and profiles, categorized by gender, male, female, etc., to help players easily find the characters they are interested in. It mentions even details about birds and cats are included. We see a character profile example which shows Chen Yao Wen, with details like Chen Yao Wen, male, blood type A, age 30 years old, birthday February 16th, height 175 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms. It mentions he is the son of Chen Ziming, deals in antiques and has bodyguard skills. Place. Settings collection of places visited in the game. This section details the locations visited throughout the game, such as Hazuki Residence, Yamanos, Sakuragaoka, Dobuita, and Newport, totaling 4 areas. It allows players to delve into the various facets of these locations and gain a deeper understanding of the game's world. Board of Hope's message, Hope's gentle advice tailored to game progress. This area features Yuan, who offers hints and advice pertinent to the player's progress in the game. The information provided changes based on the player's current game state. It is recommended for players who are stuck or need guidance. Fortune telling. This section provides hints tailored to the player's current situation in the game. It is designed to offer assistance when players are unsure of what to do next. It is noted that hints will only appear if the game detects the player is experiencing difficulties or stagnation. Players are advised to use this feature in conjunction with the information section for maximum benefit. We see examples of fortunes such as, "Are you looking for Chinese people? There are many Chinese people in this town. In this town, if you ask the people of this town, you will surely meet someone. Don't give up and look for them." And, "Are you looking for Okayama Heights? Since it's an apartment, maybe someone will come out if you wait around a bit. Why don't you try searching around a bit?" Information, introduction to back settings and more. This part unveils behind-the-scenes information and settings related to Shenmue. It hints at secrets and settings that can be discovered. The content of this section evolves as the player progresses through the game, ensuring fresh information is always available. An example of information is shown about Tom's hot dog stand, describing Tom as always cheerful and energetic, and how he came to Japan from America on his own. Manual, detailed explanation of how to play. This section offers a comprehensive guide on how to play the game, incorporating game screen visuals for clarity. It is categorized into 8 items, making it easy to find specific explanations. Players are encouraged to use this section if they encounter difficulties. The menu shown includes options for Manual, Memo, Character, Shenmue World, Quest, Battle, Event, and etc., and states it explains the game's start method, operation, and options. Emergency Notice, Notice of New Information. This area delivers various information related to Shenmue, including topics and troubleshooting tips. It also serves as a channel for announcements from the Shenmue team regarding events and other news. It encourages players to check this section regularly. The menu options include topics and troubleshooting, and states that Shenmue event information and more can be viewed. This page depicts information about various features in Shenmue. The first section is titled Network Ranking, Heated Ranking Competition in 8 Games. This section explains that the game includes a network ranking feature for 8 different games available at GameU Arcade. It mentions that some content may not be available initially, and players need to progress through the story. The ranking is compiled nationally and by prefecture, giving players an idea of their skill level. Players can participate by connecting to the network, and their high scores will be automatically updated. It encourages players to challenge strong opponents. The image shows a screenshot of the network ranking menu in the game, listing games like Space Harrier, Darts 7, QTE Title, 70-Person Battle, Hang On, Excite QTE2, Slot Machine and Forklift Races, along with the best score and rankings. The next section is titled Community Plaza, Exchange Game Items for Rare Items. This section describes the Community Plaza as a multi-purpose area where players can exchange items that are not normally obtainable in the game. It highlights the Exchange Corner where players can get rare items. Specifically, at the Gather Everyone Shenmue Corner, players can download character data for Shenmue at the in-game vending machine. This allows players to enjoy seeing the downloaded characters in visual memory. At the flea market, players can exchange miniature items obtained at the slot machines and animal-shaped items. It refers to page P.250 for details on exchangeable items. The image shows a screenshot of the Community Plaza menu, showing options like horizontal writing bulletin board, weather forecast for tomorrow, and Gather Everyone Shenmue. Another image shows the Gather Everyone Shenmue screen, displaying a cat named Chibi with stats like birthday July 6th, height 28 centimeters, and weight 1,279 grams. The following section is titled Shenmue.com, Jump to Shenmue homepage. This section introduces the official Shenmue website, Shenmue.com, as a place to access various information. It mentions Shenmue BBS bulletin board system is available where users can interact and ask questions. It suggests checking the homepage for the latest information about Shenmue. The image shows a screenshot of the Shenmue official website and Shenmue BBS, with messages and user interactions. The next section is titled Self-Diagnosis, Detailed Diagnosis of Game Data. This section introduces the Self-Diagnosis Corner, which allows players to browse their game data. It mentions that players can see data like the number of continues and times they have bumped into walls. This feature helps players understand their gameplay habits and current progress. It displays the current area, date, and time, making it easier to resume playing after a break. It can also be used to check progress after clearing the game. The image shows screenshots of the self-diagnosis menu, showing options like integrated data and individual data. It displays total playtime as 30 hours 33 minutes 53 seconds in participation file and 72 hours 19 minutes 48 seconds 63 inches in accumulated data. It also shows individual data for No 1BET1 and No 2BET1, displaying number of challenges and playtime. The final section is titled F355 Challenge, Analysis of Driving Data by Arcade Game F355. This section describes the arcade game F355 Challenge as an authentic racing simulator. It explains that by setting the F355 Challenge play data saved in visual memory into Shenmue Passport, players can view driving data analysis, such as section lap times and fastest lap times and replays. It also mentions that galleries and theaters showing CG and image videos can be unlocked by meeting certain conditions. It provides a dedicated website address, http://www.sigurd2.com/, for more information about F355 Challenge. It encourages players to try and enjoy F355 Challenge in more depth. The image show WS screenshots of the F355 Challenge game interface, including the title screen and gameplay. This page depicts a guide on how to read the book, focusing on the scenario section which covers the main story flow and sub-events. The page explains that the book is divided into 6 types of pages to get the information you want to know. The scenario pages specifically track the main flow and sub-events of the story. The scenario is described as starting with the protagonist, Hazuki Ryo, having his beloved father, Hazuki Iwao, killed by a sudden visitor. Land D. Ryo decides to avenge his father and heads to Hong Kong. The scenario pages cover this main flow and various sub-events. The page then breaks down the elements of the scenario section 1. Part. The entire scenario is divided into 3 parts, with Disc 1 being Part 1-2. Scenario Progression Chart. This chart shows the flow of each scenario, highlighting the essential elements like scene, sub, and talk, needed for the shortest playthrough. 3. Section. Sections categorize the major objectives within each scenario, providing detailed explanations to improve searchability by breaking down the whole into smaller parts. 4. Scene. Scene covers 3 types of events. 1. Events related to the main objective of revenge for his father. 2. Mandatory events that must occur. 3. Events that, while not directly related to the main objective, are part of the main story flow. Both mandatory and optional scenes are marked, Mandatory scenes are marked with an orange icon, while optional scenes are marked in green. 5. Sub refers to optional events outside the main objective's flow. Like scene, these events can be mandatory or optional. Mandatory sub-events are marked with an orange icon and optional ones are marked in green. 6. Talk events are conversation-only events. They include photos and names of conversation partners and introduction pages. Mandatory talk events are marked with an orange icon and optional ones are marked in green. 7. One-point advice. This section introduces different ways to proceed with events and memos that are different from the main text. 8. Occurrence location, occurrence condition, occurrence time. This section lists the location, conditions, and time of occurrence for each event. The page also shows examples from the scenario section. On the left, under the title, Following the Father's Enemy 1, there is a description of the story starting with the murder of Hazuki Iwao and Ryo seeking revenge. Below this, there's a scenario progression chart 2 inches outlining sections 1, 2, and 3 with different event types like scene and talk listed with page numbers. On the right side, under the title, Seeking the Mystery of the Letter, addressed to 3-year-olds 3, an example section is shown. Section 3, Seeking the Mystery of the Letter addressed to 3-year-olds is presented with events listed such as Scene 1, Charlie's Trap, Sub, Rope's Revenge, Talk 1, Is there anyone who can read Chinese? And Talk 2, Where is Mr. Wang? Images from the game accompany these event titles, showing in-game scenes and characters like Charlie and Mr. Wang. There's also a Harazaki's Confession event listed. Numbered callouts from 3 to 11 point to different elements on the example page, but are not explained further on this page. This page depicts a point of view scenario map from the guidebook. Starting at the top, section 9 is titled MC Memo Complete. It explains that by experiencing an event, memo content, original text is entered and the memo page is also included. Section 10 is QTE command. This describes the success and failure patterns of QTE commands are listed by button. The yellow line indicates success, and the gray line indicates failure, with commands progressing from left to right. The main section is titled Map, pages introducing maps and lock-on points of various locations. It states that the game's stages Hazuki Residence, Yamano's, Sakuragoka, Dobuita, and New Yokosuka Harbor are introduced with detailed maps. Furthermore, lock-on points and actions, such as picking up and turning objects, are all picked up as points. The page then details numbered sections related to maps. 1. Overall map. This is the overall map of the location. 2. Area map. For Dobuita and New Yokosuka Harbor, due to their large scale, the overall map alone cannot explain the details. Therefore, area maps are used to introduce each place in detail. 3. Installations. Automatic vending machines, public telephones, maps, and other commonly used installations are iconized. By placing them on the map, their locations are indicated. 4. Place names. The names of rooms, houses, shops, etc. that exist within the map are listed. By including corresponding numbers in the overall map or area map, their locations can be confirmed. 5. One-point information by characters. Characters deeply related to each location are picked up and one-point information is introduced through their spoken lines. 6. Lock-on and action points. This section explains the lock-on points and action points that exist in each location. If only lock-on is possible, it is marked with lock-on. If only action is possible, it is marked with action. If both are possible, it is marked with lock-on and action. The page then shows a map of the Hazuki Residence, labeled as Hazuki Residence, a large house at the foot of the mountains. Location numbers are marked on the map from 1 to 11. Below the Hazuki Residence map is Area 1, which is a smaller area map showing numbered locations from 1 to 11. Location 1 on the Area 1 map is Sakuraya Tailors. It is open from AM 10 o'clock to PM 7 o'clock. The shopkeeper is described as Man from Sakuraya Tailors. The page shows various scenes and interactions within the tailor shop, including conversations and scenarios. Location 5 on the Hazuki Residence map shows an image of In Hayata, with the text, In Hayata's one-point advice. In Hayata says, "These days, even I feel lonely in this large house. Please, Ryo-san, feel free to come and talk to me." The page provides a guide to understanding maps within the game, focusing on locations like the Hazuki Residence and Sakuraya Tailors, and highlighting interactive elements and character interactions. This page depicts a guide to battles, from basic combat to free battle strategies. It mentions that it thoroughly covers all information related to battles, including basic combat controls, various data, and linked photographs for techniques, analysis of all free battles that occur during scenario progression, and more. The page is divided into sections explaining different aspects of battle techniques. 1. Technique types. It explains the types of techniques. Basic techniques are learned from the beginning. Master techniques are taught by specific people. Scroll techniques are learned by purchasing or obtaining technique scrolls. 2. Technique commands. This section refers to a table showing the input commands for executing techniques. 3. Power. This describes the power of each technique indicated by a gauge. A longer gauge means greater power. It mentions that techniques with increased power at the middle or higher levels are shown with a red gauge. 4. Effectiveness. This section details the effectiveness of techniques against enemies in single battles and multiple battles. Effectiveness is indicated by marks, with more stars indicating higher effectiveness, up to a maximum of 3 stars. 5. Input difficulty. This explains the difficulty of inputting the command for a technique. More stars indicate a higher difficulty, which could be due to a larger number of button inputs or strict input timing. 6. Enemy characters techniques. This section lists the techniques used by enemy characters, categorized into hand techniques, foot techniques, throw techniques, and special techniques. 7. Caution with this technique. This section highlights techniques from the enemy characters techniques section that require special attention. It introduces their content and countermeasures. 8. Check it. This section provides one-point advice related to battles. 9. Free battle data. This section compiles data related to free battles, including related scenarios, with page numbers, locations where they occur, also with page numbers, and difficulty levels, indicated by stars, with more stars meaning higher difficulty, up to a maximum of 3 stars. The page also includes information on 7 related characters. It introduces the faces and names of characters related to specific locations, also referencing character introduction pages. For residences, it introduces residents, or representative figures, if there are multiple. For shops, it introduces shopkeepers or store clerks. 8 related scenarios. It lists the events that occur at a location and provides the page numbers where their content is introduced. 9 obtainable items product list. It refers to page 15 of section 6, lock-on and action points, and lists obtainable items or purchasable items, with page numbers for item introductions. Detailed page. This section indicates a detailed page. Follow. This section mentions following up. For analysis after clearing the game with 70 knockdowns in free battles, it explains methods for achieving the shortest clear time to aim for the top ranking. This page depicts a guide to minigames and characters in Shenmue. The page is titled Minigames, thoroughly pages for minigames prepared in various locations. It introduces minigames as another form of entertainment in Shenmue, and states that this page provides strategy information with the aim of getting high scores in network rankings. The page is divided into sections. 1. Minigame data. This section explains minigame data, stating that it lists the locations and time periods where minigames can be played, the prizes that can be obtained, and the conditions for minigame occurrence. 2. Minigame analysis. This section describes minigame analysis, explaining that it provides strategy explanations for minigames and introduces patterns according to the game content. The example given is for the Hang-On minigame, describing it as a classic motorcycle race game reminiscent of old game centers. It mentions that in the game center players can enjoy a head-to-head battle with rivals, and that the thrill of leaning into corners is irresistible. It also highlights that all 5 stages are filled with diverse corners to conquer. The text encourages players to aim for perfect cornering. 3. Excite QTE2 and QTE title command list. This section is about the Excite QTE2 and QTE title minigames. It states that it is a button input pattern list for Excite QTE2 and QTE title. It mentions that players can get prizes with normal misses if they reach 200,000 points in Excite QTE2 and 300,000 points in QTE title. It then displays command patterns for beginner, medium, and expert difficulties. Character introducing pages that introduce all appearing characters along with action patterns. This section introduces characters in Shenmue. It states that it introduces over 300 appearing characters without omission and explains their action patterns. It also mentions that in addition to profiles, it provides in-depth settings such as relationship diagrams and family trees, as well as daily close-up reports of specific people and interesting columns, making it very comprehensive. People of the residential area. This section focuses on residents of the residential area. It describes the residential area as having many slopes, being slightly elevated from Dobuita, and having a quiet atmosphere. It mentions that the residents are mainly elderly and housewives, and that the protagonist often visits for investigations. The following characters are introduced. 1. Arihiro Sato. He is described as a resident of Sakura Apartments, Building 101. His profile includes information like his blood type is A, his birthday is September 22nd, and his hobby is bonsai. The description mentions that he is kind and reliable, and a leader figure in the neighborhood association. He is often relied upon by people for consultation and is good at mediating disputes. 2. Sentaro Sakuragi. He is described as running Sakuragi Tailor Shop. His profile includes his blood type as O, his birthday as April 13th, and his hobby is napping. The description mentions that he is a tailor with a gentle demeanor. He is a good listener and often becomes a confidant for others. He is a regular at the Hirata drink stand and is always seen wearing a vest. 3. Noriko Nakamura. She is described as a housewife. Her profile includes her blood type as A, her birthday as July 2nd, and her hobby is flower arrangement. The description mentions that she is a cheerful and kind housewife. She is sociable and seems to enjoy chatting with anyone. She is a good cook and is rumored to be good at making sweets. 4. Shigeharu Aoyama. He is described as running Aoyama Barbershop. His profile includes his blood type as AB, his birthday as May 28th, and his hobby as listening to music. The description mentions that he is a barber who is a bit rough around the edges, but is actually kind. He is not good at talking to customers, but his skills are reliable. He is sometimes seen going to Barzai and Dobuita in the evenings. 5. Kaori Sato. She is described as a housewife. Her profile includes her blood type as B, her birthday is June 26th, and her hobby is window shopping. The description mentions that she is a slightly fashionable housewife. She is Arihiro's wife and they are a good couple. She seems to enjoy going out for shopping and lunch with friends. Column. Appearing Character Tidbits Volume 1. This column is titled, The Timing and Location of the Homes of the Residential Area Residents are Determined by Circumstances. It explains that the homes of the residents in the residential area are not fixed and change depending on the time and weather. It gives examples, such as residents being at home during rainy days or daytime hours, and going out for shopping or work during sunny days or evenings. It also notes that the residents' actions and locations change depending on the story progression. This page depicts information about characters and items from the game. The page is divided into sections describing character details and item information within the game. We see character profiles, action patterns, family icons, and related events. There is a section focusing on following a character's day, and another section dedicated to items obtainable in the game. Specifically, we can see a character profile for Akio Mishima. Her profile includes personal details like her role, age, height, weight, blood type, birthday, and main locations. There is also a daily schedule showing her activities throughout the day at different times and locations within the game like the harbor area and various shops. The page details how her actions may change depending on the day of the week or specific events in the game. It also explains the family icon and how it indicates characters who have family members appearing in the game. Related events for characters are also listed with page numbers. Another character profile is for Motoi Takamoto. His profile also includes personal details and a daily schedule, mainly focused around the harbor area and working at the harbor. The items section is titled Items, All Items Obtainable in the Game Photographed and Introduced page. It explains that a large number of items are featured with photos, categorized into free, gacha, Shenmue Lottery, minigame, and Shenmue Passport items. It mentions that item data is detailed on individual item pages. The page also shows examples of free quest items, event items, and standard items with screenshots and brief descriptions. Here is the translation of the Japanese text. 1. Personal information. The character's role and detailed data, gender, age, height, weight, blood type, birthday, main locations are listed. 2. Daily schedule. This is the character's daily schedule pattern table. You can see what they are doing at what time and where. Only characters with a certain level of importance in the scenario are included. 3. Other action patterns. This section explains action patterns that are not included in the daily schedule above. For example, action patterns that change between weekdays and holidays, or action patterns that change drastically after certain events occur. This section will follow up on such information. 4. Family tree icon. This icon indicates that the character appears in the family tree, pages 234-236. This icon indicates characters who have parents or children appearing in the game. 5. Related events. A list of events related to that character. The introduction page numbers are listed. 6. Follow the day of that person you care about. Pick up characters with distinctive action patterns and closely follow their daily actions, in other words, stalking. Conversational content and slight reactions are introduced. Items. All items obtainable in the game photographed and introduced page. Items that appear in the game are categorized into free, gacha, Shenmue lottery, minigame, and Shenmue passport items, and their acquisition conditions and features are introduced. Important items related to the scenario, such as the Shenmue passport, can of course be obtained in the game. Item overview. Shenmue is full of items appearing in the game, and their roles are varied. Finding and collecting these items will be another way to enjoy Shenmue. All 588 types of precious items. Genre. Free quest, 70, gacha, 116, Shenmue lottery, 25 minigame, 28, Shenmue passport, 349 free quest items, items obtainable during gameplay. All 70 types, items obtainable during gameplay. In principle, they can be obtained by talking to people. Their acquisition methods are diverse from simply receiving them as thanks to being asked to find a certain item. The point is that these items are not essential for clearing the game, so you can proceed without obtaining them. However, if you want to fully enjoy Shenmue, try to find them. Standard items are also included here. Event items, main scenario items. Items in this genre are essential for game clear purposes, and many are crucial items for advancing the story. There are also items that you will naturally obtain as you progress through the story. Here we will introduce event items that you might miss if you are not careful. Standard items obtainable by buying and selling. Items that can be obtained by purchasing or exchanging with in-game currency. In addition to items that can be purchased at stores, there are also items that can be obtained by exchanging collected caps at Tom's Hot Dogs. Some items are also valuable as gifts. We will introduce these types of items here. Photo. Proof of friendship with people. Among the many items there are items that represent bonds with people, such as photographs and letters. These items are proof of having deepened your relationships with people. Let's try to collect as many memories of Shenmue as possible. Albeit locations 15, list of photo items and their locations, page numbers and descriptions. 1. Photo of Nozomi Harasaki P67, Harbor area, obtained in front of Tomato convenience store. Weather, sunny. She seems to be waiting for someone. 2. Photo of Fukusan P67, Hazuki residence. Obtained in the Hazuki residence's dojo. Weather, sunny. He is teaching someone. 3. Photo of Yamagishi-san P67 Harbor area. Obtained near Yamagishi's place of work. Weather, sunny. He seems to be taking a break. 4. Photo of Mason P67 Harbor area. Obtained in front of the harbor warehouse. Weather, sunny. She seems to be looking at the sea. 5. Photo of Thompson P67 Harbor area. Obtained inside Tom's Hot Dogs. Weather, sunny. Tom is smiling brightly. Free quest items. Items obtainable during gameplay. All 70 types. Free quest items are not essential for progressing through the game, but obtaining them can make the game more enjoyable. Acquisition methods are diverse, and there are many items that you might miss if you are not careful. Here we will introduce some of the free quest items that you might miss. Event items, main scenario items. Event items are essential for progressing through the main scenario. Losing them can be fatal, so be careful. Here we will introduce event items that you should be careful not to lose. Techniques and secret moves, battle techniques that enhance combat power are recorded. Battle techniques are essential for advancing the story. All techniques are powerful, but some are more difficult to acquire than others. By mastering techniques, you will be able to fight against strong enemies. Here, we will introduce techniques that you should definitely acquire. List of technique items and their descriptions, page numbers, and acquisition methods. 1. Chicken Heart P64, purchase at the Tomato convenience store. Price, 500 yen. Location, shopping area, Tomato convenience store. Description, a technique that is easy to use in battles with many enemies. 2. Twin Palm Thrust P64, obtained from Guizhang. Location, Yamano Shrine. Description, a powerful technique that can be used in close-range combat. 3. Elbow Assault P64 obtained from Guixiang Li. Location, Manmo Temple. Description, a technique that is effective against opponents who are guarding. 4. Heel Sweep P64 purchase at the Tomato Convenience Store. Price 1,000 yen. Location, shopping area, Tomato Convenience Store. Description, a technique that is effective for sweeping away opponents' feet. 5. Crescent Kick P64 purchase at the Tomato Convenience Store. Price 1,500 yen. Location, shopping area, Tomato Convenience Store. Description, a technique that is effective for kicking opponents in the face. 6. Sidekick Assault P64 purchase at the Tomato Convenience Store. Price 2,000 yen. Location, shopping area, Tomato Convenience Store. Description, a technique that is effective for attacking opponents from the side. 7. Mons Triangle P67 obtained from Zhoushan. Location, Old Warehouse District. Description, a technique that is easy to use in battles and has high power. This page depicts the word scenario in large font, below which is an image of a bar or restaurant sign with an American flag design and the word cocktails visible on it. The Japanese text above the word scenario translates to sudden father's death. In order to search for the truth hidden behind it, the curtain of a magnificent story opens. This page depicts the first part of the scenario, titled Father's Revenge. The text describes the story, which begins with Ryo Hazuki's father being killed before his eyes by a man who appears to be Chinese named Lan Di. Ryo, deeply wounded at that time, has been seeking revenge for his father's death for 4 days. He stands up to seek revenge. However, clues are scarce, and the relationship between Iwao and Lan Di is unclear. Ryo is trying to gather information from people about the men who came in a black car. The page also includes a scenario progression chart divided into 3 sections. Section 1 includes Scene 1 titled The Kind Mr. Dao Who Cares About Ryo's Health. Scene 2 titled Asking Fukusan in the Dojo. Scene 4 titled Encounter with Kittens. Talk 1 titled Sakuragaoka's Old Ladies. Talk 2 titled Mr. Samiya's Story. Talk 3 titled Mr. Yamaishi's Story. Talk 5 titled Harazaki's Story. Talk 6 titled Tom the Hot Dog Vendor. Talk 9 titled Mr. Akiyama the Potter's Story. Talk 10 titled Let's Go to Wanfukuren. Talk 11 titled The Two in Bar Yokosuka. Talk 12 titled Barbershop. Talk 14 titled Squirrels of the Suzume Park. Sub 11 titled Back Alley of Dobuita. Scene 6 titled Heartbeats. Section 2 includes Scene 1 titled Revenge of the Sailors. Scene 2 titled Charlie Caught Him. Scene 3 titled Worried Harazaki. Scene 4 titled Preparedness is Possible. Section 3 includes Scene 1 titled Charlie's Revenge. Talk 2 titled Where is Mr. Wong? Scene 2 titled Mr. Wong and the Vending Machine. Talk 3 titled Takafumi's Grandmother. Talk 4 titled Reappearance of Mrs. Suzaki. Scene 3 titled Pottery Shop Rosia. Scene 4 titled Who is the Person on the Phone? Talk 7 titled Finally, the Location is Found. Talk 8 titled How to Get to a Mihamacho. This page depicts Scenario Part 1 of the game, titled Chase the Black Car's Tracks. Scene 1 is titled Innocent Worries About Ryo's Health. The text describes Ryo, who has recovered his health and come out of his room. Innocent, seeing him, tells him that she will give him 500 yen coins as pocket money every day. It seems Innocent has been practicing in the dojo since then. The memo column for Scene 1 lists 2 points on page 6. Firstly, Innocent will put 500 yen on top of the shoe cabinet every day. Secondly, Ryo should go to the dojo and ask Innocent about something. Subsection 1 is titled Iwao's Letter. It describes going to Iwao's room, located deep inside the main house. There a letter, seemingly Iwao's will, is placed on the desk as if he predicted his own death. The text asks about the relationship between Iwao and Lan Di. Subsection 2 is titled Carrot at the Dining Table. It describes seeing the carrots placed on the dining table, which brings back memories of the deceased Iwao. It mentions that there was a lesson taught during childhood even in such a place. This event has a short time frame in which it occurs. Subsection 3 is titled Under the Cherry Tree. It describes being in front of the large cherry tree in the dojo's front yard where more memories of Iwao resurface. It mentions Ryo still doesn't have a stance yet, and Iwao, with warm eyes, teaches him stances. It's a scene of parent and child interaction amidst falling cherry blossoms. Scene 2 is titled Ask Fukusan at the Dojo. It describes going to the dojo where Fukusan is practicing. However, when Fukusan sees Ryo, he seems to stop him with a determined look as if trying to say something. The text indicates that if you talk to Fukusan again after this, the last memo will be buried. The memo column for Scene 2 lists 3 points across pages 7 and 8. On page 7 it says, "My father's enemy is my enemy," and on that day, look for the man in black clothes. On page 8 it says, "Don't involve Fukusan." Subsection 4 is titled Hachiriku Hachi-yo. It describes looking up at the Hachiriku Hachi-yo plaque inside the dojo, which triggers an event. Inside the dojo, Ryo and Iwao are training together and Ryo listens to Iwao. With this, all the flashback events will have been seen. The text boxes next to each section indicate the location, condition for triggering the event, and the time frame. For Scene 1, it's Hazuki Residence, entrance P66. The condition is leave Ryo's room, and the time is unspecified. For Sub 1, it's Hazuki Residence, Iwao's room P61. The condition is look at the letter on the desk, and the time is 8:30 to 23:30. For Sub 2, it's Hazuki Residence, kitchen P64. The condition is look at the food on the table, and the time is 8:30 to 1300. For Sub 3, it's Hazuki Residence, garden P66. The condition is look at the cherry tree in front of the dojo, and the time is 8:30 to 23:30. For Scene 2, it's Hazuki Residence, dojo P67. The condition is talk to Fukusan, and the time is 8:30 to 23:30. For Sub 4, it's Hazuki Residence, dojo P67. The condition is look at the Hachiriku Hachi-yo plaque in the dojo, and the time is 8:30 to 23:30. This page depicts a guide for scenario part 1 of a game, showing different scenes and sub-events with associated information such as locations, conditions, times, and memory clue, MC numbers. In Scene 3, Unopened Wooden Box, it describes a long thin wooden box in the dojo's alcove. It mentions that if you have the mystery key from Ryo's room, it won't be noted, suggesting you should acquire the key later. The location is Hazuki Residence, dojo, requiring you to check the wooden box without the mystery key between 8:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. The memory clue associated with this scene is on page 8 and relates to the dojo's key and the box. Scene 4, Encounter with a Kitten, describes choosing between dried sardines or fried food for a kitten. Choosing dried sardines gives you a memo about Yamano's, while fried food fills the memo book further. The location is Yamano's Inari Shrine, triggered by passing in front of the shrine between 8:30 a.m. and 7 p.m. Memory clue 9 on page references Mr. Yamagishi almost being hit by a black car and visiting his house. Sub-event 5. Choosing a cat's name occurs after visiting another area and returning to talk to Megumi, allowing you to name the kitten. This chosen name becomes the kitten's final name, but Sasuke cannot be used. It takes place at Yamano's Inari Shrine, triggered after changing areas and talking to Megumi again, between 8:30 a.m. and 7 p.m. Memory clue 9 on page covers choosing the name and Megumi's reactions to different name choices like Sasuke, Chibi, and Tama. Sub-event 6, Get the Soccer Ball, describes children playing soccer on the Yamano's Road with a soccer ball flying towards the pond. It mentions a quick time event, QTE, and failure means you cannot retry. This event doesn't occur on rainy or snowy days. The location is Yamano's construction site entrance, triggered the day after Scene 4 onwards, when passing through Yamano's between 8:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. Talk 1. Sakuragoka Aunties involves talking to aunties in Sakuragoka, near the public phone. They discuss the SUB5 kitten event, and whether fried food was chosen, with a right-side memo being noted if fried food is chosen. Dried sardines prevent hearing this memo, requiring attention. This conversation happens in Sakuragoka public phone, triggered by talking to the aunties in Sakuragoka, near the public phone between 8:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. Memory clue 8 on page is related to Mr. Sumitani knowing something. Talk 2. Mr. Sumitani's story involves talking to Mr. Sumitani. He mentions Mr. Yamagishi almost being hit by a black car on the day of the incident, suggesting the black car as a culprit. This event is linked to choosing dried sardines in the kitten event, resulting in a similar memo being noted. This takes place in Sakuragoka, Sumitani residence, triggered by talking to Mr. Sumitani between 8:30 a.m. and 7 p.m. Memory clue 9 on page references Mr. Yamagishi almost being hit by a black car and going to Mr. Yamagishi's house. Finally, there is an advanced point section titled Memo Completion is Impossible. This section explains that the memo book details conversations and actions minutely, but complete memo filling is impossible due to branching paths in the scenario. The guidebook includes branching information, allowing you to collect all memo comments, but complete filling of the memo book in one playthrough, including the lucky clover, which is also noted in memos, is impossible. You can hear about the lucky clover from 5 or more people, including passers-by at the wharf. This page depicts Scenario Part 1 and outlines several subquests and talks within the game. Starting with Sub 7 titled, Grandma's Friend Search, it mentions that Grandma is looking for Mr. Yamamoto. You need to find Mr. Yamamoto and let Grandma know who is waiting in Sakuragoka Park. The time limit for this event is 3 hours from when it's triggered. The location is Sakuragoka, Abe's storefront, and the condition is to proceed from the vacant lot towards Abe Shopping Street. The available time is from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. The MC note indicates that Grandma is looking for Mr. Yamamoto's house in Sakuragoka. Next is Talk 3, Mr. Yamagishi's story. It describes that the car Mr. Yamagishi was almost hit by was a black car with a menacing presence. It seems like they ran over a dog and didn't seem to notice. By listening to Mr. Yamagishi's story, you will be able to go to Dobuita ahead of Sakuragoka. The location is Sakuragoka, Yamagishi residence front, and the condition is to talk to Mr. Yamagishi in Sakuragoka. The available time is from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. The MC note mentions that the black car headed towards Dobuita, and that people in the shopping district might have seen something. Sub 8 is titled Basic Techniques to Learn at Hazuki Dojo. It states that by going to Hazuki Dojo at this stage, you can learn the water willow leaf technique. This involves Fukusan showing you a form, and it is one of the most basic techniques of the Hazuki style. The location is Hazuki Residence Dojo, and the condition is after Talk 3. Go to Hazuki Dojo. The available time is from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Talk 4 is Dobuita People's Stories. You can hear stories about the black car from people in Dobuita, such as the hamburger shop, Yaokatsu, and Uokichi around Ida Florist. This memo will be written in the memo pad after speaking to Nozomi Harazaki. After hearing these stories, you can have your fortune told at Lapis with the Key of Fortune. The location is Dobuita, Funny Bear, page 82, Yaokatsu, page 84, Uokichi, page 92, and the condition is to talk to the shop owners. The available time is from 8:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. The MC note points to page 11. The girl blocked by flowers opens the way, indicating Nozomi, at Ida Florist, was robbed of something important by the black car. Talk 5, Nozomi's story, mentions that when you talk to Nozomi you will hear information that Tom from the hot dog stand at the end of Dobuita Street also witnessed the black car. After hearing this story, go to Lapis again to get your fortune told with the Key of Fortune, which should now be memoized at this point. The location is Dobuita, Ida, page 83, and the condition is to talk to Nozomi at the florist. The available time is from 8:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. The MC note on page 12 asks, Hot Dog Stand Tom and the Black Car, what did he see? The Key of Fortune section on page 12 is subtitled, People Dancing to Cheerful Music. Finally, Talk 6 is Tom from the Hot Dog Stand. It describes that Tom saw Lan Di in the black car, looking at Ryo. From Tom's account and the keyword Chinese, it becomes apparent that there are Chinese people in Dobuita who might know something. Here, it's good to go to Suzume Park before going to the World Travel Bureau, as Tom suggests. The location is Dobuita, Hot Dog, page 92, and the condition is to talk to Tom at the storefront. The available time is from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. The MC note on page 13 says Tom saw Lan Di right-pointing arrow collect information from Chinese people. This page depicts Scenario Part 1. First is Sub 9, Mr. Yamagishi's teaching technique. If you go to Suzume Park, Mr. Yamagishi is there having a sake drinking party for dead spirits. Here it is revealed that Mr. Yamagishi was a martial artist, and you can get teachings by overlapping this fact. Next is Talk 7, Search for Chinese people in Dobuita. If you listen to the Chinese people's conversation in Dobuita, Mr. Ajichi's name will come up first. It seems that the Chinese people and others who have lived here for a long time in Yokosuka know about this place, Ajichi. If you hear about it, let's go to Lapis. Then Talk 8, Where is Ajichi? In the 3 stores mentioned in the conditions, unlike other people, you can hear interesting stories if you ask about Ajichi's location at Bob's Pizza with Mario. And it seems good to try going there. If you go straight to Ajichi from Tom's story, these memos will not be recorded. Following is Talk 9, Ajichi's Tuzan's story. At Ajichi, if you ask Tucson about Chinese people, you will hear about the unique names of Chinese people called Santo by Tucson. They are workers who use knives, and it is said that there are several people in Dobuita. He will teach you about the Santu's shops, but the development after that will change slightly depending on which shop you go to. Then we have Sub 10, Clash with Een. A slight QTE battle with the delinquent Een. It occurs at the timing when you hear the story from Tom on page 23. It will be the first continuous command input, but even if you fail, you can retry. Finally, Talk 10. Let's go to Wan Fu Kui. Among the Santo, let's first go to Wan Fu Kui, which is mentioned first. Here, if you go to Wan Fu Kui other than Ajichi, the memo will not be filled, so be careful. At Wan Fu Kui, you can hear information about the other two Chinese Santo. However, they only appear at the bar at night. This page depicts a walkthrough guide for Scenario Part 1-inch of the game, and outlines a series of conversations or talks to progress. Talk 11. Bar Yokosuka's two people. At night when you come to Bar Yokosuka, there are two people drinking alcohol. These people are former triad members. If you listen to what these people have to say, they will teach you about the barber shop and tailor Maeda. This information is the same as what you hear in the Merry Merchant's Quarter or tailor Maeda. So there is no particular need to go to these two shops. Occurrence. Location, Dobuita, Bar Yokosuka, P89 condition. 2 customers and talk time, 1700 to 2330 MC 18 page Yuan, Rio. Ask about the barber shop. Talk 12, barber shop. At the barber shop, you can talk to the barber and his wife. They are second generation, so they don't know much about Chinese people, but they say their father might know something. If you hear this, head to Dobuita's Lapis building. Occurrence. Location, Dobuita, barbershop, P79 condition. Talk to the owner. Time, 10 o'clock to 1900 MC 19 page. Go to see the old barber. Right pointing arrow. Dobuita's Suzume Park for a walk. Talk 13. Suzume Park's location is, if you tell Mario at Lucky Clover that you were taught about Suzume Park's Suzume Park location, even if you don't have a memo, go and talk to Mario to hear the story. You should be able to get information that it is near the soba shop. Lucky Clover, 20 page. Become a guide for people loitering in the park. Occurrence. Location, Dobuita Bob's Pizza, P87 condition. Talk to Mario, the owner. Time, 1700 to 2330 MC 19 page. Near the soba shop. Talk 14. Suzume Park's Yuan. If you talk to Yuan at Suzume Park, you will get important information about Lan Di. Apparently, Lan Di is related to a Chinese secret society or the Chinese mafia. Here, ask about the existence of sailors, which is the next keyword. Lucky Clover, 20 page guide people loitering in the park to fortune. Occurrence. Location, Dobuita, Suzume Park, P94 condition. Talk to Yuan. Time, 830 to 2000 MC 20 page. Lan Di is the member of a Chinese secret society or an associate of the Chinese mafia. 21 page. In Hong Kong or Shanghai, are there Chinese mafia who have information about Lan Di? Right pointing arrow. Look for sailors. Talk 15. Search for sailors in Dobuita. Now you will be asking people in Dobuita about sailors. However, no matter who you ask, you won't get any good stories about sailors. They seem to come to Dobuita to drink alcohol at night. Occurrence. Location, Dobuita, various shops. Condition. Talk to each shop owner. Time, 8:30 till the closing time of each shop. MC, 22 page. Sailors at night gather in bars. Lucky Clover, 22 page. Neon lights illuminate the way. Order of information gathering about the 3 blades. If you listen to the story from the old man at the soy sauce shop, the information gathering order is roughly divided into 3 parts. Most people will probably go to Tailor Maeda, who is open during the day, or Merry Merchant's Quarter at Wappen House, which is also open during the day. However, this becomes barbershop information, and in the meantime the memo slots are filled with unnecessary memos. Of course, depending on your own thoughts and free information gathering, it may not matter. If you want to achieve the goal efficiently, wait until evening and go to Manpukukan. With this, you can collect valuable information about the 3 blades at this stage. In this way, in this game, you can proceed without rushing. If you hurry too much, it will take only 1 day to meet Yuan, but if you play carefully, it will take at least 2 days. Let's aim for information gathering at a leisurely pace. This page depicts Scenario Part 1, Talk 16. Where is the bar where sailors gather? If you want to ask where sailors gather, then the bar is the predetermined place. If you talk to Nishikawa at Bar Yokosuka, who is also quite friendly, you can hear information about it. With Nishikawa's information, you should be able to narrow down to 2 bars. Scene 5, Billiard Match in MJQ. Sailors are playing billiards in the back. Then Ryo challenges them to a one-shot billiard match. If you succeed, they will tell you how to get to Heartbeats. Talk 17. Pinpointing Heartbeats location. You are looking for a bar called Heartbeats, but you ask people where it is in Dobuita. You can ask for information at the 4 shops on the right and Rapisu. Linda and Tom's Hot Dog are open until midnight, so you can ask them during the day. The rest are open all day. Sub 11. Back alley brawl at night. When you go to Heartbeats, what awaits you is this QTE battle. 2 drunk sailors will pick a fight with you, so let's quickly take care of them. This will be the beginning of your connection with these 2 men. Scene 6, Heartbeats. Once you defeat the sailors outside, now the QTE battle will be inside Heartbeats. The number of QTEs is slightly higher than the previous QTE, and there are continuous input commands, so the difficulty level is a little higher. If you clear this, a new key person, keyword named Charlie, will appear. You can get information from this man Charlie. From here, the story will begin in earnest. Key of Fate, page 27 Night Street. There are those who seek there. This is the real deal. Ryo's goal is to get closer to Lan Di, who killed his father, Awao Hazuki. The path to that goal is long and harsh. To get there, you have to clear one small hurdle at a time. Also, the sailors who appeared in Heartbeats will appear many times later. If you check the QTE command list described in each explanation and memorize it in advance, you should be able to manage somehow. This page depicts Section 2 titled, Find Charlie. Sub 1 is titled, Een and Harasaki. This event occurs after the Heartbeats event, and on days other than rainy days. If you go to Sakura Park, a free battle will occur. Even if you lose, you can retry. The location is Sakura Park, page 76. The condition for this event is after the Heartbeats event. The time is between 8:30 a.m. and 7 p.m. Sub 2 is titled, Wong-sun and the Vending Machine. If you give juice to Wong-sun, who is waiting in front of Amaya's shoes, an event will occur. Approaching and automatically giving juice is fine, and the timing is not important, so you don't have to force yourself to give it. The location is Dobuita, and the vending machine in front of Amaya's shoes. The condition is after the Heartbeats event. The time is between 8:30 a.m. and 7 p.m. Talk 1 is titled, If It's Tattoos, Nagai Industries. If you ask the Hokahoku lunchbox lady, Sawano Sumio, you can get information. Through Tattoo Connections, she will tell you about Nagai Industries and where those kinds of people are. If you ask other people, you will find out that it is a dangerous place, but is that the truth? This talk event is on page 28. The location is Dobuita and Hokahoku Lunchbox, page 91. The condition is to talk to the Hokahoku Lunchbox lady. The time is between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. The memo check says, speaking of tattoos, Nagai Industries, is Charlie there too? Let's go to Nagai Industries. Talk 2 is titled, Nagai Industries is a good place. Nagai Industries is different from other Dobuita shops and opens from 1 p.m. Once inside, if you talk to Nagai, then the purple suit and then the henchman in order, you can get a glimpse into this world where the hierarchy is strict, and it's quite interesting. This talk event is on page 29. The location is Dobuita and Nagai Industries, page 80. The condition is to talk to the Nagai Industries henchman. The time is between 1 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. The memo check says, Charlie appears in Dobuita at night. Talk 3 is titled, Charlie's Whereabouts. At Nagai Industries, you can get most of the information about Charlie, and then you just need to ask Kurita from Military Shop Kurita for information. He says he saw Charlie coming out of Jupiter's Clothes, the jacket shop. This talk event is on page 30. The location is Dobuita and Kurita, page 92. The condition is to talk to Mr. Kurita. The time is between 10 a.m. and 9 p.m. The memo check says, around 7 p.m. at night, I saw him at the jacket shop, Tsukajanya. The advice point section is titled, Where is Charlie? Charlie is a mysterious man who suddenly disappears. However, the information you can get here is, I saw him. In reality, Charlie does not appear in Dobuita at night. So where is he? According to the information you get from sailors in page 28, He is around the drinking establishments and the knocking post area at night. Even if you wait persistently at Jupiter's clothes, Charlie will not appear. It will be a waste of time. This page depicts Scenario Part 1 of the game events. Scene 1 is titled Revenge of the Sailors. This event occurs at night, starting from Jupiter Trees and leading towards Game Center U. A free battle with sailors will trigger here. If you defeat the sailors, you will obtain the keyword Tattoo Shop. The next objective is to search for the tattoo shop. This event takes place in Dobuita, specifically in the parking lot, and is triggered after the day following the Heartbeats gang attack when you proceed towards U, between the hours of 7 p.m. and 11 p.m. Page 31 suggests that if Charlie has a tattoo, you should investigate the tattoo shop. Page 32 indicates the next step is to find out the location of the tattoo shop. SUB2 is about deciding the kitten's name. After the events of the previous day, the kitten's name will be decided based on your earlier choices. Rio will then start calling the kitten by that name. By the way, kitten care duties are from 3:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. And Hirota will be responsible, not Nozomi. Talk 3 is titled, Where is the Tattoo Shop? It mentions that tattoo shop is also known as Irizumi. You should gather information at Arai Dry Cleaners. Mr. Arai seems to know something about the tattoo shop, however. He only seems to know that it's located somewhere in an apartment building. This talk event occurs in Dobuita at Nagai Industries, and the trigger is to talk to Toshiki at Nagai Industries between 1 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. Page 36 asks, Is the tattoo shop in XX Heights? Talk 4 is titled, Who Knows About Tattoos? Information about someone knowledgeable about tattoos can be obtained from Akemi at Bar Yokosuka. Akemi's information comes from Tamsin. Be cautious though, if you go directly to Bar Yokosuka, your memo might be empty, so take note of that. This talk event takes place at Kazuki Residence and Tamura Butcher in Dobuita, and the trigger is to talk to Fukusan and Tamsin between 8:30 a.m. and 11:30 p.m. Page 32 suggests that Akemi at Bar Yokosuka is knowledgeable, and also to ask Mr. Seijo. Talk 5 is titled Game Center and Bike Shop. You can get memo information about Game Center U from Ito at Game Center U, but you can't get it by entering the store at opening time. The story flow is actually in reverse order here. It's recommended to go to U at 10 a.m. first and then head to Knocking. This talk event happens in Dobuita at U and Knocking, and the trigger is to talk to Ito and Ono between 10 a.m. and 11:30 p.m. Page 34 asks if bikers might know the tattoo shop, and also, customers who got tattoos at the game center. Right pointing arrow, let's check it out. There is also a section titled Another Way to Proceed. It explains that even if you skip the Revenge of the Sailors event and go straight to the tattoo shop, you can still advance the story. However, doing so will leave some memo slots unfilled, as shown on the right side of the page. Even following the regular story progression, there are memo blanks. But if you take this alternative route, all those memo slots will remain empty. Essentially, it becomes impossible to complete all the memos at this point in the game if you take this shortcut. Page 37 indicates Charlie's trail is found, and page 38 suggests, to the tattoo shop, try again tomorrow. The text below these memos clarifies that the above two memos cannot be filled unless you take the irregular actions on the left. A small text box at the bottom right says, try again tomorrow. I didn't expect this development. This page depicts a walkthrough of scenarios in the game. In Talk 6, joining a bike team, Mochizuki Shingo is shown. The scene is set at Dobuita in front of U Arcade. The condition to trigger this talk is to speak to the bandana-wearing bikers playing games at the game center between 10 a.m. and 11:30 p.m. It is mentioned that the tattoo parlor is in Okoyama Heights, and Okoyama Heights is Talk 7, tattoo parlor location revealed. Hattori Mamoru is pictured. This scene takes place at Dobuita, in front of Kurita Taylor and Hattori Sporting Goods. The condition is to speak to Mr. Kurita and Mr. Hattori between 8:30 a.m. and 9 p.m. It is mentioned that the tattoo parlor location is revealed through conversations with Mr. Kurita and Mr. Hattori, who are apparently acquainted because Mr. Kurita lives in the same apartment. It is also mentioned that Mr. Kurita seems to be friendly with the flower shop's daughter, and it is suddenly revealed that Mr. Kurita and Nozomi went out for drinks at night. The master clue notes indicate that following this talk, the next step is to go to Manpukuken and then Bar Yokosuka no Mei. Scene 2. Charlie captured, Takashiro Takashi is shown. This scene takes place at Dobuita, room 202 of Okoyama Heights, between 2 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. The description says that the tattoo parlor's door has a flashy painting. Inside, opening the back curtain with the A button initiates a QTE to capture Charlie. Command input timing is severe, but retries are possible. If successful, a memo about tomorrow's promise is noted. The master clue notes indicate that tomorrow at 3 p.m. you should meet Charlie at the game center. Scene 3, Worried Harazaki. Harazaki Nozomi is pictured. This scene occurs at Dobuita, in front of Okoyama Heights, between 2 p.m. and 11:30 p.m., after capturing Charlie and leaving Okoyama Heights. The description mentions that Nozomi is there, seemingly returning from cram school. She appears worried about the protagonist recently interacting with suspicious people, Nagai Industries or bikers, and seems quite concerned. The master clue notes indicate that Nozomi seems worried about the protagonist. Scene 4, Ready for Anything. An image of Ryo Hazuki receiving a letter is shown. This event happens either on the same day you fought Charlie or the next day, anytime between 8:30 a.m. and 11:30 p.m. The location is Hazuki Residence Dojo. The condition is the Tattoo Parlor Raid Day, or morning of the Tattoo Parlor Raid Day. The description explains that at this timing, whether it's the day or the day after fighting Charlie doesn't matter, so head to the dojo first. Ryo, having decided to confront the Chinese mafia, is mentally prepared at the dojo. There, after training with Fukusan, Inasan gives Ryo a letter written in Chinese. However, at this time, no one knew that this letter would greatly influence Ryo's fate from now on. The master clue notes indicate that Inasan gives Ryo a letter written in Chinese. This page depicts Section 3, Seeking the Mystery of the Letter addressed to a WoW. Scene 1, Charlie's Revenge. To get to the promised location, Game Center U, Ryo is leaving Hazuki Residence. However, at Sakuragoka, there is a child crying and calling for Ryo. Following the child, Charlie and his gang are waiting there. Here, free battles with Charlie's underlings and QTE events will occur in succession. If you defeat Charlie and his gang, the Chinese child, Gao Wen, will become your friend. However, with this, the direct clue has been lost. Sub 1, Ian's Revenge. If you clear the free battle with Ian in Sakuragoka Park, CP27, this battle will occur. However, since the time is at night and it occurs in a secluded location, be careful not to miss it. Talk 1, Who can read Chinese? Information about Wei is available at each shop in Dobuita. It seems a taxi driver, Mr. Nomura, heading towards Wei's house around noon knows something. Here, you should talk to Mr. Nomura first or talk to the antique shop owner. Talk 2, Where is Wang? After talking to the antique shop owner, Wang is always in front of his vending machine. But to get that information as a memo, talk to Nozomi and her classmate Mayumi. Nozomi is standing in the open space in the morning and walking in Dobuita in the afternoon. Mayumi is in the open space in Kobo from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Adventure Point. Nozomi's Confession Event. Following the event of giving juice to Wang in front of the vending machine, Nozomi's confession event will occur at Hazuki Residence. However, if you see it at the current time, you will end up missing the events that follow it. This is because the confession event is a sequence of events that continues in Disc 2. If you want to see the confession event in Disc 1, it is better to deliberately avoid it. Also, this confession event is a special event that occurs within a certain period. For details on special events, please refer to P48. This page depicts Scenario Part 1 and details several scenes and talks within the game. Scene 2 is titled Wang and the Vending Machine. It explains that information about Wang can be gathered near the vending machine in front of Nagai Industries. Whether you offer Wang a juice or not will change the information you receive, which is noted in your memo. If you offer a juice, the memo will contain information obtainable from others. So to fill in your memo, it's correct to not offer a juice. After this event, you should go to Lapis and get the Key of Fortune. There are two choices, treat and don't treat. If you choose to treat on page 44, it is noted that Wang could not read it. If you choose don't treat, on page 45 and 46, it asks if there is anyone else who can read Chinese, suggesting you should search for someone. This leads to Pottery Shop Rosia's Hidetadasan Shugoku, who can read it. Sub 2 is titled Kitten is Hungry. This scene takes place at Yamano's Shrine. If you go to the kitten at Yamano's Shrine at this stage, you'll find the kitten is hungry. If you have food, feed it quickly. By the way, Yasuo and Kyoko are there between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Talk 3 is titled Takafumi's Grandmother. Takafumi is playing on the road in front of Komine Bakery. If you pass by, she will call out to you. Apparently, Takafumi's grandmother can read Chinese. The information you get from Wang when you treat him to a drink is the same as hers. You can ask about the location of pottery shop Rosia at Hokuhoku Bento. Talk 4 is titled Grandmother Reappears. Even if you don't talk to Takafumi, another person will tell you the same information about pottery shop Rosia. This elderly woman came Shibukawa, was searching for Yamamoto's house. However, she only appears if you have cleared Yamamoto-san house search, P23 sub 7. So please be careful. Scene 3 is titled Pottery Shop Rosia. When you enter Pottery Shop Rosia, a refined elderly woman will greet you. She is Hidetadasan. She deciphers the Chinese letter written in code and diligently teaches you the content. If you contact a person named Chen Torin mentioned in this letter, you might understand the relationship between Jen and Lan Di. You obtain new information, and contact with this Chen Torin will bring about a new development. Page 46 contains the letters in the letter were in code. Page 47 explains that the letter's content is right-pointing arrow someone aiming for the mirror. Caution is needed in case of emergency. Rely on Chen Torin Chin Taijin. 0468615647. Page 48 indicates that on the back of the letter is written Father Heaven 9 Dragons Mother Earth my friend. And page 49 says to call the number on the letter. The sender is Zhu Yuanda, Shu Gentatsu. This page depicts Scenario Part 1 and describes several talks and scenes in the game. In Sub 3, Report to Mr. Fukuhara, it explains that when Ryo returns home after having the letter deciphered, Mr. Fukuhara comes out as if he has been waiting and asks about the results. It seems Mr. Fukuhara is also quite concerned about the contents of the letter. The location is Hazuki Residence entrance, and the condition for this event is after asking Master Chen to decipher the letter in and then returning home, and the time is from 8:30 to 23:30. Talk 4. Hanging scroll in the alcove describes that after the report when Ryo talks to Mr. Fukuhara again, Mr. Fukuhara will point out the hanging scroll in the alcove that says, Heavenly Dragon Earthly Friend, and give a warning. The words Heavenly Dragon Earthly Friend exactly match the keywords in the deciphered letter. The location is Hazuki Residence Mother's Room and Dojo, and the condition is after reporting and talking to Mr. Fukuhara, and the time is 8:30 to 23:30. The MC memo indicates on page 49, in the alcove, there is a hanging scroll written as Heavenly Dragon Earthly Friend. Talk 5. Where is the phone? Explains that Ryo needs to call the number on the letter, and information about the phone is written in the memo. The fortune telling below says to call the phone. If you get it wrong 3 times each, then try 5 times. The location is Dobuita each shop, and the condition is to talk to the shop owner of each shop, and the time is from 8:30 to each shop's closing time. The MC memo indicates on page 49 in front of the tobacco shop. The key to fortune on page 50 says, Heavenly Dragon Earthly Friend is a roundabout way of saying it. The key to fortune on page 50 also says, Heaven is Dragon, Earth is Friend. Friend is Earth, Dragon is Heaven. This is what a roundabout way of saying it means. Scene 4, Who is the person on the phone? Explains that if you say the correct password on the phone, Father is Heaven right pointing arrow 9 dragons. Mother is Earth right pointing arrow I am friend. You will hear the word warehouse number 8. The fortune telling below says that after making the call, talk to more than 5 people. The location is Hazuki Residence, entrance, Sakuragoka, Dobuita, and the condition is to call the number on the letter on the phone in each location, and the time is 8:30 to 23:30. The MC memo on page 51 indicates that Father is Heaven was the password, and asks, what is warehouse number 8, and directs to find the location of warehouse number 8. The key to fortune on page 52 says, helpful person, suspicious person. Talk 6, where is the person on the phone? Asks where warehouse number 8 is. The hint as Nozomi Harasaki and Hiroshi Tamura. They will each look at the phone book, and if you call 104, you will get information to identify the location. The fortune telling below says to ask 10 people in Dobuita. The location is Dobuita, Ida Taylor, and Tamura Taylor, and the condition is to talk to Nozomi Harasaki and Hiroshi Tamura, and the time is 8:30 to 2200. The MC memo on page 51 and 52 indicates to find the phone number from the phone book and call 104 to investigate the location. Key to Fortune. Don't miss the key to fortune. It explains that when you are on the phone and just about to go to warehouse number 8, the comments you hear during that time are very important, especially since there are many keys to fortune, and some of them will not appear unless you get the phone password wrong. So be careful not to miss them. It is recommended to make a memo if necessary. The first stage story will end if you proceed to warehouse number 8 twice without listening to everything, so it is meant to be a step-by-step story. The fortune-telling after Disc 2 onwards has no special conditions, and it is safe because the story will naturally open up as you progress. Apo highlight is at the bottom left corner. This page depicts 2 sections of gameplay advice and instructions on progressing in the game Shenmue. The first section, titled Talk 7, Finally Found the Place, discusses how to locate warehouse number 8, suggesting using either the phone book or the 104 directory service. It notes that using 104 requires selecting the correct area code and suggests using the phone book to avoid this hassle. It concludes that warehouse number 8 is in Amihamacho, but the method of getting there was unknown, and the next step is to find out how to get there. The second section, titled Talk 8, How to Get to Amihamacho, advises asking Teruhiko Seijo at Bar Yokosuka for directions to Amihamacho. It mentions that while Haru-san at Harada Drugs or the Smiley Flower Shop clerk could also provide directions, it is recommended to ask Mr. Seijo, who is from Amihamacho and can explain how to reach the port. Once this information is obtained, the player can take a bus to Amihamacho. The next section, Get on the Bus to New Yokosuka Port, details how to take the bus to New Yokosuka Port. It states that after getting the last piece of information, the player can take the Amihamacho bus from the bus stop on Udori in front of Harada Drugs. Buses run every 30 minutes on weekdays and holidays, and every 15 minutes on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. Players can board the bus by pressing the A button, even if there is a queue, as they will board last. The journey to Amihamacho takes about 23 minutes and costs 160 yen. It also notes that buses are punctual, and waiting times at the bus stop depend on passenger numbers, suggesting arriving early to board first. Conversations with bus passengers are possible, with general responses being vague but main characters providing memo-worthy comments. The final section, Save the Game and Insert Disc 2, explains the process of switching from Disc 1 to Disc 2 of the game. It states that Disc 1 ends after boarding the bus, and to play Disc 2, the player must save the game and create start data for Disc 2. After saving, Disc 1 should be replaced with Disc 2. The on-screen instructions should be followed to open the console and insert Disc 2. Once the game starts, the Disc 2 start data should be loaded from the load screen to continue playing. The same process can be followed for Disc 3. This page depicts Part 2 of the guide, titled The Mystery of the Phoenix Mirror. The text explains that the stage is now set in New Yokosuka Harbor, with the Phoenix Mirror representing a mystery that will lead Ryo into an extraordinary world. The images above the text show the harbor area and Ryo standing near a bus at the harbor entrance. Below this is a scenario progression chart outlining the events of this part of the game across 3 sections. Section 1 starts with Scene 1, Where is Warehouse Number 8, followed by Scene 2, Corner Guro, then Talk 2, Warehouse Number 8 found, however, and Scene 3, 2 ways to enter, then Scene 4, Is there another warehouse number 8, and Talk 5, How to get into Old Warehouse Street, finally Scene 5, finally to Old Warehouse Street. Section 2 begins with Scene 1, Master of Old Warehouse number 8, followed by Scene 2, Confrontation Guijon, then Talk 1, Ask Innocent and Fukusan, and Scene 3, Items from Daishi, then Scene 4, What the Knife's Inscription Means, and Scene 7, Hiding Place in the Dojo, followed by Scene 8, To the Mysterious Underground Passage, then Scene 9, Photograph of a Paw, and Scene 10, Suspicious Bed, finally Scene 12, Phoenix Mirror Discovered. Section 3 starts with Scene 1, Show the Phoenix Mirror to Chandaren, then Scene 2, Phoenix Mirror Dragon Mirror's Dream, followed by Scene 3, No Money, then Scene 4, Consult with Fukusan and Innocent, and Scene 5, Estimate from World Travel Agency is, then Scene 6, Estimate from Asia Travel Agency, and Scene 7, Borrow Money from Fukusan, then Talk 4, Is Boat Cheaper, and Scene 8, Finally Buy a Ticket, then Scene 9, Is It in Time for the Promised Time, and Sub 5, Shenhua's Dream, followed by Scene 10, Phone Call from Jimmy, then Scene 11, Chai's Trap, and Scene 12, Chase After Jimmy. At the bottom of the page, there are 2 images with text bubbles. The first image shows Nozomi speaking to Ryo, and the text reads, But when Ryokan is in trouble, I wonder if it's okay to say it. The second image shows Master Chen speaking to Ryo, and the text reads, I heard that Zhu and your father brought a certain mirror from China. This page depicts scenario. Part 2, Section 1, Aim for Warehouse Number 8. Scene 1, Where is Warehouse Number 8, shows Ryo Hazuki having arrived at the new Yokosuka harbor entrance in Amana district. He must find Warehouse Number 8 where Master Chen might be, within the vast harbor in front of him. This scene occurs at New Yokosuka Harbor Bus Stop, P102, when Disc 2 is started and is available from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. The memo checkpoint for this scene is Warehouse Number 8. Where is it? Scene 2 Punish Guro depicts Ryo trying to enter the harbor and witnessing two thugs mugging a timid person. Ryo intervenes, leading to his first QTE battle against Guro. This scene occurs at Warehouse District Backstreet when proceeding to the Warehouse District entrance, and is available from 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. The QTE commands are shown with button prompts. The memo checkpoint for this scene includes information learned from Guro. A man called Guro asked about Warehouse Number 8, asked about the location, and the direction right pointing arrow enter the harbor and go right. Talk 1 to find the warehouse. Look for a security guard explains that while Guro can give a rough idea of Warehouse Number 8's location, security guard Kai Hitoshi can provide more information. He is recognizable by his unshaven beard and glasses. However, after speaking with him, Ryo needs to return to Dobuita and have his fortune told at Lapis to complete the memo. This talk occurs at Warehouse District Front Street by talking to security guard Kai and is available from 8:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. The memo checkpoint for this talk is, look at the warehouse numbers. The page includes a key to fortune tip on page 54. Don't give up searching. Sub-event 1 Old Man and Vending Machine is described as likely occurring at the same time as SUB7 on page 38. If Ryo buys coffee for an old man being escorted by a security guard, a memo will be written, granting quick access to rescue information when entering the old warehouse. This sub-event takes place at New Yokosuka Harbor, Warehouse Number 13 front, P97, when passing in front of Warehouse Number 13, and is available from 8:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. The memo checkpoint is became acquainted with an old man living in the harbor. Sub-event 2 Drunkards in the Bar District is a QTE event that occurs after Disc 2 starts. Red Nose, a drunken sailor, harasses Ryo. Mistaking the first and second commands leads to endless harassment, making it a somewhat amusing QTE. This sub-event occurs near Dobuita, Mankofute when proceeding towards Mankofute from the bike shop, and is available from 7 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. The QTE commands are shown, and the event loops until Ryo is forced to sleep. An advice point section explains that the Nozomi Harasaki confession event, detailed on page 30, is best done now, before searching for Warehouse Number 8. Missing it will prevent seeing it later. It is suggested to pursue other sub-events alongside the confession event. However, due to the confession event's duration from the current night until the next night, it's advised to avoid the harbor during this time to prevent unintentional story progression. This page depicts the Scenario Part 2 section, and it details several sub-events and scenes in the game. Starting with Sub 3, the kitten's leg is healed. This sub-event occurs when you check on the kitten and see that its leg has healed, and Naoyuki-san and Ida-san will teach you how to thank it. This event will not occur on rainy days. The location is Yamano's Shrine Path, specifically in front of the shrine, and the time is between 8:30 a.m. and 6 p.m. Next is Sub 4, Harazaki's Confession. This event triggers at night when you answer the phone at the Hazuki residence. Around 7 p.m., Harazaki will be pacing between the kitchen and the tatami room and will answer the phone quickly. This is the long-awaited confession from Harazaki. However, this event will also not occur on rainy days. The location is Hazuki Residence Entrance Hall, page 66. And the condition is answering the phone at the Hazuki residence within 10 rings, happening between 7 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. The MC section indicates possible dialogue options for Ryo, yesterday, Harazaki's words, Harazaki's feelings, and my feelings. Following this is Sub 5, Disappointed Fukusan. This event happens the night after Harazaki's confession when you go to Bar Yokosuka in Dobuita. The atmosphere will be different than usual. If you ask, Fukusan will say he received a phone call. Apparently, Fukusan is interested in Akemi. When you return home, Fukusan's disappointment is said to be funny. The location is Dobuita, Bar Yokosuka, page 89. The condition is entering Yokosuka on the night after Harazaki's confession, and the time is from 7 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Then there's sub 6, Ito and Sakurada's visit. Ito and Sakurada, friends of Nozomi, come to hear about Fukusan. It seems to be a scene where Ito gives advice saying, "Have good friends." With this, the Harazaki confession event and related events are over, and from the next day you will be searching for warehouse number 8 alone. This event occurs automatically after disappointed Fukusan at Hazuki Residence Entrance Hall, page 66, between 7 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. Moving on to Talk 2. Discovery of warehouse number 8, but warehouse number 8 is located if you proceed along the back street of warehouse area and enter the path next to the Hokuhoku Bento stand. It will be on your right. However, when you try to enter, the security guard at the entrance will stop you, and you will not be able to enter. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor District, Warehouse Area Front, page 97, with the condition being trying to enter the warehouse, and the time is from 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. The MC section asks, cannot enter the warehouse from the front entrance, and are there any other entrances? The Lucky Clover section on page 57 advises to look for the back street blocked by wooden boxes. Finally, Scene 3, 2 ways to enter. There are 2 ways to enter warehouse number 8. When stopped by the security guard on that day, you can either go around to the back, look for a gap and use wooden boxes to enter, or return home once and come to warehouse number 8 again the next day and cooperate with Guro to enter. It is mentioned that the latter method has better story continuity. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor District, Warehouse number 8, Warehouse attached, page 97. The condition is using wooden boxes from the back street to enter or cooperating with Guro the next day. The time is from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. This page depicts Scenario Part 2 and Scene 4 titled, Is There Another Warehouse Number 8? Once you enter the warehouse, proceed to the innermost room on the second floor. Then you will hear the voices of the workers, and you will obtain information about warehouse number 8 in the old warehouse district. It seems there was another warehouse number 8 in the port. Talk 3 is titled, Let's Ask Tom. If you ask Tom, who comes to the port when it gets busy and runs a hot dog stand at the port during the daytime, it seems he knows about Hisaka-san from Hokuhoku Bento and knows detailed information. Talk 4 is titled, Search the Old Warehouse District. The location of the old warehouse district is apparently famous, and most of the security guards patrolling the warehouse district will answer if you ask them. However, the old warehouse district is managed by a Chinese-affiliated company, and it seems things are getting complicated. Talk 5 is titled, To Enter the Old Warehouse District. If you find the entrance to the old warehouse district and try to enter, you will be stopped by the security guards there too. Here it is decided that Ryo will infiltrate the old warehouse district after dark. Now that you've come this far, go back to Dobuita and head to the Lapin Pit. Talk 6 is titled, Night Security is Weak. If you talk to the young man in purple clothes who is fishing at the port, you will get information that the old warehouse district has insufficient security personnel at night. It seems infiltration is now a viable situation. All that's left is to wait for night to fall at this port. Finally, there's an advice section titled, Advice 1 Point. Let's learn the port's geography now. In New Yokosuka Harbor, there are many key points and locations. Especially the locations of warehouses and related places should be firmly memorized in your head. In addition, it's good to memorize the locations of the harbor cafeteria, the square in front of the harbor, the inner part of the harbor, including warehouse number 17, and Hokuhoku Bento's branch location, etc. Also, it's good to know how to get to gates other than the old warehouse district, since there are many unfamiliar people working busily at the port. Gathering information at the port is very important. If you can get a general idea of who might give you important information there, you will rarely be at a loss. This page depicts Scenario Part 2, and it is titled, Hisaka's Request. Sub 7 is titled, Hisaka's Request. This subquest occurs in the central area of New Yokosuka Harbor, near Hokuhoku Lunchbox. The condition for its occurrence is approaching Hokuhoku Lunchbox. It will occur between 8:30 and 1700. The text mentions that in the port's central area, near Hokuhoku Lunchbox, An event will occur when approaching Mai, who seems to be in a bad mood. Hisaka asks Ryo to be careful with Mai. After accepting the request and speaking to Hisaka again, a memo will be added. Sub 8 is titled Defeat the Sukaban. This subquest occurs in the vicinity of warehouse number 17 in New Yokosuka Harbor, page 97. The condition is listening to Hisaka's request and proceeding to warehouse number 17. It will occur between 8:30 and 23:30. The text explains that in the area where cargo containers are stacked, Ryo should head to the back of the harbor. If this is the first time going in this direction, an old man event will occur on the way. When Ryo reaches warehouse number 17, a quick time event with the Sukaban will occur. Even if Ryo fails here, he can retry. However, if Ryo returns home without resolving this, a day will pass and the memo content will change. Sub 9 is titled Report to Hisaka-san. This subquest occurs in the central area of New Yokosuka Harbor, near Hokuhoku Lunchbox. The condition is succeeding in the Sukaban Quick Time event and returning to Hokuhoku Lunchbox. It will occur between 8:30 and 1900. The text says that after successfully completing the Sukaban QTE, when Ryo returns to Hokuhoku Lunchbox, he will find Hisaka about to deliver lunchboxes to the old warehouse district. Ryo will deliver in her place and investigate the security situation in the old warehouse district. Scene 5 is titled Finally, to the old warehouse district. This scene takes place at the old warehouse district entrance. The conditions are entering the old warehouse district at night. The time frame is from 1900 to 23:30 for entry, and infiltration is possible from 1900 to 4 o'clock. The text describes that at night, when the guards at the front gate are gone, the warehouse infiltration begins. First, a simple quick time event will occur. Clearing this will require Ryo to proceed to warehouse number 8 while hiding in objects and avoiding patrolling guards. This is quite difficult, and if caught by guards, Ryo will be taken to the next day at the same time. If Ryo continues to fail, Mizuki, the leader of the harbor thugs, will gradually provide infiltration assistance, which will be a great help. The page also includes map information for Scene 5, noting that if Ryo speaks to Mizuki while having coffee and fails 4 times consecutively, he will get a map. Furthermore, on the 5th attempt, the warehouse number that Ryo confirmed with Yuan will be written on the map, and on the 9th attempt, if there are only 2 guards, infiltration becomes possible. If Ryo does not drink coffee with Mizuki, he will be helped in the same way on the 6th, 8th, 10th, and 12th failures. The map depicts a route marked in red. Starting from the initial object, going right, turning left at the first corner, then right again, to reach warehouse number 8. It is mentioned that if Ryo can skillfully get to the door of warehouse number 8, he will succeed. This page depicts Scenario Part 2, Find the Phoenix Mirror. Section 2 is titled, Find the Phoenix Mirror. Scene 1 is titled, Master of Old Warehouse Number 8. This scene takes place in Old Warehouse Number 8. The conditions for this scene to occur are to pick up the white plate on the first floor, or after 4 hours have passed automatically, and the time is between 1900 to 4 o'clock. When Ryo enters Old Warehouse Number 8, he sees bones and other items scattered around, creating a different atmosphere from other warehouses. Here, among the bones, Ryo picks up a white plate, and suddenly the lights turn on. Ryo meets Chen and Guizhong for the first time in this scene. Chen tells Ryo about Lan Di's true identity and the location of the Phoenix Mirror. After this, Ryo automatically returns home and the next morning begins. The key to fortune is on page 68. Seek out someone close by and wait. Scene 2 is titled Confrontation Guizhong. This scene takes place near the path to Yamano's shrine from the Dobuita side. The conditions for this scene to occur are that it happens the day after going to Old Warehouse Number 8, and it triggers when Ryo tries to return home from Dobuita. Here, Ryo has a free battle with Guizhong, but it is okay to be defeated as the fight does not continue until one is knocked down. Talk 1 is titled, Ask Innocent and Fukusan. This talk event occurs at the Hayata residence. The conditions for this event are to talk to Innocent and Fukusan. The time for this is between 8:30 to 23:30. If you talk to Innocent then Fukusan in order, this event will occur. Fukusan, who heard about the bones from Innocent, will tell Ryo that there are bones in the Dobuita warehouse. Fukusan teaches Ryo how to find the Dobuita warehouse bones. He tells Ryo to search for the Dobuita warehouse bones and investigate. Before that, don't forget to tell fortunes. Sub 1 is titled Ryo's Monologue. This sub-event takes place at Yamano's Shrine and the Yamano's Inari Shrine. The conditions for this event are to enter the shrine, and the time is between 8:30 to 1800. While heading to Dobuita Warehouse to look for bones, if Ryo goes to Yamano's Shrine, he will see kittens. Ryo feels a sense of closeness to the kittens. Then Harazaki appears. This event will not occur on rainy days. The key to fortune is on page 70. A closed door in the north, wait surrounded by old things. Talk 2 is titled, Where is the Antique Shop? This talk event takes place at Dobuita and Hokuhoku Bento. The conditions for this event are to talk to the Hokuhoku Bento auntie, and the time is between 10 o'clock to 2000. The antique shop in Dobuita is in a very conspicuous location, but it is easy to find. If you ask the Hokuhoku Bento auntie, she will tell you at a glance. The antique shop's cultural hall is across from the bento shop. Page 64 states enter the warehouse. Page 65 states at Old Warehouse number 8, Ryo meets Chen and learns about Lan Di, who is the leader of the organization called Shumon, and is a fearsome Kempo master. Page 66 states besides the stolen mirror, there seems to be another Phoenix mirror. Page 67 states the password is Tenlong Chikyo. The Phoenix mirror is somewhere in the house. The Phoenix mirror is the only clue. No matter what, we must find it. Page 68 states, it seems Fukusan is looking for me. Page 69 states, my father was in the warehouse, was he doing something? Perhaps the Phoenix mirror? Page 71 states, the antique shop is across from the bento shop. Page 71 also states, do not hand over the mirror to Lan Di. This page depicts a walkthrough guide page for Shenmue Part 2 outlining several scenes and sub-events in the game. The page is structured into scenes, each with a title, a description of events, locations, conditions to trigger the scene, timeframes, and memo checkpoints. The scenes involve Ryo Hazuki interacting with various characters such as Mr. Oishi, Ken, and Innocent in locations like the Cultural Building, Suzume Park, and the Hazuki Residence Dojo. The scenes guide the player through a part of the game's story, involving receiving a sword hilt from Mr. Oishi, learning about a Hong Kong legend from Ken, discovering the sword hilt's significance from Innocent, finding a wooden box and a sword in the dojo, and ultimately revealing a hidden door to the basement in the dojo. Scene 3. The gift from Mr. Oishi. When you enter the Cultural Building, an old man appears. This old man is Mr. Oishi, whom Ryo was acquainted with. Here Ryo receives the sword hilt, said to be passed down to the head of the Hazuki family for generations, from Mr. Oishi. Lucky color, flax. Page 74. Seek out items near you, sleep. Sub 2, legend passed down in Hong Kong. At this stage, when you talk to Ken in Suzume Park, he teaches you the original meaning of the password Tien Di Wei Di Gen Yi Hao Yu, which was used as a password in the 8th warehouse. This word is an old legend passed down from Hong Kong. What kind of relationship does this word have to the story? Scene 4. What the sword hilt signifies. Ryo shows the sword hilt he brought back to Innocent, saying that Innocent might know something. After this conversation, when you go to the shrine, Innocent teaches you that this sword hilt is a Hazuki family heirloom. Lucky color, flax. Page 75. Light the fire in a wide space, sword and then sword hilt. Scene 5. Mysterious wooden box. Finally, you are getting closer to finding the Phoenix mirror. First, explore the dojo for 2 hours in game time. While confirming the wooden box, if you check the memo information, go to your father's room. However, at this time, if you have the mysterious key, the memo will not be recorded. Scene 6. Where is the trick? If you obtain the sword from the wooden box using the mysterious key, explore again for 2 hours. Then the memo will be recorded 8 minutes in real time. Press and hold L and R D-pad buttons. At this time, leave the hanging scroll as it is. Scene 7. Hidden door in the dojo. After the above 2 memos are recorded, set the hanging scroll in the shape on the back of the hanging scroll, which is in your father's room, and the sword obtained from the box and the sword hilt received from the antique shop. Then the hidden door will open and stairs leading to the basement will appear. Location, time information panels. Scene 3. Location. Dobuita, Antique Cultural Building, P91. Trigger. Enter the Antique Cultural Building. Time 10 o'clock to 2200. Memo check 71 page father's appearance. Passed down to the Hazuki family for generations. Sword hilt. Sub 2. Location. Dobuita, Suzume Park, P94. Trigger. Talk to Ken. Time 8:30 to 1900. Memo check 72 page and 73 page. 72 page. Legend passed down in Hong Kong. Tien Di Wei Di Gen Yi Hao Yu, greater than father, greater than heaven. Born in 9 continents, raised in Mother Earth and eventually becomes the Earth God. 73 page, the dragon that became a god, as parent as friend, while being close to people even now protects Hong Kong, continuing to protect from disasters. Scene 4, location, Hazuki Residence Shrine P63. Trigger, proceed to the shrine. Time 8:30 to 23:30, memo check 74 page, Snow Cedar. 2 stars, 1 sword, right pointing arrow Hazuki family heirloom. Scene 5. Location, Hazuki Residence Dojo P67. Trigger, explore for 2 hours without holding the mystery key. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Memo check 76 page, is there something in father's room? Scene 6. Location, Hazuki Residence Dojo P67. Trigger, after opening the box, explore for 2 hours without touching the hanging scroll. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Memo check 75 page, hanging scroll. Something seems to be there. Scene 7. Location, Hazuki Residence Dojo P67. Trigger, set the sword and sword hilt on the wall with the hanging scroll. Time 8:30 to 23:30. This page depicts several scenes from the game. Scene 8 is titled To the Mysterious Basement. It describes the basement as a pitch-black world, requiring a flashlight for exploration, referencing page 238 for details on flashlights. It mentions that there might be items that can be bought at the electric store down the street, suggesting a fortune-teller visit. The lucky key section for this scene directs you to page 77 and states, Heaven's blessing for those who don't give up. Scene 9 is titled Mysterious Photo. It describes going to the basement and finding shelves filled with various items including some made in Japan. It mentions a red box in the back right containing a photo of a young Iwao Hazuki. Also a book is on the shelf to the front, and picking it up causes something to fall to the floor. This item is a white leaf, described as a necessary item to obtain. Scene 10 is titled Suspicious Floor. It describes a damaged floor tile on the shelf to the left of the entrance when facing it. Discovering this damage will allow you to move the shelf, revealing a wall that is different from the others where the shelf was. Scene 11 is titled Fukusan's Help. It explains that if you search for 2 hours in the basement without finding the floor damage or suspicious wall, Fukusan will provide a hint based on your progress. If you have found the floor damage, wait another 2 hours after moving the shelf and Fukusan will appear again. Scene 12 is titled Finally Found the Phoenix Mirror. It explains that to break the suspicious wall, you should stand at the entrance and take the tool hanging on the shelf. Using this tool will reveal the Phoenix Mirror. Afterwards, showing the mirror to Fukusan will be interesting. The lucky key section for this scene directs you to page 80 and states Father is Heavenly 9 Dragons, Mother is Earthly Me, Friend is Heavenly Dragon Earthly Words, Match. The section titled The Story is Finally Entering the Midgame Battle summarizes scenes 11 and 10. It mentions that in scene 11, Fukusan will look at the floor damage memo. However, it notes that the memo might not be recorded, but you can fill it in using a memo pad. It advises asking Fukusan about the floor damage and wall color. After that, you will be able to search the wall yourself and find the Phoenix Mirror. This event marks the story entering the midgame. Progressing to Disc 3, the action area will shift from Dobuita to the new Yokosuka Harbor District, changing the gameplay time. It suggests that activities like visiting the game center or playing at the slot house are best enjoyed now. It recommends saving some money, specifically 320 yen, for the round-trip bus fare to new Yokosuka Harbor District. There are also boxes next to each scene describing the location, conditions, and time for each event to occur. Scene 8. Location, Hazuki Residence Basement P67. Condition, descend the stairs of the hidden room. Time 8:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Scene 9. Location, Hazuki Residence Basement P67. Condition, open the red box in the basement and look inside. Time 8:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Scene 10. Location, Hazuki Residence Basement P67. Condition, look at the shelf boards to the left of the entrance from the entrance. Time 8:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Scene 11. Location, Hazuki Residence Basement P67. Condition, search the basement for 2 hours or more. Time 8:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Scene 12. Location, Hazuki Residence Basement P67. Condition, hit the differently colored part of the wall with a tool. Time 8:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. The MC boxes highlight key actions and discoveries for each scene, pointing to page 79 for further details. Scene 8, page 70. Going to the square and hiding in the shadows. Deeper into the passage, discover the basement. Is there a Phoenix Mirror here? Scene 9, page 77 megacoulombs. Look for the photo of young Iwao Hazuki. Scene 10, pages 77 and 78 megacoulombs. Floor is damaged, wall was there, shelf moved, what is there? Scene 11, page 79 megacoulombs. Fukusan noticed, floor is damaged, part of the wall is a different color. Scene 12, page 79 megacoulombs. Got the Phoenix mirror to Master Chen, must go and meet. This page depicts section 3 titled, Chase After the Emperor and Aim for Hong Kong. It is divided into 3 subsections and 2 scenes. Sub 1. Mr. Yamagishi's story. First, go to Mr. Yamagishi in Sakuragaoka Park to show him the Phoenix mirror. He is knowledgeable about emperors. So by showing him the Phoenix mirror, he will sense a connection and tell you an interesting story about yin and yang. Sub 2. Shuying's story. Next, if you show the Phoenix mirror to Shuying at the pottery shop Rosha, she will tell you about the relationship between the Phoenix and the Big Dipper. This scene is where Shenhua makes her first appearance, which is something to look out for. Sub 3. Mr. Oishi's story. Finally, when you show the Phoenix mirror to Mr. Oishi at Bunkadu, Mr. Oishi will tell you that the Phoenix mirror is a stone mirror, and how it was made. He will explain the story in detail. Scene 1. Show the mirror to Master Chen. In Old Warehouse number 8, show the Phoenix mirror to Master Chen. Then, a strange man named Chai appears and tries to snatch the Phoenix mirror, causing a brief scuffle. Chai is a subordinate of Guizhong, and Guizhong is related to a group called the Mad Angels, who are rampaging in this port. Furthermore, when Master Chen learns that Lan Di is heading to Hong Kong, he decides that he too will go to Hong Kong. Scene 2. Phoenix Mirror, Dragon Mirror Dream. On the night you show the Phoenix Mirror to Master Chen, when Ryo goes to sleep in his bed, he has a mysterious dream. This dream event will occur several times from now on. It seems Ryo is sensing someone. There are also information boxes on the right of the page. The first box refers to page 84 and is related to SUB1, Mr. Yamagishi's story. It says, The secret of yin and yang All things are made of 2 sides, the front and the back. Even the Phoenix mirror, which depicts the mythical auspicious bird, has some other meaning. The second information box refers to page 81 and 82 and is related to sub 2, Shuying's story. 81 page, MC, Phoenix and China Phoenix has been revered in China since ancient times. It is a legendary divine bird. Down-pointing arrow, the North Star Emperor protects it. 82 page MC, the North Star The North Star revolves around the heavens in one day. The Big Dipper also in China has been loved and revered in the same way as the North Star. The third information box refers to page 83 and is related to sub 3, Mr. Oishi's story. 83 page, MC, the Phoenix mirror is stone Even so, it may only be in the vicinity of Guilin. Is it made of precious stone? According to the oracles of the emperors of the time, in ancient times, Guilin's artisans offered divine mirrors. The fourth information box refers to page 85, 86, and 87, and is related to scene 1, show the mirror to Master Chen. 85 page, MC, dragon soars up when the phoenix dances down, something will happen. Lan Di is still, noticing that there are 2 mirrors. 86 page, MC, skinhead man A suspicious man with a skinhead came to snatch the Phoenix mirror. Is the assailant a subordinate of Guizhong? Guizhong and the Mad Angels are connected. 87 page, MC, Mad Angels Mad Angels right-pointing arrow Guizhong and the organization he confronts. Lan Di is probably heading to Hong Kong. Finally, there is a box at the bottom of the page titled Advent Point. Small change cannot be used once the Phoenix mirror event is over. From the next day, Ryo will stop using small change to save money for travel expenses to Hong Kong. Shopping at convenience stores, capsule toy machines, and automatic vending machines will all become impossible. If you want to buy something now, you can't buy it until scene 8 on page 44. For a while, you will have to live stoically. The times and locations for each subsection and scene are also provided. Sub 1, Mr. Yamagishi's story. Location, Sakuragaoka Park, P76. Condition, talk to Mr. Yamagishi in the park. Time 8:30 to 1900. Sub 2, Shuying's story. Location, Dobuita Pottery Shop Rosha, P81. Condition, enter Pottery Shop Rosha. Time 10 o'clock to 2100. Sub 3, Mr. Oishi's story. Location, Dobuita Bunkadu, P91. Condition, enter Bunkadu. Time 10 o'clock to 2200. Scene 1, show the mirror to Master Chen. Location, New Yokosuka Port, Old Warehouse number 8, P102. Condition, after receiving a call, go to Old Warehouse number 8. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Scene 2, Phoenix Mirror, Dragon Mirror Dream. Location Hazuki Residence Ryo's room P61. Condition: after showing the Phoenix Mirror to Master Chen, go to bed. Time 2000 to 2330. There is also a QTE command prompt with a left arrow associated with Scene 1. This page depicts Scenario Part 2 and begins with Scene 3. No money. Ryo is determined to go to Hong Kong to pursue Lan Di, but he realizes he is short on funds. He notes that overseas travel was quite expensive back in 1986. The scene takes place in the Hazuki residence in Ryo's room and is triggered automatically the day after showing the Phoenix Mirror to Master Chen and is available from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. The page reference for this scene is page 88. Ryo's inner monologue expresses urgency to reach Hong Kong, but he is troubled by the lack of money and connections, wondering if he should consult with Fukusan. Next is Scene 4. Consult with Fukusan and Innocent. Ryo seeks advice from Fukusan and Innocent about his Hong Kong plan. However, Innocent becomes upset by Fukusan's direct explanation and retreats to her room, making her unavailable to talk to until Scene 9 on page 45. This scene is located in the Hazuki residence in Fukusan's room, accessible from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m., and is triggered by entering Fukusan's room. The page reference is 89. Fukusan suggests there might be a cheap travel agency in Dobuita. Ryo, while concerned about Innocent's worry, resolves to pave his own way to Hong Kong. Page 90 indicates Ryo's plan to first check out the travel agency in Dobuita to find out the cost of traveling to Hong Kong. Sub 3. Kitten disappeared follows. At Yamano's shrine, children are in distress over a missing kitten, and Ryo is asked to help find it. The kitten is located near some laundry at a house down the stairs from Yamano's shrine. Finding the kitten triggers the second memo event. This sub-story takes place at Yamano's shrine, specifically at Yamano's Inari shrine, page 71, and is available from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. The condition to trigger it is speaking to Etsuchin at Yamano's shrine. Page 91 shows that Etsuchin was worried about the missing kitten, and page D1, likely a continuation, shows that the kitten was found, with Ryo expressing relief for Etsuchin. Talk 1, if it's travel, is it World Travel Agency, is next. Ryo is looking for a travel agency and heads to Dobuita. He talks to Mr. Yamanuchi in Sakuragoka Park, page 76, who suggests World Travel Agency. This information about World Travel Agency is available from other shops in Dobuita besides Knocking and 8th Warehouse. It's mentioned that the Chinese man Ryo was searching for previously recommended this travel agency. This conversation happens at Sakuragoka Park, Sakuragoka, page 76, from 8:30 a.m. until store closing hours. Page 92 notes that World Travel Agency seems to have a good reputation. Talk 2, is Asia Travel Agency terrible, is presented after. Another travel agency, Asia Travel Agency, is mentioned to be behind 8th Warehouse. Ryo asks about it at Abe's store, page 84, and Knocking, page 88, and receives negative feedback. Mr. Agino from Knocking had a bad experience with Asia Travel Agency and advises against using them. This conversation takes place in Dobuita, at Abe's store, page 84, and Knocking, page 88. The trigger is talking to Mr. Abe at Abe's store and Mr. Agino at Knocking. Page 93 states that Asia Travel Agency near Abe's store has a bad reputation. Finally, Scene 5, World Travel Agency's estimate is, concludes the page. Ryo gets a quote from World Travel Agency for a trip to Hong Kong. Even the cheapest tour is 198,000 yen, which is too much for Ryo to afford currently. He considers Asia Travel Agency as another option and thinks about consulting Fukusan again. This scene is located in Dobuita at World Travel Agency, page 92, and is available from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. triggered by entering World Travel Agency. Page 94 shows the quote from World Travel Agency is 198,000 yen. Page 94 continues noting that Ryo obtained a pamphlet for Hong Kong trips, but it is still expensive. Page 95 suggests Ryo might have to consult Fukusan again. This page depicts Scenario Part 2 of the guide. Scene 6 is titled Asia Travel Agency Estimate. It shows Ryo Hazuki in the Asia Travel Agency speaking to a woman behind the counter. The text describes Ryo going to the Asia Travel Agency and seeing a young, flashy woman reading a magazine, who doesn't look up when spoken to. Ryo asks about the fare to Hong Kong at the Asia Travel Agency and discovers it is cheaper than World Travel Agency but still beyond his budget. The location for this scene is Dobuita, specifically the Asia Travel Agency. The conditions to trigger this scene are to enter the Asia Travel Agency, and the time is between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. This scene is on page 94, and the cost is 158,000 yen. Scene 7 is titled Borrowing Fukuzan's Savings. It shows Ryo talking to Fukusan in what appears to be Fukuzan's room in the Hazuki residence. The text explains that after consulting with Fukusan, Fukusan hands over a savings box that he had been saving up. This increases Ryo's funds to around 70,000 yen, but it is still not enough. Fukusan then has an idea. The location is Hazuki residence, Fukuzan's room. The conditions are to obtain the travel pamphlet and then enter Fukuzan's room, and the time is between 8:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. This scene continues on page 96 and 97 with multiple MC choices, and page 98 suggests asking Yuan at Flower Shop Ida. Talk 3 is titled Check One More Time. It shows portraits of 4 characters: Aoi Sho, Suzume Ide, Tomoko Ishigaki, and Tsuruoka Norio. The text indicates that before asking Yuan, Ryo should listen to other stories. Baiju says that Wong's information is better, and at Smiley's Tsuruoka's story is more reliable. It suggests meeting these 4 people who have come up in conversation. Talk 4 is titled Is the Ferry Cheaper? And it features Nozomi Harasaki's portrait. The text describes talking to either Yuan, Wong, Nozomi, or Fukusan. It is revealed that ferries are cheaper than airplanes. This information leads Ryo to consider going to the travel agency again to ask about ferries. The location for this talk is Dobuita at either Ida, Bar Yokosuka, or Jean's Water Dragon Volume 2. The condition is to talk to Yuan, Wong, Nozomi, or Fukusan, and the time is from 8:30 a.m. until the closing time of each shop. This talk is on page 99 and includes multiple MC choices. Talk 5 is titled If It's a Ferry Asia Travel Agency. It shows Ryo talking to 2 men, presumably at Baiju. The text explains that after going to Baiju or World Travel Agency, Ryo learns that Asia Travel Agency is the only place in Dobuita that handles ferries. Although the impression isn't great, Ryo decides to go and check. The location is Dobuita at either Baiju or World Travel Agency. The condition is to talk to Baiju's boss or enter World Travel Agency, and the time is from 8:30 a.m. until closing time of each shop. This talk is on page 101 and has MC options. Scene 8 is titled Finally, Buy a Ticket, and it depicts Ryo at the Asia Travel Agency counter again, speaking to the woman. The text describes returning to Asia Travel Agency. The same woman attends to Ryo. Ferries are available and within budget, but reservations require prepayment. Ryo reluctantly pays and makes an appointment to pick up the ticket in 4 hours. The location is Dobuita, at the Asia Travel Agency. The condition is to enter Asia Travel Agency, and the time is from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. This scene is on pages 101 and 102. Page 101 details paying 69,000 yen for the ticket at Asia Travel Agency. Page 102 describes going to Asia Travel Agency after 4 hours to pick up the ticket. Finally, there is a section titled Lucky Fortune, which is on page 100, and mentions a lucky fortune at the travel agency. This page depicts various scenes and talks from the game. In Talk 6 titled Thanks to Fukusan, it is shown that when Ryo returns home from Asia Travel Company, Fukusan greets him and excitedly tells him the results of the ticket reservation. Fukusan proudly states, "Leave the rest to me." Scene 9 is titled On Time for the Appointment, and it describes that after more than 4 hours have passed, even the next day is okay, and Ryo goes to Asia Travel Company. He finds suspicious men there. He defeats them in a free battle and is made to promise to pick up the ticket again the next day. Talk 7 is titled Tajima's Worries. In this part of the story, Tajima will be standing near the game center at night. If Ryo tries to talk to him, Tajima will tell him something that seems to be a complaint about Harasaki. Sub-event 4 is titled Harasaki Gave Flowers. At night, when Ryo goes to the altar room in the house, there are different flowers than usual. Innocent explains that Harasaki brought Ryo's favorite flowers. This event shows Harasaki's gentle kindness. Sub-event 5 is titled Shenhua's Dream 1. When Ryo goes to bed in his room, he has another strange dream. It is a dream where Shenhua is standing in the snow. In Ryo's dream, he doesn't know who she is. Of course, this is the same for the player. Scene 10 is titled Jimmy's Phone Call. In the morning, Jimmy, a world traveler, calls the Hazuki residence. He says that he will hand over the ticket and asks Ryo to come to Game Center U at 12 o'clock noon. Something seems suspicious. There is also an advice point titled, Mark Tajima Standing at Night. It explains that besides the memo above, Tajima, who is trying to mediate between Yuan and Harasaki, can be encountered by approaching Tajima standing next to the Game Center at night. There is also a comment that this is a limited-time event related to the events on page 48. This event will occur until December 26th. Before the Chai battle, if it's after December 26th, nighttime return trips from Dobuita's Game Center and Barber Shop, side of the barber and hair salon, should be avoided. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket, occurrence condition, talk 6. Location, Hazuki residence, entrance P66. Condition, enter the entrance. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Scene 9. Location, Dobuita. Asia Travel Company, P84. Condition, after reserving a ticket, enter Asia Travel Company after 4 hours. Time 10 o'clock to 2000. Talk 7. Location, Dobuita. U Arcade. Condition, after the second visit to Asia Travel Company, talk to Tajima. Time 1800 to 23:30. Sub 4. Location, Hazuki Residence, Altar Room, P63. Condition, proceed to the altar room. Time 1900 to 23:30. Sub 5. Location, Hazuki Residence, Ryo's Room, P61. Condition, go to bed on the day before ticket pickup. Time 2000 to 23:30. Scene 10. Location, Hazuki Residence, entrance P66. Condition, day of ticket pickup, automatic occurrence. Time 8:30. MC, Memo 102, page 102, man from Asia Travel Company and ticket handling, appointment. 103, page 103, tomorrow, contact from Asia Travel Company. 110, page 110, Tajima is not energetic recently. Harasaki's matter. Worrying about it, I am also worried. I should ask him about it. 104, page 104. Harasaki brought flowers. 104, page 104, Jimmy's phone call. Go to the Game Center at 12 noon. This page depicts scenario part 2 and begins with scene 11, titled, Chai's Trap. The scene is set in the Game Center, but Jimmy is not there, it's Chai. Ryo attempts to question Chai about Landy, but Chai demands a fight before revealing information. If Ryo wins the fight, he can act 1 hour after entering the Game Center. If he loses, his actions will be delayed until the morning of the next day. The memo content changes depending on whether Ryo wins or loses, but this is not important. There are 2 outcomes in scene 11, winning or losing to Chai in a fight, both leading to slightly different events. If Ryo wins, at 12 p.m. at Dobuita, U Arcade, P93. If Ryo enters U Arcade, or if it becomes 12 o'clock automatically, a message appears on page 105. The message reads, another skinhead man has appeared. Who is that guy? Where did he disappear to? If Ryo loses, at 12 p.m. at Dobuita, U Arcade, P93. If Ryo enters U Arcade, or if it becomes 12 o'clock automatically, a message appears on page 105. The message reads, another skinhead man has appeared. Who is that guy? Where did he disappear to? And then another message on page 105 and 106. Could it be Jimmy is also in cahoots with Asia Travel Company? Let's go to Asia Travel Company. Talk 8 is titled, Hear Chai's Eyewitness Account. After winning the fight and helping the Game Center owner Innocent, she informs Ryo that Jimmy is also involved. If Ryo does not go to Asia Travel Company and waits 1 day, the same memo as when he loses the fight will be written. This event happens at Dobuita, various shops, and the condition is after winning or losing to Chai, and talking to the shop owners in various shops between 8:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m., leading to page 105 and 106 messages. Could it be Jimmy is also in cahoots with Asia Travel Company? Let's go to Asia Travel Company. Scene 12 is titled, Chase Jimmy. This scene starts when Ryo tries to enter Asia Travel Company and is a chasing QTE. During the chase, continuous input is required at the 5th and 10th command prompts, but it is simple if you remember to alternate left and right keys. This scene occurs at Dobuita, Asia Travel Company, P84, with the condition being opening the door of Asia Travel Company, and between 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. The bottom section is titled, After This, What Will Ryo Do? After this, Ryo will mainly act in New Yokosuka port. To save travel expenses and find a way to go to Hong Kong, Ryo's search for Landy's whereabouts will be limited. and he will have to return to Dobuita at night. It is advised to do what you want to do in Dobuita during the daytime before the Chasing Jimmy QTE, and the period up to Disc 3's introduction. The image also shows a memo pad titled Jimmy's Chase Memo. It says, 4 hours later, go to Asia Travel Company to receive the ticket, and tomorrow contact from Asia Travel Company will come, and Asia Travel Company man and ticket arrangement agreement. It also mentions that if you see the limited time event in Orange Quarter, the memo from Nozomi will not be written. So be careful. Finally, it mentions that after defeating Chai, Ryo is in a free quest to find Chai's whereabouts, and is relatively free. The location where Jimmy is chased will change according to the memo, and it will be buried after Disc 3 starts. This page depicts a scenario progression chart for Part 3 titled, To Distant Hong Kong Road. The text says, Meeting and Farewell. The story is finally heading towards the core. Pay attention to the pure friendship of the men who carry their respective backgrounds. It mentions that hope for going to Hong Kong was cut off, and there's a question, are part-time jobs at New Yokosuka Harbor surprisingly interesting? Section 1 starts with Scene 1, Interrogate Jimmy, followed by Talk 1, How to get a part-time job at the harbor. Scene 2 is Goro's cooperation. Scene 3 is Goro and Mai's part-time job brokerage. Scene 4 is Alpha Trading Company. Scene 5 is Mark's lecture, and Scene 6 is Chicken Race. Section 2 includes Scene 1 Mark and Mad Angels, Sub 1 Harbor Baptism, Sub 2 Goro's Greeting, Scene 2 Crew Members Revenge in the Warehouse, Scene 3 Help Mark, Scene 4 Commemorative Photo with Harazaki, Scene 5 Charlie Reappears, Sub 8 Land D's Dream, Scene 6 Crew Members Full Appearance, Scene 7 What is the Dragon Token, Talk 6 Rumors about Tony and Smith, Sub 9 Goro's Marriage Report, Scene 8 Corner Tony and Smith, Scene 9 Letter from Guizhong, and Scene 10 Harazaki has been kidnapped. Section 3 features Scene 1 Speed to the harbor on a motorcycle. Scene 2 Finally Boss Terry appears. Scene 3 Meditation. Scene 4 Tom's Treat. Scene 5 Fired from the part-time job. Scene 6 Tom's Skill Transfer and Farewell. Scene 7 Ambush Guizhong. Scene 8 Magnificent 70-person battle. Scene 9 Help Guizhong. Scene 10 Farewell My Town. Scene 11 Master Chen's Skill Transfer. Scene 12 Chai Final Battle. Scene 13 Chai's Struggle, and Scene 14 to Hong Kong with Memories in Heart. This page depicts Section 1 titled, Find a Part-Time Job at the Harbor. Scene 1 is titled, Questioning Jimmy. It describes cornering Jimmy after a great escape and questioning him intensely. The comments in the empty memo pad space at the end of Disc 2 are all filled in here. The Key of Fortune section is on page 108, described as Northeastern Land, a place close to the sea, bringing good fortune. Sub 1 is titled Harazaki's Tears. From December 26th onwards in the evening near the arcade where you stands, Eri Tajima will talk to you. If you talk to her as told and go to Sakuragaoka Park, something will happen. However, this event will not occur on rainy days. Sub 2 is titled Frustrated with Myself and Shenhua's Dream 2. When you return home, Fukusan talks to you worriedly and tearfully. If you listen to Fukusan's nagging, you will become frustrated with yourself for not being able to do anything, and blame Fukusan. That night, Ryo has another mysterious dream. Sub 3 is titled Kitten's Jump. A kitten, whose leg was completely healed by Harazaki, jumps down from the company. When Harazaki comes there, it is revealed that Harazaki was actually treating the kitten's leg. By the way, this event does not occur on snowy or rainy days. Talk 1 is titled, How to Get a Part-Time Job at the Harbor. It describes Ryo looking for a job at the harbor. When you ask the security guard at Warehouse 18, you will be recommended to the supervisor, saying that talk will be quick. However, you will get information that the supervisor inside is a rather nasty guy, seemingly a student. The limited time event timing section explains that you should have seen the limited time event Harazaki's Tears. This Harazaki event can be viewed freely between Harazaki's Confession, P36, Sub 4, to Thanks to Fukusan, P44 Scene 7, and Harazaki is Kidnapped, P55 Scene 10. Since the occurrence range is wide, this book presents this event as a player-enjoyable event. In this book, it is roughly around December 26th or later. The occurrence period may change depending on the player's progress, so please be careful. The page also lists event details. Scene 1, Questioning Jimmy. Location, Dobuita. Asia Travel Company, P84. Conditions, Disc 3 start time 8:30 103 page at Asia Travel Company. A female store clerk was robbed of money and left behind. 106 page Jimmy, entrusted by the skinhead men, was a comrade of the Mad Angels. 107-page Mad Angels are employing harbor workers. If you work at the harbor, you should be able to get closer to the Mad Angels. Should you search the harbor? Sub 1. Harazaki's Tears location, Sakuragoka. Sakuragoka Park, P76 conditions. After December 26th, approach Sakuragoka Park, P36, Sub 4 required, time, 1900-2300, MC message choice. Original scenery, Sakuragoka Park. Harazaki is waiting at Sakuragoka Park. 111-page Harazaki is crying at Sakuragoka Park, saying, I couldn't do anything. Harazaki, crying, runs away. 111-page tears flow from Harazaki's eyes. I couldn't do anything. Harazaki, crying, runs away and disappears. Sub 2, frustrated with myself and Shenhue's Dream 2 location. Suitsuki Residence, Ryo's room, P61, conditions. Disc 3, return home for the first time and go to bedtime, 8:30-23:30. Sub 3, Kitten's Jump location. Yamano's Inari Shrine, P71, conditions. After Disc 3, enter the shrine from Yamano's time, 8:30-1800. Talk 1, how to get a part-time job at the harbor. Location, New Yokosuka Port Warehouse Pier 18 Berth P97, conditions. Talk to the security guard at the gate of Warehouse 18 Berth time, 8:30-2000. 109-page to look for a part-time job at the harbor. Ask the supervisor if there are any jobs available. Right pointing arrow, you saw him at Warehouse 18. This page depicts Scenario Part 3, Scene 2 Goro's cooperation. When you go to Warehouse number 12, Goro will appear and willingly lend you a hand. If you make a promise to meet at Warehouse number 1 tomorrow, return home for today, and set out again the next day, MC 112-page Goro will look for a part-time job for you. Right pointing arrow tomorrow at 12 p.m., Warehouse number 1, go in front of the blue door. Sub 4, a kitten is taken away. A kitten whose leg injury has healed and is now completely healthy. That kitten is finally going to be raised at Emi's house. When you start working at the harbor, you won't be able to see the kitten as much, so let's be sad about the separation now. Occurrence location, Mountainside Shrine, Yamase Shrine, P71, conditions, talk to Emi at the shrine. Time 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. MC 112-page Sub 5, a phone call from Goro. If you break your promise to meet Goro at Warehouse number 1, Goro will call you the next morning. Furthermore, if you still don't go for another day, you will receive another phone call, and it will be noted in your memo. Occurrence location, Hazuki Residence, entrance, P66, conditions, break your promise with Goro. Time 8:30 a.m. MC 112-page, go to the meeting place with Goro. Scene 3 Goro and Mai's part-time job arrangement. If you go to Warehouse number 1 at the appointed time, Goro will have found you a job. However, the truth is that it was Hisaka-san's younger sister, Mai, who found it for you. Here, let's check the fortune on the Dobuita bulletin board. Lucky fortune, 113-page near what you seek, buildings facing the sea, fisherman, MC 113-page by 2 p.m. Alpha Trading Office, ask Yadasan, talk to where is Alpha Trading. To bury the memo, go near Warehouse number 17 and talk to the security guard who is patrolling. If you get a comment from him, hurry to Alpha Trading. Goro said until due BM, but actually it's okay if you arrive by 3 p.m. Even if you are late, you can go from the morning of the next day. Security guard, Tokumasa Komakai P217, MC 114-page, location of the office, right pointing arrow buildings written as Alpha Trading. Scene 4 Alpha Trading Office. When you enter the office, a stern site manager named Yada is waiting. When you talk to him, you will be introduced to a black man named Mark, and he will kindly teach you how to operate a forklift. Occurrence location, New Yokosuka Harbor, Alpha Trading Office, P99 conditions, enter the Alpha Trading Office. Time 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. MC 114-page office location right pointing arrow Alpha Trading written building. This page depicts Scenario Part 3. Scene 5 is titled Mark's Lecture. Mark is teaching Ryo carefully how to operate a forklift. By the way, if Ryo doesn't listen to Mark and keeps failing until 5 p.m., the lecture will end midway, but he will still receive some payment for the part-time job. After hearing about the part-time job payment at the office, Mark tells Ryo to come back from 9 a.m. tomorrow. From the next day, the real work begins. Talk 3 is titled Mad Angels Information 1. After the first day is over, it's time to gather information about the Mad Angels. Go to the foreman at Warehouse number 1 and talk to him. and a memo will be written on the right. The information available today ends here. However, since you are not going home to Dobuita yet, go to various places and try talking to various people. Scene 6 is titled Chicken Race. Two people on bikes are racing for water. To help you on, Ryo will challenge the chicken race. In this QTE, by making even one command mistake, the outcome will be divided into 4 types of results as described below. Talk 4 is titled Change in Port Setup. Returning to Dobuita, talk to Akira Inukai of Inukai Used Items, and he will tell you information that recently there has been movement in the port's organization. This comment will be written in the memo pad, so be sure to go and listen. In addition, although it is not written in the memo, it seems interesting to go to the tattoo shop and talk to them. The advice point section is about how part-time jobs change life. First of all, in this page of the chicken race additional information, if Ryo succeeds in the QTE perfectly, the opponent will fall off the bike and into the sea, and Ryo will win narrowly. If Ryo makes 1 to 3 command mistakes, it will be a 50-50 chance of winning or losing, and if Ryo makes 4 or more mistakes, this time Yuan will fall and Ryo will end up losing. Actually, as a result of this, the event occurrence time of Yuan's forklift skill training changes. If Ryo achieves a perfect clear, Yuan will teach him from 5 p.m., but if there are 1 to 3 mistakes, it will be from 7 p.m., and if there are 4 or more mistakes, it will be from 9 p.m. If possible, aim for a perfect clear and advance the story smoothly. From the next morning, Yuan will wake up at 7:30 a.m. and will automatically move to New Yokosuka Harbor by bus. Also, if Ryo properly saves money from part-time jobs, unnecessary money in the story can be used freely. By the way, part-time jobs are available daily from around 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock to 5 p.m. Also, there are events during that time, and at least 1 to 3 boxes are carried. If the job is not finished and no events occur, Ryo will not be able to go to the bus stop until 8 p.m. Please also remember this point. Information gathering can be done from 12 o'clock to 2 p.m. and after 5 p.m. Other times are temporarily difficult. This page depicts Section 2, titled Get Mad Angels Information. Scene 1, Mark and the Mad Angels, shows that during lunchtime, Mark was being harassed. It seems the Mad Angels are involved. If Ryo helps Mark in a free battle, he will hear a story that Chen and the Mad Angels are confronting each other in the harbor. This scene occurs at New Yokosuka Port in front of the shipyard, and the condition for it to occur is that it becomes lunchtime automatically at 12 o'clock. The memo page for this scene is page 119 and it mentions Chen and the Mad Angels right-pointing arrow confrontation. And where are the Mad Angels? Talk 1, Mad Angels Information 2, explains that information on the Mad Angels can be obtained from people riding forklifts. Sugiyama, who is on page 216, is one of those people. His comment is written in the Hokuhoku Bento memo. He is waiting nearby, so it's easy to find him. This talk event occurs at New Yokosuka Port in the entire area, and the condition is to talk to Sugiyama on forklift number 35, and it occurs between 12 o'clock and 1400. The memo page for this talk is page 100, and it mentions a woman drowned in the sea and there are many enemies. Sub 1, Harbor Baptism, describes a free battle that occurs on the afternoon of the first day of work during work. If you lose this battle, you will have to start over, and all your money will be taken. It's recommended to save beforehand. This sub-event occurs at New Yokosuka Port, warehouse number 18, P97, and the condition is that it automatically occurs when entering the warehouse in a loaded state in the afternoon work of Map 1, between 1500 and 1600. Sub 2, Goro's Greeting, is about Goro, who comes to greet Ryo at the end of work. Goro is always talkative, but he won't talk about the Mad Angels. This sub-event occurs at New Yokosuka Port, in front of the Alpha Trading Office, P99, and the condition is that it automatically occurs after finishing the part-time job at 1700. Sub 3, Takayuki's technique instruction, happens on the way back from work when Takayuki suddenly picks a fight. He doesn't intend to defeat Ryo, but comes to teach him the swallow flip technique. Afterwards, you can briefly see Takayuki's true feelings. This sub-event occurs at New Yokosuka Port, in front of the shipyard, and the condition is to pass in front of the shipyard between 1700 and 2300. Sub 4, Mizuki's Technique Instruction 1, occurs in the open space in front of the harbor lounge. Mizuki, a drifter, teaches Ryo the shadow step technique. If you don't learn this technique, you won't be able to learn the next two techniques. Also, the timing of the chicken race will be delayed. This sub-event occurs at New Yokosuka Port, in front of warehouse number 18, P97, and the condition is to try to pass in front of warehouse number 18 between 1700 and 2300. This page depicts several scenarios and sub-events in the game. In the first section titled Talk To, called Mark, What Do You Know?, it describes an event that occurs due to the time difference between the events of Guizhong and Innocent. You should talk to Mark in Dobuita or at the bus stop in front of the shipyard around 2000. If you miss him, try again the next day in the evening. It seems Mark is hiding something. The MC box indicates Mark's attitude has changed and asks, what does he know? This event is on page 118 of the guide. The next section is sub 5 titled Dream of the Phoenix Mirror. It mentions a visual image of a phoenix mirror overlapping a large tree with scattering petals. It questions what this visual image is trying to imply and suggests that Ryo sees a mysterious dream 3 times. This event occurs at the Hazuki residence, in Ryo's room after sleeping on the first day of the investigation between 8:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m., and is on page 61 of the guide. The third section is Talk 3, Mad Angels Information 3. It mentions that Mizuki is not just a drifter. If you talk to him, you will learn that the Mad Angels have connections to Chinese organizations. This might lead to Lan Di through Master Chen. This event takes place at the new Yokosuka Harbor District, Harbor Lounge, and the condition is to talk to Mizuki after learning about the technique on the following day from Guizhong. The time is between 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. or 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., and it's on page 100 of the guide. The MC box indicates connections to Chinese organizations and right-pointing arrow behind China's organization. This event is on page 117. The next section is Scene 2, Revenge of the Sailors in the Warehouse. After lunch at the Harbor Lounge, sailors appear when Ryo is carrying cargo to warehouse number 3. He will be surrounded and forced into warehouse number 3, leading to a free battle consisting of 2 parts, against 4 and then 5 opponents. This event occurs at New Yokosuka Harbor District, near warehouse number 3. The condition is to proceed to warehouse number 3 vicinity, after carrying cargo in the afternoon on map 2. The time is between 3:30 p.m. and 4:30 p.m., and is on page 97 of the guide. The MC box indicates Mad Angels and right-pointing arrow gathered behind warehouse 17. This event is on page 121. The following section is sub 6, Mizuki's Skill Transmission 2. You can learn the Shadow Blade technique from Mizuki again, using the application technique of Shadow Step. This skill transmission event has no practical use, and there should be no particular problems. However, it will not occur if you have not been taught Shadow Step. This event occurs at New Yokosuka Harbor District Harbor Lounge. The condition is to pass near Warehouse 18 vicinity on the day after being taught Shadow Step. The time is between 5 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. and is on page 100 of the guide. The MC box indicates Mad Angels and right-pointing arrow gathered behind warehouse 17. This event is on page 121. Finally, there's a section titled Part-Time Job Map 2, Let's Do the Jobs in 2 Days. It explains that in Part-Time Job Map 2, there is a lot of memo information to fill in at this point. It suggests trying to list them out, and provides a sequence. Mad Angels Information 3 inches right-pointing arrow Revenge of Sailors in the Warehouse, right-pointing arrow Fortune-telling 121 inches right-pointing arrow Help Mark, right-pointing arrow Fortune-telling 124. It mentions that this can be done in 1 day, but if you try to do both Mizuki's Skill Transmission 2 and Fortune-telling 121 inches in the map, the bus waiting time becomes a bottleneck. However, in Part-Time Job Map 2, each map unit has events prepared, and unless you clear them, new events will not occur. It advises to do up to Fortune-telling 121 inches, and not to trigger Mark's event on the first day of Map 2, and to listen to Fortune-telling 124 inches, including Skill Transmission 3, on the second day to smoothly fill in the memos. It also mentions page 162 for reference. It concludes by saying that rushing to proceed is a waste of time. This page depicts Scenario Part 3 and shows several scenes and talks from the game. Sub 7, Mizuki's Teachings 3. This section describes the skill Zangetsu as a necessary teaching for practice. However, it is stated that the skill, Shadow Blade, is not taught and does not occur. Shadow Body and Shadow Blade are similar skills. Mizuki's teachings end here. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor Area Harbor Lounge, P100. The condition is to talk to Mizuki on the day after being taught the Shadow Blade, and pass near Warehouse 18. The time is from 1700 to 2330. Scene 3, Help Mark. This scene is titled Help Mark and describes a situation where Mark is surrounded by mad angels at Warehouse 17. Going there reveals Mark in a pinch. This is a 5-person free battle. Helping Mark will reveal Mark's secret. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor Area, Warehouse District 14 vicinity, P97. The condition is to proceed towards Warehouse 17 when mad angels are gathering. The time is from 1700 to 2300. There are MC bubbles indicating conversations. Page 122 says, Mark's younger brother brought important information and was taken into custody. What is that information? Page 123 says, the important information was that Mad Angel's trading partner is Kukyu Men. If you chase those guys, it will lead to Kukyu Men. Scene 4. Commemorative photo with Nozomi. This scene is titled Commemorative Photo with Nozomi. It occurs during the daytime break on Map 3. Nozomi and Harasaki come, and it's an event where you take a 2-shot photo with a Polaroid camera. You can choose either of the 2 photos and receive it, but it states there are no particular changes due to this. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor Area Shipbuilding Dock Area in front of the shipyard. The condition is, automatically occurs during the daytime break on the day after helping Mark. The time is 12 o'clock. Talk 4. Mad Angels Information 4. This section is titled Mad Angels Information 4. It mentions during the daytime break on Map 3, when trying to gather more Mad Angels information, these 2 people will give a quick comment. It doesn't take even a minute. After this, the day's work is finished, and you just wait for night to come. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor Area, Warehouse District 1 Cargo Handling Area, or Warehouse 8 Entrance, P97. The condition is, talk to the foreman and security guard. The time is from 12 o'clock to 1400. Page 125 says, at night I heard that bikers who gather are in the area, around the cafeteria. Are they those guys? Scene 5. Charlie reappears. This scene is titled Charlie Reappears. It occurs at night when you go to the open space in front of the harbor cafeteria or harbor lounge. A QTE and free battle event will occur. That Charlie will challenge you again. For the QTE sequence A56 number 1 is A. Be careful, as it's easy to make a mistake. Also, the first time a branch occurs, if you press in the direction Charlie escapes, it will be successful. After that, it's a free battle, so go all out. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor Area Harbor Lounge Front, Open Space, P100. The condition is, occurs on the night of the day after helping Mark. The time is from 1900 to 2330. Page 126 says, Land D is still in the harbor. Investigate the dealings further. This page depicts Scenario Part 3 and includes several scenes and talks. Sub 8 is titled Land D's Dream. It mentions that Land D is still in the harbor, and this dream is a faint glimmer of hope in the darkness, appearing even in dreams. The location is Hazuki Residence, Ryo's room, P61. The condition is the day after defeating Charlie, and the time is from 8:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Talk 5 is titled, Someone is Watching Me? After eating lunch, Ryo marks Takanuchi-san, a fellow part-time worker. He stands up and walks away, and when Ryo asks him about it, he gets information that recently he feels like someone is staring at him intently. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor District Shipyard. The condition is lunchtime on the 4th map, and the time is 12:45 p.m. to 2 p.m. Scene 6 is titled Sayla's General Appearance. It occurs while carrying luggage towards warehouse number 18. It is a 9 consecutive QTE battle, with about 3 misses allowed in total. By intentionally missing, you can see different ways of falling. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor District, Warehouse number 12, Warehouse number 1, P97. The condition is reaching near Warehouse number 12 while carrying luggage during the afternoon shift on the 4th map, and the time is 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Scene 7 is titled, What is the Dragon Ceremony? After work, Mark talks to Ryo about the Mad Angel's Dragon Ceremony. At this stage, free quests are almost over, and the story progresses rapidly towards the end. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor District, Alpha Trading Company Office Front, P99. The condition is after finishing the 4th map, automatic trigger, and the time is 5 p.m. Talk 6 is titled Tony and Smith's Rumors. After the Dragon Ceremony talk, Ryo talks to Mark about it, and hears that the Dragon Ceremony will be held soon. However, the exact date is unclear. Ryo also hears rumors about Tony and Smith being related, and decides to try to ask them directly, even if he has to be forceful. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor District, Shipyard. The condition is after hearing the dragon ceremony story, and the time is 5:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. Talk 7 is titled Where Are They? Ryo gets information from a site supervisor, who has been a source of information several times, that suspicious foreigners were seen at the cafeteria. However, hearing this story and searching around the port cafeteria is meaningless. This information is a decoy for the QTE event on the next day. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor District, Warehouse Number 1 Warehouse Side, P97. The condition is talking to the site supervisor, and the time is 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. This page depicts game scenarios sub 9 through scene 10, along with advice for progressing through the game. Sub-event 9 is titled Goro's Marriage Report, and shows Goro and another character. The text describes that during lunch break, Goro and Mai come over to Ryo and say something outrageous right off the bat. Ryo's line, "But it's Goro," is mentioned as a famous line. This event takes place at the New Yokosuka Harbor, in front of the Alpha Trading Office, page 99, and automatically occurs during lunch break on the 5th map at 12 p.m. The MC box on page 132 suggests that Goro and Mei-chan are getting married. Scene 8 is titled Tony and Sumisu Are Chasing After, and depicts Ryo chasing Tony and Smith. The scene involves a chase QTE after Tony and Smith flee from the harbor lounge. The guide notes that at the first fork, going left adds one more step, and at the next fork the commands will change based on the direction chosen. This scene occurs at the New Yokosuka Harbor, in front of the harbor rest area, page 100. After loading cargo into warehouse number 8, during the afternoon work on the 5th map and proceeding behind the rest area, between 3:30 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. Scene 9 is titled Letter from Guizhong, and shows Ryo talking to Chen Guizhong. The text explains that Guizhong left a letter, prompting Ryo to seek information about the Dragon Mirror from Master Chen. Master Chen, noticing Ryo's eagerness, calms him down and advises patience. This scene is set at the New Yokosuka Harbor, at the Alpha Trading Office, page 99, and Old Warehouse Number 8, page 102, and automatically occurs after finishing work on the 5th map at 5 p.m. The MC box on page 132 mentions that it is necessary to find a man named Terry. Scene 10 is titled Harazaki is Kidnapped, and shows Ryo on the phone. The description says that after Ryo goes home and sleeps, he receives a call from Chai in the middle of the night. Apparently, Terry of the Mad Angels has kidnapped Harazaki. Ryo needs to find a way to get to New Yokosuka Harbor by 3:30 a.m. The first step is to go to Dobuita. This scene takes place at the Hazuki residence entrance, page 66, and automatically occurs after going to bed at 12:30 a.m. The MC box on page 133 states that Harazaki has been kidnapped, and Ryo must go to the back of warehouse number 17 by 3:30 a.m. The advice section, titled Advice Point, warns that from the next page onwards it's a straight shot to the ending. Once you listen to information from scene 7 onwards, the story progresses almost non-stop, limiting free movement even if you save. If you want to continue doing part-time jobs, it's advised to stop listening in scene 7 and go straight home. It also mentions that during the night Harazaki is kidnapped, retries are possible if you don't reach the harbor in time, but memo pad contents are not updated with each retry. Be careful about the order of information gathering in Dobuita at night, as mistakes on the first try might require reloading to correct. Finally, at the bottom right, there is an image of a Tomato Mart employee with text saying, "I borrowed a car from a friend, bumped it, and broke it." It also mentions that at Tomato Mart, Kondo, a friend from Forklift, seems to think it's a big deal if you talk to him. This page depicts Section 3 titled The Final Battle, and then Hong Kong. The page is divided into sections, Talk 1, Scene 2, Scene 3, and Scene 4, along with an advice point at the bottom. Talk 1, What should I do to get to the harbor? This section features portraits of Nozomi, Harazaki, Mario, and Goro. The text advises that if you want to fill in memos, you should listen carefully to the order of the conversation. Mario will not give you a memo unless you talk to him twice. There are also MC boxes with dialogue options and page references. Scene 1. Fly to the harbor on a bike. This scene describes borrowing Ito's bike and reaching New Yokosuka Harbor within 2 minutes for a time attack event. Page 159. Repeated failures might lead to guards being less likely to stop you, causing less deceleration. Scene 2. Finally, the boss Terry appears. This scene mentions clearing 2 free battles to encounter Terry, the boss of the Mad Angels. However, to release Harazaki, Terry makes demands, including defeating Kurata and Kyo. Scene 3. Remorse. This scene describes Ryo feeling remorseful for having to defeat his friends for the sake of Harazaki, someone irreplaceable to him. In his grief and determination, he sees the figure of his deceased father behind his eyelids. Scene 4. Tom's treat. This scene takes place at New Yokosuka Harbor. Tom suddenly treats Ryo to a hot dog and invites him to come along later. The memo pad can be found near Alpha Trading Office. Advice point. Straight to the end. This section is titled Straight to the End. It mentions that after helping Harazaki and going to bed and waking up, the game will automatically progress to bye-bye, and then to the harbor. For about an hour, free actions are possible. If you don't get a fortune told at this time and the last memo space in your memo pad is available, you will receive the last memo. Until 12:30 a.m. you have true free time. If you want to spend your precious 30 minutes effectively, go near warehouse number 8. By the way, if you go near warehouse number 8, you will meet Mark. After that, the game proceeds automatically. Now for the translations of the text in the MC boxes. 134-page MC. In a hurry to get to the harbor, bus X won't make it in time. Bike? Maybe just in time. 135-page MC. Bike incident. Ask Guro at the bike shop. 135-page MC. Ito, Sakuragoka, you can make it in time if you borrow a bike from Ito. 136-page MC. Harazaki was unharmed. As an exchange condition, Terry promised to defeat Kurata. Tomorrow night at 10 p.m., go to warehouse number 9, 136-page MC. Exchange conditions are, Terry's henchmen. I guess I'll have to beat them up. 137-page MC. Tom and Ryo, having lunch together, made plans. This page depicts Scenario Part 3. Scene 5 is titled Part-Time Job Quit. After Ryo gets fired from his part-time job at Alpha Trading Company, he needs to hurry back to Dobuita. As he is running out of time, he needs to get back to Dobuita as soon as possible. The Fortune's Key section mentions page 138 and foreshadows parent-child estrangement. This scene takes place at Shin Yokosuka Harbor, Alpha Trading Office, P99. The condition is after Tom's errand, automatically triggered, and the time is around 10:45 a.m. The MC points to page 137 for part-time job quit, and page 138 for a word, let's say goodbye to everyone. Scene 6 is titled Tom's Technique Transmission and Farewell. Tom suddenly teaches Ryo the dragon spin kick. After this technique transmission, Tom tells Ryo that he is returning to America tomorrow. Tom's hot dog will be the last meal for Ryo. This scene takes place at Shin Yokosuka Harbor Hot Dog P101. The condition is to go to hot dog between 11:00–12:30 or automatically triggered at 12:30. The time is 11:00–12:30. The MC points to page 139 for Tom returns to America. Scene 7 is titled Waiting in Ambush for Guizhong. With the help of the Mad Angels, Ryo waits in ambush for Guizhong. Guizhong appears, and Ryo forces a fight. The fight with Guizhong is absolutely winnable, so there is no need to worry. However, be careful as the subsequent QTE will suddenly start. This scene takes place near the Alpha Trading Office P99. The condition is after Tom's technique transmission, automatically triggered. The time is 10 p.m. There is a QTE command with a left arrow. Scene 8 is titled Fierce Battle, 70-Man Battle. After fighting and acknowledging each other, Ryo and Guizhong were betrayed by Terry with treacherous means. Now the Mad Angels led by Terry surround Ryo and Guizhong. Ryo and Guizhong must combine their power and defeat them, leaving no one behind. This scene takes place at Shin Yokosuka Harbor, Warehouse Area 2 to Warehouse Area 17, P97. The condition is to clear the Guizhong Rescue QTE. The time is not specified. Scene 9 is titled Help Guizhong. Ryo chases and defeats Terry with Guizhong's help. Then, with Guizhong's cooperation, Ryo's trip to Hong Kong is decided. Finally, a scene is added where Fukusan appears in Ryo's room, as Ryo couldn't get the basement photos up until this point, and hands over the photos. This scene takes place at Shin Yokosuka Harbor, Warehouse Area 17. The condition is to clear the 70-man battle. There is a QTE command with the A button. The MC points to page 139 for Terry is defeated, Hong Kong, wait for me Landy. Scene 10 is titled Farewell My Town. Ryo packs his luggage and is about to head to Hong Kong alone. Fukusan gives Ryo a choice between Innocent and Fukusan to see him off. Ryo slowly walks through Dobuita, passing by the Dobuita board and bus stop. It is farewell to Japan. This scene takes place at Hazuki Residence Dobuita board. The condition is automatically triggered on the day after the 70-man battle. The time is 8:30 a.m. This page depicts scenario part 3 and begins with scene 11, titled Chen's Teachings. This scene shows Ryo Hazuki in front of the ship heading to Hong Kong with Master Chen and Guizhong appearing. Guizhong is with Ryo to go to Hong Kong, and Master Chen is teaching Ryo the soaring palm technique. Just when the teachings are about to end, a strange shadow appears overhead. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor District, cargo crane front. The condition for this scene to occur is after Farewell My Hometown, and it is automatically triggered. Scene 12 is titled Chai the Last Battle. This scene depicts Chai attacking Guizhong. A steel frame dropped from a crane hits Guizhong's leg, which Ryo was covering. If he does not get in between them, Chai will come attacking while standing on the ground. Ryo, enraged at Chai, who is trying to interfere with his trip to Hong Kong, confronts Chai with all his might. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor District, cargo crane front. The condition for this scene to occur is to clear Chen's teachings. Scene 13 is titled Chai's Desperation. This scene shows Ryo about to board the ship to Hong Kong. Len Di has already boarded the boat bound for Hong Kong. He must hurry and chase after him. At that moment, Chai gets up and launches a final attack. This is the truly last QTE. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor District, cargo crane front. The condition for this scene is to defeat Chai, and it triggers. The QTE command is down AAB. Scene 14 is titled Memories in My Heart, to Hong Kong. This scene shows Ryo on the ship, reminiscing about the scenery before his departure. After deciding to go to Hong Kong, Ryo met Nozomi Harasaki at Yamano's shrine. Nozomi seemed to have heard about Ryo's trip to Hong Kong from Fukusan and gave Ryo a charm. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor District, Zanwu storefront ship deck. The condition is to clear the Chai QTE. There are memo checkpoints on page 140. One memo checkpoint is for Nozomi gave me a charm. Another memo checkpoint is Be cheerful, Ryo, and everyone else too. These memo checks are automatically added to the ending and cannot actually be seen in the memo above. On page 140, another memo checkpoint is for one of the teachers living in Hong Kong, Dao Li Shu, to Risho, gave me a letter of introduction. The text at the bottom of the page is titled, Time limit is April 1st. It says that it is possible to reach the ending in a state where you have filled in as many memos as possible. That ending is visited on April 15th. However, to clear the minimum necessary memos, it would be 15 days earlier. In other words, April 1st. On April 1st, Shenhua will give you advice in a dream. It is very difficult to advance the days to April, but for those who are interested, please try to see it. By the way, Shenhua talks in the game, but talking here is only in this place. Under the 4/1 section, it says, In a dream on April 1st, Shenhua warns cherry blossoms in disarray, and warns you. The image shows cherry blossoms scattered and Ryo looking sad, and text saying, The cherry blossoms are completely scattered. When these cherry blossoms scatter, the path to Hong Kong will be closed. Under the 4/15 section, it says, On April 15th, Lan Di reappears at the Hazuki residence and takes the Phoenix Mirror and pursues Ryo. The image shows a fight scene and text saying, a fairly shocking timeout ending. What is Ryo going to do? This page shows an image with the word map prominently displayed, suggesting a guide or reference page. Below this title is a picture of a textured ground, perhaps pavement, with yellow markings. The text at the top of the page sets the scene, stating Yokosuka, with this town, filled with the unique hustle and bustle and vibrancy of a port town as the stage, the story moves forward. On the right margin, the word map is written vertically, and the page number 59 is at the bottom. This page depicts a map of the Hazuki residence. The Hazuki residence is described as a house that has been entrusted to them by an abandoned temple in the mountains. It has been over 100 years since it was built with hard cypress and cedar wood. The durability is so high that roof repairs and tile replacement are almost unnecessary. Boasting the construction technology of the good old days, the rooms inside were originally all separated by shoji screens and fusuma sliding doors, but some of the rooms have been remodeled with doors in the present day. The map shows various rooms numbered and labeled 1. Ryo's room P61 2, Zong's room P61 3, Fukuzan's room P62 4, Fukuzan's room P63 5, Buddhist altar room P63 6, kitchen P64 7, living room P65 8, guest room P65 9, toilet P66 10, entrance hall P66 11, garden P66. There are also labels for electric switch and frame plaque pointing to specific areas on the map. Arrows indicate directions to the mountain waterfall P69 and the training hall P67. In the bottom left corner, there is a section titled Hazuki Family's Monologue featuring a picture of In Hayata. The text in her speech bubble reads, "I'm in. I'm afraid that someone like me introducing this house is presumptuous, but if there is anything I can help you with, even if it's just a little, please feel free to ask." The map title is Map, Hazuki's Home. This page depicts two rooms in the Hazuki residence, Ryo's room and Awao's room. Ryo's room is described as the starting point of each day. It is mentioned that martial arts magazines are in the bookshelf, and a trophy from a martial arts tournament is displayed inside. The room includes numbered points of interest: 1 light switch, 2 wardrobe tansu, 3 closet oshir, 4 desk sukue, 5 shelf, tana, 6 hallway, doro, and 7 bed bedo. For each point of interest there is a description and sometimes an image. The desk section lists items that can be obtained from it. Shenmue P241 on the desk, mini cassette player P240 from the top drawer, friend's photo P239 from the middle drawer, and Shenhua P241 from the bottom drawer. There is also a comment from In Hayata stating that Ryo's room is always kept clean and tidy, so there's no need to worry about cleaning it. Awao's room is described as the room of the deceased master. Before his death, Awao used to seclude himself in this room for reading and calligraphy. The hanging scroll in the room was given to him by his calligraphy teacher Teijin Roju. This room also has numbered points of interest: 1 light switch, original, 2 light switch, and 3 closet oshir. The page also includes related scenarios for both rooms. For Ryo's room, the scenarios are Phoenix Mirror, Dragon Mirror, right pointing arrow P42, No Money, right pointing arrow P43, Shenfa's Dream 1, right pointing arrow P45, Feeling Frustrated, and Shenfa's Dream 2, right pointing arrow P48, Phoenix Mirror's Dream, right pointing arrow P52, and Emperor's Dream, right pointing arrow P54. For Awao's room, the scenarios are Awao's Letter, right pointing arrow P21, and Mysterious Wooden Box, right pointing arrow P40. The starting point for the day's actions. The bookshelf mainly contains martial arts magazines, and inside the closet is the trophy from the martial arts tournament he entered with his father. 1. The light is always on, so there is no need to specifically lock onto it. 2. There are 6 drawers. All of them can be opened, but the contents inside cannot be taken out. 3. Both the left and right doors can be opened, but you can only look inside. 4. The lampstand can be turned on/off. You can obtain the following items from the drawers. On the desk, right pointing arrow Shenmue P241. Top drawer, right pointing arrow mini cassette player P240. Middle drawer, right pointing arrow friend's photo P239. Bottom drawer, right pointing arrow Shenhua P241. 5. You can lock onto the alarm clock on the shelf, which rings every morning. 6. The training wear is hanging down from the wall beside the bed. You can grab the Kang Yu style training wear with the A button. 7. Record, settings, sleep, and training can be performed from here. Sleep and training are possible after 8 p.m. It looks like you keep it clean yourself. I don't want it to get dusty, so I try not to enter Ryozan's room. Usually it seems to be properly tidied up, so there is no need to clean it, thankfully. Phoenix Mirror, Dragon Mirror, right pointing arrow P42, No Money, right pointing arrow P43. Shenfa's Dream 1, right pointing arrow P45. Feeling Frustrated, and Shenfa's Dream 2, right pointing arrow P48. Phoenix Mirror's Dream, right pointing arrow P52. Emperor's Dream, right pointing arrow P54. The room of the deceased master. Before his death, Awao secluded himself in this room, diligently practicing reading and calligraphy. The hanging scroll of was a gift from his calligraphy teacher, Teijin Roju. 1, 2. The brightness is in 2 stages. If the original light switch 1 is off, no matter how many times you pull the string of light switch 2, it will not turn on. 3. There is a mountain of books inside the closet. The upper door can be opened by locking on and pressing the A button. Awao's Letter, right pointing arrow P21. Mysterious Wooden Box, right pointing arrow P40. This page depicts Hazuki Ine's room. Hazuki Ine's room. This simple, uncluttered room reflects Ine's personality. The mirror stand and chest of drawers are items she brought from her parents' home and have been in use for over 15 years. 1 light switch, main, 2 light switch, 3 box. This box is located to the right of the mirror stand. The lid can be opened. Inside are Inezen's clothes. 4 mirror stand. There are 2 drawers and family photos can be obtained from the right drawer. Acquired item drawer, right greater than Gaketsuki family photo P239. 5 chest of drawers. This chest of drawers is the same type as the one in the Hazuki residence. All 6 drawers and 1 door can be opened. Acquired item drawer, mystery key, P238. 4 desk. The point where you can lock on is the stationery on the desk and the letter from you on. There are 3 drawers. If you look at the letter, an event will occur, see P21. From the document in the drawer, you will obtain a key that is greatly related to the progress of the story. 5 painting. You can remove the painting of cranes from the wall, but there is nothing behind it. 6 frame. If you remove the framed writing that says unhurried and unflustered, there is nothing behind it. 7 pot. You can turn the pot around by holding it. There is nothing inside. 8 hanging scroll similar to the painting and frame. You can also remove the nature is myself hanging scroll. Hazuki Ine's words, nothing has changed since that day. As a result of talking with Yuon-san, we decided to leave the room as it is. Master Awao liked to put away books, so I don't dare to touch them. Hazuki Ine and photo with Danasama are my treasures. There aren't many things I want in my room, so I don't really ask for much. However, the photos I took with Danasama and Ryo-san are still very important to me. This page depicts 2 sections detailing rooms within the Hazuki residence, specifically Fukuzan's room, and the Batsuma. Section 4 describes Fukuzan's room, which belongs to Fukuhara, who is a live-in disciple. It is mentioned that while Fukuhara tries to read martial arts books and practice calligraphy due to Awao's influence, his bookshelf is mostly filled with magazines and manga. The room contains an electrical switch, a desk with a piggy bank and a desk lamp that can be turned on and off. The desk drawers can be locked on, and valuable skill books can be obtained from the desk itself, unless Fukuhara is sitting there, in which case nothing can be locked on. There is also a plaque with Maikyo Shisui written on it, which can be removed, but there is nothing behind it. It's noted that Fukuhara is a diligent student, with a memo containing difficult kanji, likely skill commands on his desk. Related scenarios include consulting with Fukusan and Inasen, and borrowing Fukuzan's savings. An obtainable item is the skill book of shadow hunting from the desk. Section 5 describes the Batsuma, the family altar room, where ancestral tablets of Ryo's parents are placed and items that seem to belong to Awao are displayed. It is mentioned that Awao, Ryo, In, and Fukuhara used to talk in this room. Points of interest include the main electrical switch, a vase and 2 hanging scrolls that can be locked onto at both the vertical and character picture sections and removed from the wall with the A button. The Buddhist altar has lock-on points at the father's ancestral tablet and nearby flowers, allowing prayer by locking on the tablet and pressing the A button. A long shelf houses the Buddhist altar featuring 4 drawers and 1 door. Candles can be obtained from the central drawer, and matches are located to the right of the Buddhist altar. Innocent is shown saying to use the candles and matches carefully, and reminds Ryo not to forget to make offerings for his late husband, as candles and matches are available. Obtainable items include candles from the central drawer, and matches from on top of the shelf. This page depicts a map of Hazuki's home, specifically focusing on the kitchen area. Labeled as 6, the kitchen is described as a place where the family no longer eats together, but it is the most lock-on point-rich area in the Akatsuki household. Flashback scenes can occur and items can be obtained here. Let's look at the numbered locations within the kitchen. 1 electric switch. 2 refrigerator. It is mentioned that at the Yamanoe Shrine in Fukutoku, there is a scene where you first meet the cat. If you have seen this scene, refer to P22. You can get milk. Acquired item, milk P240. 3 cupboard. It is described as having 2 drawers and doors below them, left and right, that can be opened. 4 kitchen area. The lock-on points here are the doors above the sink, right, the kettle and the pipe rack above the doors below. All 7 doors below the stove can be opened. You can hold the kettle, pot, and frying pan. Also, if you have seen the scene where you first meet the cat, refer to P22. Dried sardines will appear in the back of the kettle, and you can acquire them by pressing the lock-on plus A button. Acquired item. Dried sardines, P240. There is a speech bubble within Hayata saying, "Please take the dried sardines when I'm not in the kitchen." You can come when I'm not in the kitchen, refer to P169. You can't take them while I'm standing at the sink, lock on not possible. 5. Picture painting. 6. Storage. It is described as storage space above the alcove. You can open the left and right doors with the lock-on plus a button, but there is nothing inside. Related scenario, what the sword guard means, right-pointing arrow P40. Flowers given by Harasaki, right-pointing arrow P45. 7. Box. It is described as a box found near the wall when you open the door opposite the entrance and go under the eaves. Inside there is a technique book. Acquired item. Twin blade technique P239. 8. Clock. 9. Table. You can lock on to the meal on the table. It seems like you see it for the first time during a flashback event. Refer to P21. Related scenario. Dinner with people, right-pointing arrow P21. This page depicts 2 sections from a guide for Hazuki's home in Shenmue. The first section, number 7, is the living room, or ima. It describes it as a common gathering place with a kotatsu, noting that the Hazuki family often watches TV and still uses an old model instead of buying a new one. The room layout is shown with numbered points of interest. These include 1. Electric switch, main. A close-up of the light switch. 2. Electric switch. Another light switch, shown in a zoomed-out view of the room. 3. Clock. A square analog clock on the wall. 4. Kotatsu. A traditional Japanese heated table with a kettle and oranges on top. 5. Food cabinet. A cabinet with sliding doors and drawers, described as containing a battery. 6. TV stand. A TV stand with a Sega Saturn console inside, indicating gameplay is possible. The second section, number 8, is the guest room, or kayaku-ma. It's described as a small, neat room likely used for important guests. It notes that unlike other rooms, it has items like hanging scrolls and a sofa. The room layout is also numbered. These include 1. Electric switch. A light switch in the guest room. 2. Hanging scroll. A traditional Japanese hanging scroll displayed on the wall. 3. Clock. A square analog clock in the guest room. 4. Closet. A closet with sliding doors, described as requiring button presses to open. There are also 2 dialogue boxes featuring a woman who appears to be in Hayata. In the living room section, she says, "There are batteries here," and explains about using the flashlight and how batteries can be bought but are also in the food cabinet drawer, reminding the player not to forget about them. In the guest room section, she says, "We hardly use this room anymore," and explains that since Master Hazuki passed away, this room is rarely used, and suggests it might be good to rent it out to someone. 7. Living room. It is a gathering place where the kotatsu is set up. In the Hazuki residence, people who frequently watch TV did not buy a new type, and are still using the old type. 1. Electric switch, main. 2. Electric switch. 3. Clock. 4. Kotatsu. You can examine the kettle and oranges on the kotatsu table. 5. Food cabinet. Pull out 2 drawers, and the doors on the lower right and left can be opened and closed. A single battery is in the left drawer. 6. TV stand. If you open the door of the TV stand and examine it, you will find a Sega Saturn on top of the TV. After that, if you set the Saturn to lock on and set the dedicated software, refer to P247, you will be able to play the game. Acquired item. Drawer left right pointing arrow single battery P240. 8. Guest room. A small neat room that seems to have been used to entertain important guests. Unlike other rooms, items such as hanging scrolls and sofas are prepared. 1. Electric switch. 2. Hanging scroll. 3. Clock. 4. Closet. The large door can be opened with the A button, and the small door above it can be opened with the lock-on plus A buttons. In Hayata dialogue in living room, there are batteries here. When using the handy flashlight, batteries are essential. It would be good if you could buy batteries at the general store, but there are batteries in the drawer of the food cabinet, so please don't forget to pick them up. In Hayata dialogue in guest room, we hardly use this room anymore. Since Master Hazuki passed away, we hardly use this room anymore. It might be a good idea to rent it out to someone. This page depicts locations within the Hazuki residence. Section 9 is the toilet. It is an old-fashioned Japanese-style toilet. The light turns on with the switch on the left side of the door. The point to lock is the washroom plate attached to the door. In Hayata says, "I don't really want you to see it, do I? It's too plain, so I'm thinking of putting flowers and vases there, or maybe buying a small shelf soon." Section 10 is the entrance. The entrance is solidly built with stone pillars. The threshold is swept daily, so there is no mess of shoes scattered around. You can move smoothly to the living room or the hallway by area jump. 1 is the light switch, 2 is the calendar, 3 is the frame, 4 is the shoe cabinet. You can open the left and right doors. Inside, long boots and shoes are stored. 5 is the telephone. Press the A button and pick up the receiver to dial. 6 is the shelf. Open the right door and press the A button to grab the phone book. On the other hand, there is a spare light bulb for the hallway inside the left door, which is available for acquisition. Acquired item, hallway light bulb P238 from the left door of the shelf. In Hayata says, please use pocket money carefully. I put pocket money on top of the shoe cabinet every day. I think you'll need various amounts of money, but please don't use it carelessly. Related scenarios. Feeling sick and going to bed, right pointing arrow P21, report to Fukusan, right pointing arrow P32. Who is the person on the phone? Right pointing arrow P32. Finally, the location is known, right pointing arrow P33, Harazaki's confession, right pointing arrow P36, visiting Ito and Sakurada, right pointing arrow P36. Thanks to Fukusan, right pointing arrow P45, phone call from Jimmy, right pointing arrow P45, Goro's phone call, right pointing arrow P49, Harazaki kidnapped, right pointing arrow P55, section 11 is the garden. The garden is called Japanese garden, with a pond where carp swim, a water feature that makes pleasant sounds, and stone lanterns. A cherry tree over 200 years old stands there. Related scenario. Under the cherry tree, right pointing arrow P21 in Hayata says, please look at the cherry blossoms in bloom. Mr. Hazuki and I used to use the cherry tree as a place for practice. The cherry tree looks lonely in winter, but when spring, March comes, it blooms beautifully. This page depicts maps and descriptions for the dojo and Hazuki residence basement areas in the game. The dojo, built by renovating the main hall after obtaining permission from the chief priest, is used for kanko-keiko, a practice to sense the opponent's presence even in the dark, hence there is no electricity. Fukuhara-san says that in the dojo, you can practice kumite with him, but only after Ryo has walked around various places to some extent. Refer to P109. Here are the points of interest in the dojo. 1 candle stand. These are located in each of the 4 corners, and their candle flames illuminate the surroundings. 2 plaque. If you lock on to the Hachijun Hachio plaque, Ryo will say, I can't reach it. Then, by using stand number 3, you can remove the plaque to discover a mysterious scroll, P239 behind it. 3 stand. This stand is necessary to remove the Hachijun Hachio plaque. You can automatically carry it by pressing lock-on plus a button. However, you must first hear Ryo say, I can't reach it, at point number 2. 4 hanging scroll picture. There are 3 lock-on points, the vertical line part, the center, and the bottom of the picture. Removing the hanging scroll reveals a mysterious hole in the wall. Refer to P40. 5 hanging scroll, text. The lock-on points are the same 3 locations as number 4. Removing this hanging scroll reveals a narrow hole in the wall, which is the entrance to the basement. Refer to P40. 6 wooden box. This is a long, narrow box with a keyhole. It can be opened using the key obtained in the storeroom. P00 reference. The related scenarios for the dojo are: ask Fukuhara-san in the dojo, right pointing arrow P21, Hachijun Hachio, right pointing arrow P21, unopenable wooden box, right pointing arrow P22, basic techniques to learn in the Hazuki dojo, right pointing arrow P23, are you ready, right pointing arrow P29, to the hanging scroll in the Buddha room, right pointing arrow P32, mysterious wooden box, right pointing arrow P40, is there a mechanism somewhere, right pointing arrow P40, hidden door of the dojo, right pointing arrow P40, and meditation, right pointing arrow P56. Moving to the Hazuki residence basement, it is described as originally being the treasure hall of a temple, used to store books and sutras. Currently, it seals old books and antiques collected by a WoW during his warrior training. The points of interest in the Hazuki residence basement are: 1 socket. If you possess a light bulb, refer to P240. You can set it here after locking on to use it. 2 electric switch. If a light bulb is set in the socket, turning the switch on will turn on the electricity. 3 shelf. You can lock on to the hawk statue, pot, and small candlestick placed on the upper shelf. The pot can be picked up and rotated. You can place a candle in the candlestick and light it with matches, provided you have both candle and matches. This page depicts a map of Hazuki's home and describes various items and points of interest within it. Starting with section 3, we see in Hayata, who says, I don't know about the basement, but still, the sword that Master entrusted to me, I don't think it's something that Master Dao will guide. The related scenarios listed are: Mystery of the basement right pointing arrow P41. Proof of photo right pointing arrow P41. Suspicious bed right pointing arrow P41. Help from Fukusan right pointing arrow P41. Finally, Phoenix Mirror Discovery right pointing arrow P41. Section 4 is titled Box. It describes a long thin wooden box inside of which is a hanging scroll that says Raikyo Joyo, and a thin wooden box. Section 5 is titled Shelf. It mentions that the lock-on points are a total of 7 places. Matches obtainable. A pot can be rotated. A candle with a candle holder. Matches are required to light it. A skill book obtainable, and weapons and medicine bottles can be rotated. The acquired items are right side right pointing arrow matches P240, and center right pointing arrow skill book of combined moves P239. Section 6 is titled Picture. It describes a small picture pasted on the wall which is a Japanese picture that seems to be of a flamboyant pattern that is not normally seen. Section 7 is titled Box. It describes a lacquered box, inside of which is a young Ryo and a mysterious person's photograph. The acquired item is Father's Photo, P239. Section 8 is titled Candle Stand. It describes a long candle attached to the candle stand. If you have matches, you can light it. Section 9 is titled Chest of Drawers. It describes a chest of drawers with 5 drawers and doors that can be opened. The second drawer from the top, right side, has a written charm. The bottom drawer has a book inside, and each can be taken. Section 10 is titled On Top of Box. It describes a box on top of which are placed a book of almanacs and constellations. The almanac can be locked on and taken. Also, if you have the book, you can open the page, and then a white leaf will fall onto the floor obtainable. The acquired item is Inside Book Right Pointing Arrow White Leaf P238. Section 11 is titled Mirror Stand. It describes a mirror and chest of drawers with 3 drawers which can be locked on. If you look in the mirror, you will find the charm attached to pillar number 12. Also, in the top drawer is a key, and in the bottom drawer is a candle. The former can be taken first and the latter can be obtained later. The acquired item is Bottom Drawer Top Drawer Right Pointing Arrow Candle, P240. Section 12 is titled Shelf. It states that the lock-on points are 4 places: a small bottle on the upper shelf, a box, the lower shelf's box, and the charm on the side visible from the mirror in number 11. The small bottle and charm can be taken. The box can be opened by holding it, and you can take out the cup that is inside. Section 13 is titled Floor, Stepped. It describes the right side of the shelf number 12 as a lock-on point. If you lock onto it and pull the shelf, you will discover a stepped floor. If you press the A button, the shelf will move, and you will be able to pull out the stepped floor. Section 14 is titled Axe. It describes an axe standing next to the entrance. After pulling out the stepped floor above, lock on and press the A button to hold the axe. Section 15 is titled Corner of Wall. It describes a corner of the wall with a slightly different color. Hold the axe and press the A button in front of your eyes to break the wall and discover the Phoenix Mirror in the back. The acquired item is Back of Wall Right Pointing Arrow Phoenix Mirror, P238. This page depicts a map of Yamano's, a quiet residential area facing a small hill. The title reads, Yamano's, a quiet residential area facing a small hill. The map shows numbered locations which are detailed in the legend to the right. These locations include 1. Yoshioka Residence, 2. Sakurada Residence, 3. Yamano's Villa, 4. Aoyama Residence, 5. Nakamura Residence, 6. Izumaya Residence, and 7. Yamano's Inari Shrine. Page numbers are provided for each location, indicating further information can be found on those pages. At the top of the page, text describes the history of Yamano's, stating that in the past it was a small mountain with only a temple at the summit, which was the predecessor to the Hazuki residence, and an Inari shrine on the hillside. However, after the war, residential development progressed rapidly, transforming it into the residential area seen today. Despite this development, deep forests can still be found just off the main paths. The text also mentions that foxes and raccoon dogs used to inhabit the area, but they are no longer seen. In a speech bubble at the bottom left, we see Megumi talking about her Yamano's observation. She says that since she started taking care of the cats, she has come to understand a lot about the people in the area. She mentions that there are things her big brother doesn't know, and she will teach them. This page depicts a section of the Yamano's area map and introduces 4 locations with resident information. The first location is Yoshioka House. It's described as a detached wooden house built on a slope, with laundry hanging in the garden. The residents are usually at home. It is noted that this location does not appear in the game. Megumi Yoshioka, a young girl, is mentioned as a resident. She thinks to herself, "Wonder if there's a child about the same age as Megumi living in this house. Megumi, I've never seen anyone from this house. There's a small bicycle, so I thought there might be a child about the same age." The second location is Sakurada House. This is the home of Ichiro Sakurada, who is in the same grade as Ryo. It is described as Sakurada's own house, which has been partially renovated and extended repeatedly. Recently, the pain in the house has been getting worse. Both parents work, so the house is often empty. Ichiro Sakurada says, "I used to play with him a lot. Sakurada's older brother used to play with me a lot, but these days we don't see each other much. I want to play again." The third location is Yamano's apartments. This is located in the Yamano's area, which has many wooden houses. It's a relatively new apartment building. The lights in the rooms are on at night, but residents don't answer when called. The room allocation is shown as Room 202 is occupied by Morino, Room 201 by Tamai, Room 102 by Sato, and Room 101 by Kitazawa. Akiko Tamai comments, "High school older sisters live here." Tomei's older sister and Morino's older sister are high school students. They are in their rooms in the evening, but it's better not to call out late at night. It is noted that Room 101, occupied by Kitazawa, does not appear in the game. The fourth location is Aoyama House. This detached house is situated along the street and is home to Kenji Aoyama and his foster mother. The land is small, and there is a small garden with no boundaries separating it from the street. Kenji Aoyama is described as someone to play with Kenji. A comment is given, "Kenji is always cheerful, but his father and mother are not home. They are often in front of Abe's store, so call out to him." This page depicts locations and characters from Yamano's in Shenmue. Starting with 5 Nakamura residents. This is the home of Noriko Nakamura, Ryo's childhood friend. It's described as one of the larger houses in Yamano's, noticeable for its spacious second-floor laundry drying area and prominent lush green trees. The resident is Nakamura Noriko, as indicated. Further details about her can be found on page 177. A speech bubble from a young girl says, "My older sister really likes children, you know. Noriko-nichan is really kind. She wants to be a nursery school teacher when she grows up. Brother, did you know?" Next is 6 Azumaya residents. This house is unique in Yamano's as it's surrounded by a concrete wall. The double doors suggest the homeowner is quite cautious. Interestingly, Mr. Azumaya himself does not appear in the game. A girl, Megumi, says in a speech bubble, "Megumi doesn't know." She continues, "Even though the front door is always open, I've never seen anyone from the house, but sometimes I've seen a shadow of a person reflected in the second-floor window when I look from the shrine." Finally, we have 7 Yamano's Inari Shrine. This shrine is dedicated to a white fox that is said to have lived in Yamano's long ago. It's affectionately called Yamano's no Oinarisan by the locals. The page highlights 3 points of interest within the shrine marked as lock-on points in the game. 1 lantern, 2 offering box, and 3 sacred body. Section 4 Cat describes an action event. It tells of a cat that was injured by a black car. You have the option to give it food and even name it. By approaching the cat and pressing the A button, you can perform actions like pet, look at, and call. A speech bubble from a girl encourages, "Please call its name." She adds, "I'm glad the kitty is doing better. Brother, please take care of it when you have time. I'm sure Kitty will be happy." To the right, under related events, a list of events related to the cat are provided with page references. Encounter with kitten, right-pointing arrow P22. Choosing a name for the cat, right-pointing arrow P22. Deciding on the cat's name, right-pointing arrow P28. Kitten shows its belly, right-pointing arrow P31. Kitten's leg is healed, right-pointing arrow P36. Ryo's monologue, right-pointing arrow P39. Kitten disappeared, right-pointing arrow P43. Kitten jumps, right-pointing arrow P48. Kitten is taken in, right-pointing arrow P49. This page depicts a map of Sakuragaoka, a town known for its cherry blossoms from long ago, as described in the text at the top, which mentions that in the past cherry trees stood everywhere, and the scenery from the high ground was like the entire mountain was covered in cherry blossoms. Hence the name Sakuragaoka, which even now still retains cherry trees in places, delighting people's eyes along with the arrival of spring. The map highlights various locations with numbers and symbols, including public phones, maps, notice boards, vending machines, and gacha machines. 3 women are pictured in a speech bubble discussing Sakuragoka. The text box is titled Sakuragoka Residence's Wellside Meeting. Inside, one of the women, presumably Sumitani, says, "Yuchin, if it's about Sakuragoka, ask me, Sumitani, and Mishima-san, Kondo-san. I'll secretly tell you about each family's circumstances." The map key lists the following locations. 1A and 1B are Heights Sakura. Number 2 is the construction site. Number 3 is Sugisawa Residence. Number 4 is Hashinaga Residence. Number 5 is Sumitani Residence. Number 6 is Takashima Residence. Number 7 is Wari Residence. Number 8 is Takahashi Residence. Number 9 is Mishima Residence. Number 10 is Yamagishi Residence. Number 11 is Ito Residence. Number 12 is Tabazaki Residence. Number 13 is Akasaka Residence. Number 14 is Mitsui Residence. Number 15 is Yamamoto Residence. Number 16 is Nomura Residence. Number 17 is Iwate Residence. Number 18 is Sakuragoka Park. Number 19 is Hirano Residence. Number 20 is Kondo Residence. Number 21 is Abe's Store. Number 22 is Wari Residence again. And number 23 is Nishida Residence. The map also points to Dobuita B, P72, and Mountain Path, P69, indicating connections to other areas detailed on those pages. The main title of the page is Sakuragoka, a lively town full of people's interaction. This page depicts a map guide from the game, focusing on several locations and residents in Sakuragoka. The first section is titled 1A-1B Heights Sakura. It describes a 2-building apartment complex. The text mentions it's an apartment with 2 buildings, with grated walls and narrow stairs in the walkways, indicating its age. But there is a lot of greenery in the grounds and the windows are large, so the environment is probably sufficient. Room allocation shows diagrams for buildings 1A and 1B. For 1A, room 101 is Kimura, 102 is Inoue, 201 is Itoi, and 202 is Motoyama. For 1B, room 101 is Utagawa, 102 is Aizawa, 201 is Iwasaki, and 202 is Kayama. The residence section for 1A lists Takayoshi Itoi in room 201, with a reference to page 199. A note mentions that Mr. Kimura in room 101, Mr. Inoue in room 102, and Mr. Motoyama in room 202 do not appear in the game. The residence section for 1B lists Kimi Utagawa in room 101, with a reference to page 187, and Kenta Iwasaki in room 201, with a reference to page 184. A note mentions that Ms. Aizawa in room 102 and Ms. Kayama in room 202 do not appear in the game. There is a speech bubble from a woman saying, "There's not much interaction, is there? I wonder if it's because there are many rooms for those staying behind after graduating. I get the feeling the circulation of notices is poor, and they often stop here." The second section is titled 2 Construction Site. The description says it is a construction site where the Uesaka family, who live outside Yokosuka City, bought land and are building a detached house. The work is considerably delayed. The related scenario is Charlie's request right pointing arrow P30. There are 2 speech bubbles from a woman. The first says, "When will it be finished?" The second says, "I wish they would hurry up and finish it properly. It's so noisy I can't stand it." The third section is titled 3 Sugisawa House. The text describes the Sugisawa house as being troubled by the noise from the adjacent construction site. It mentions Mr. Sugisawa's house, saying that when night falls, the lights in the rooms are dim, and no matter how many times you call out there is no response, they do not appear in the game. There is a speech bubble from a man saying, "Maybe they've gone on a trip." Another speech bubble from the same man says, "Come to think of it, lately, I haven't seen them hanging out laundry or anything like that, have I?" The fourth section is titled 4 Tachibana House. The text describes the Tachibana House as being located on the highest ground in Sakuragoka. The fence is high, and the inside of the first floor is not visible from the outside. Like the Sugisawa house, after 7 p.m., the lights are dim, and there is no sound of people. There is a speech bubble from a man saying, "They seem to be quite reclusive." Another speech bubble from the same man says, "I haven't really met the neighbors across the street. I'm sorry." This page depicts a neighborhood guide featuring different houses and their residents in Sakuragoka. starting with house number 5, the Sumatani house, where the resident is Sumatani Nitsuki. It mentions that they bought a newly built house with a 30-year loan when their eldest son was born, and there are still nearly 20 years left on the loan. In a speech bubble, Sumatani Nitsuki says, "My husband is away on assignment, so I'm quite relaxed." She also adds, "My husband is an elite bureaucrat in the Ministry of Construction. Ha, haven't you heard?" Moving to house number 6, the Takashima house. The resident is Takashima Takeshi. The description says this is the home of Mr. Takashima, a drunkard who wanders around Dobuita Street. Although the house is smaller than the surrounding ones, it has a splendid garden. In a speech bubble, someone mentions, "I heard he used to aim to be an actor." Another speech bubble quotes Takashima himself saying, "I said it myself. I'm now playing the role of a drunkard." Next is house number 7, the Kamei house, with resident Kamei Kimi. This is described as the home of Ms. Kamei, a former tailor living in retirement. She bought a house larger than her son and daughter-in-law's, and lives there alone. A speech bubble suggests, "It seems she doesn't want to be a burden to her son." Another bubble adds, "Anyway, I heard she wanted to buy a house bigger than her son's." House number 8 is the Takahashi house, resident Takahashi Yoshikazu. This is the home of Mr. Takahashi, who is currently unemployed. It's a 2-story house with many rooms, and it seems he's struggling with loan repayments. A speech bubble mentions, "I heard his company went bankrupt." Another says, "Come to think of it, I've been seeing Mr. Takahashi in Dobuita Street quite often lately, even during the day." Finally, house number 9 is the Mishima house, resident Mishima Fuseo. The Mishima residence is reputed to be the wealthiest in Sakuragaoka. It's described as a very ordinary single-story house, but it's believed they have spent a lot of money on the interior. In a speech bubble, Mishima Fuseo asks, "Megumi, are you taking good care of the cats?" Another bubble says, "I feel bad for Megumi. We can afford to keep at least one cat." The page also includes titles such as Map, Sakuragaoka, and Related Scenario. Story of Mr. Sumatani right pointing arrow P22. Each house section is also titled with the house name and number, for example, 5 Sumatani House, 6 Takashima House, and so on. Each resident section is titled Resident. This page depicts a section of the Sakuragaoka area map, showcasing several houses and their residents. Starting with number 10, the Yamagishi House. The resident is Naruo Yamagishi, as indicated on page 178. A related scenario, Yamagishi's story, can be found on page 23. A comment from a neighbor says, "Isn't it too big for one person to live in?" It is mentioned that, "I heard that Yamagishi's room wasn't there before. It's compensation for building the garden." Moving to number 11, the Ito House. The resident is Naoyuki Ito, detailed on page 181. A related scenario is titled Speeding on a Bike to the Harbor, and is located on page 56. A neighbor comments, "Because he's a child, it can't be helped," but, she continues, "It seems his daughter is drawing graffiti on the road, and it became a problem in the neighborhood for a while." Next is number 12, the Tajimi House. The resident is Eri Tajimi. Further information available on page 182. A neighbor's comment is, "I really wish they would lower taxes." She also adds, "I heard that Hideki-kun from the Tajimi family's dream is to become prime minister." Number 13 is the Akasaka House. The resident is Kazuo Akasaka, referenced on page 187. A neighbor remarks, "As expected, his sense of style and clothes is good." She wonders, "If we become friends, maybe he could give us jeans at a discount." Finally, number 14 is the Mi House. The resident is Kota Mi, found on page 184. A neighbor comments, "Being too energetic is also a problem." She explains, "Before, there was a house where Kotaken broke a window with a kicked ball." This page depicts a guide to locations in Sakuragaoka. Starting with number 15, Yamamoto Residence in Sakuragaoka is described as full of stylish Western-style houses, but the Yamamoto residence is quite old, and they may be considering remodeling it. The resident is Yamamoto Tatsuya. A quote from a woman says, "Elite course, they are aiming for it, aren't they? This couple is very enthusiastic about education. Their son is doing very well." Number 16 is Nomura Residence, which stands in front of Sakuragaoka Park. Mr. Nomura's sales taxi is parked in the back of the road. The resident is Nomura Ken. A quote from a woman says, "Mr. and Mrs. Nomura, It seems like they are not doing well. Recently, Mr. Nomura hasn't been working and is just loitering around Dobuita. Number 17 is Iwata Residence, which is adjacent to a deep forest. The building is very old and it's hard to say that the sunlight is good. The resident is Iwata Mitsuru. A quote from a woman says, "His work is not going well, is it? Mr. Iwata. He drinks even on holidays and walks around, poor Mr. Iwata." Number 18 is Sakuragaoka Park. Related scenarios include Ino and Harasaki, Yamagishizen's talk, travel if you are going to travel, and Harasaki's lure. Sakuragaoka Park was once a place of relaxation for mountain climbers, but now it is famous as the best cherry blossom viewing spot in Sakuragaoka. A quote from a woman says, "Even with a girlfriend, bring them here. Because it's a famous cherry blossom spot, people from outside Sakuragaoka often gather." Number 19 is Hirano Residence, whose location is a few minutes' walk to Dobuita. His parents divorced, and he is now in a father and daughter family situation. The resident is Hirano Shu. A quote from a woman says, "His daughter is going to get married soon. Whatever happens, it feels like that. Mr. Hirano is seriously looking for a remarriage partner. It's tough because of his age." Finally, number 20 is Kondo Residence, a dilapidated condo house made of bricks, which looks tall at first glance, but is actually the only rented house in Sakuragaoka. The resident is Kondo Fusako. A quote from a woman says, "Recently, I don't have a chance to talk with Innocent. When Ryachin was still small, Hazuki-san often came." This page depicts 3 locations in Sakuragaoka. First is 21 Abe Store. The Abe Store is described as the oldest building in Sakuragaoka, and the only shop where children gather for gacha and raffles. The opening hours are from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. The owner is Abe Tsutomu, as seen on page 180. A transparent case near the entrance on the left has eye-catching goods and can be locked. The raffle box is a triangular box placed on the counter and can also be locked. Toys are displayed on the right-hand shelves, including plastic models on the upper shelves, and paper airplanes and water rockets on the lower shelves, all of which can be locked. To the right of the toy shelves, there are shelves with food items. There are 5 types of products. You can pick up products by pressing the lock-on plus a button and select Buy. There is also a poster of raffle prizes on the glass door, which can be locked in to view. The listed products and prices are salami P240 90 yen, squid feet P240 90 yen, potato chips P240 120 yen, chocolate P240 120 yen, caramel P240 120 yen. Abesan says, "I'm not angry with Abesan, but my son says it's a small change and gets very upset. I wonder what's so fun about it." Next is 22 Suji House. This is the home of the Suji couple who run a barbershop in Dobuita. They recently purchased it, but it's not exactly elegant, even by worldly standards. The resident is Suji Kinosuke, as seen on page 186. One resident comments, "You can't judge people by their appearance, can you?" Another resident says, "Suji-san is a nice person, but in reality he's extremely stingy." Lastly, 23 Nishida House. Nishida House is located on the outermost part of Sakuragaoka. Perhaps because Etsuo, Nishida's son, is in the entertainment industry, the exterior has a high-class feel. The resident is Nishida Kiyoshi, as seen on page 178. One resident says, "A young lady's way of looking at things is quite appropriate." Another resident mentions, "Nishida-san is a famous scout. If I were younger." This page depicts a map of Dobuita, a shopping district, entertainment district, and apartment area. The text explains that Dobuita got its name from the many wooden plank bridges that used to be placed over the ditch that ran through the street. While those bridges are no longer visible, Dobuita is still a famous shopping street in Yokosuka, popular not only with locals, but also with tourists from afar. It's also noted that one of its characteristics is the large number of people from other countries, such as America and China, in addition to Japanese people. The map itself shows different areas labeled Area 1 P79, Area 2 P83, Area 3 P90, and directions to Sakuragaoka A, P72, and New Yokosuka Harbor, P96. Below the map and images of 3 women is a section titled Dobuita Tour by Shopping Street Signboard Girls. The text below this title describes how Dobuita has many different shops, and just walking around can lead to new discoveries. However, it mentions that it might be difficult for Ryo Hazuki alone to explore every nook and cranny. Therefore, Nozomi Harasaki, Yuriko from Smiley Flower Shop, and Akemi from Bar Yokosuka have researched the backstreets of the shopping district as a group of 3 and encourage readers to use their findings as a reference. This page depicts a map of Area 1 in Dobuita. It is a guide for the shopping area. The page lists the following locations: 1. Barber Shop, page 79. 2. Couple Okonomiyaki, page 80. 3. Maison Ishikawa, page 80. 4. Nagai Pawn Shop, page 80. 5. Nozomi Flowers, page 80. 6. Jeans Water Dragon, volume 2, page 81. 7. Rosia, page 81. 8. Rapisu, page 82. 9. Co-op Ogura, page 82. 10. Funny Bear, page 82. There are icons for a map and a vending machine. The page has a section describing the shopping district saying, shopping streets are supported by many apartments. The first floor is for shops, and the second floor is for residences. This is a common style. There are many individually run shops, and the number of rental shops is increasing. Shop staff and part-time workers who work in such shops live in apartments in this area. The page focuses on location number 1, the Barber Shop 1 Barber Shop. It is described as a barber shop run by a Chinese husband and wife. They are said to be losing out because people worry about the language barrier. Store owner. The owner is Ken Kyuke. Further details can be found on page 186. Business hours equals AM 10 o'clock till PM 7 o'clock. Manga. Small tables are placed between the sofas. Manga placed on top of them can be lock-on targeted. Register and price list. The price list is hung on the right wall of the entrance, and the register below it can be seen. Warmer. The warmer in front of the sofa can be lock-on targeted. Inside are steam towels. The inside cannot be seen. Shelf. There are many drawers and doors on the white shelf in the back, but there is only one lock-on point. Mobile tray. Mobile trays for clippers, combs, and hairstyling products are placed. All 3 levels of the mobile tray can be lock-on targeted. Related scenario. Barbershop greater than P25. A speech bubble shows a woman saying, "I don't get my beard shaved at Maeda's place." Below the speech bubble is text saying, "There are 2 barber shops on Dobuita Street, but it seems that Ryu Hazuki's place is cheaper and faster, and the reviews are good. Why don't you ask Nozomi Harasaki to take you there once?" This page depicts information about several locations and characters in the game. First, section 2 is titled Kupo Tsukushi. It describes Kupo Tsukushi as a 2-story apartment building made of 4 rooms. Noting that the walls are damaged and it seems to be over 10 years old, the room layout diagram shows room 201 and 101 labeled Ono, and room 202 and 102 labeled Kaduka. The residents listed are Korebuchi Ryuji in room 101, page 196, Kaduka Noriyuki in room 102, page 199, Onoguro in room 201, page 192, and Yamanaka-jun in room 202, page 200. The text box to the left of the Kupo Tsukushi section shows a woman saying, "People from the shopping street gather here," and Mr. Ono of the bike shop lives in room 201. Section 3 is titled Maison Ishikawa. It says Maison Ishikawa is an apartment building almost identical in structure to Kupo Tsukushi. It mentions that the owner is Nagai Industries, so the rent is probably a little cheaper. The room layout diagram shows room 201 and 101 labeled Kito, and room 202 and 102 labeled Sato. The residents listed are Wang Guanglai in room 101, page 193, Hamazaki Yuko in room 102, page 190, Kito Yuji in room 201, page 199, and Sato Akemi in room 202, page 190. The text box to the left of the Maison Ishikawa section shows a woman saying, "I head to the store around 1:30 p.m., and it's close to the store and the rent isn't that high." Section 4 is titled Nagai Industries. It describes Nagai Industries as a Yakuza group that controls gambling in the Yokosuka area. It says they used to be a large group of over 50 people at their peak, but now there are only about 3 or 4 remaining, centered around the boss Nagai Akira. The representative is Nagai Akira, page 187. The business hours are listed as PM 1 o'clock to AM 000. The related scenario section asks, Nagai Industries is a good place, and directs to page 27. Where is the tattoo shop, and directs to page 28, and changes in port affairs, and directs to page 50. The speech bubble from the woman says, "He's a reliable man with integrity." It also says, "The residents are scared of him, but Mr. Nagai is a good person. He's never violent towards ordinary people, and he often comes to my shop." Section 5 is titled Mochizuki Apartments. It says that at the entrance of the Mochizuki Apartments, there is a milk receiving box for Machin milk, which is a unique feature. It also says the structure is almost the same as Kupo Tsukushi. The speech bubble from the woman says, "It's a unique name, and Machin milk is a famous maker in Dobuita." This page depicts a map of the Dobuita area, specifically focusing on 2 shops and the residents of a building. In the room allocation section, a diagram shows a building with 4 rooms. 101, 102, 201, and 202. Room 101 and 201 are labeled Hayashi, room 102 is labeled Hato, and room 202 is labeled Jimmy. The residence section lists 4 people with their room numbers and page numbers for more information. They are Kyoko Hayashi, room 101, page P191, Yoshifumi Hato, room 102, page P192, Shingo Mochizuki, room 201, page P207, Jimmy Yan, room 202, page P227. The page then details 2 shops, Jean's Water Dragon Volume 2 and Roshyaya. Jean's Water Dragon Volume 2 is shop number 6. It is described as a sister store to Water Dragon, a Jean specialty store that opened 4 years prior. The store manager is very polite to customers, and sales are always ranked among the top in the district. The business hours are from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. The shop owner is Kazuo Akasaka. See page P187 for more details. The staff member introduced is Kimiha Shugatsuki, who asks, "Are you a regular customer?" She mentions that the store has a rich assortment including new designs and vintage items, and suggests customers may not need to go to other stores. Roshyaya is shop number 7. It is described as a ceramics shop that opened half a year prior. The merchandise is bought from America and England through friends living there. The business hours are from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. The shop owner is Shuyu Sha. See page P188 for more details. Related scenarios include ceramics shop Roshyaya on page P31, and Shuyu's story on page P42. The page further details specific areas within Roshyaya. The counter has a teapot and teacup set placed on it, which can be locked on or examined closely. The showcase section mentions there are 7 showcases in the store with 2 lock-on points each, 3 points for the furthest back showcase. This totals 15 lock-on points. The cardboard box items section describes flower vases and dishes placed in cardboard boxes near the entrance to the left. There are a total of 4 lock-on points. The shelves section states that there are many shelves in the center of the store, arranged side by side, with a total of 14 lock-on points. There is also 1 shelf near the entrance on the right side, which is also lock-on capable. The painting section describes a painting displayed above the counter on the back wall, which can be viewed with lock-on. There is a speech bubble from Shuyu Sha stating her motto is to provide excellent products at low prices. She explains that she personally goes to buy stock, but there are physical limitations, so she relies on trustworthy partners. Her shop's motto is to offer good Japanese ceramics at low prices. This page depicts 3 locations from Dobuita in Shenmue. 8 Lapis. This is described as a famous fortune teller, Isis Kafun's place, even appearing in women's magazines. It is said that the reason for setting up the shop with a dobu board is to maximize the power of divination. It is popular among high school girls because the hit rate is very high and the prices are reasonable. It seems that if they sell charms and other items, it will lead to further profits, but for now, they are winning with fortune-telling alone. The customer in the image is saying this fortune-telling place is really accurate. The shopkeeper is Kafune Natsumi, and her information page is P189. The business hours are from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. 9. Kupo Oiwa. This is an apartment building with brick walls that stand out. It is larger than other apartments and has 6 rooms available. The room layout is shown in a diagram indicating room numbers 201, 202, 203 on the second floor, and 101, 102, 103 on the first floor. Room 203 is named Sterada. The residents are listed as Room 101. Kikuchi Yuri, page P200, Room 102. Nagashima Iyame, page P202, Room 103. Guizhong, page P202, Room 201. Sawano Sumio, page P197, Room 202. Yamada Tatsuya, page P212, Room 203. Sterata, not appearing in the game. The resident in the image is saying, "It's prettier than it looks. I live in room 101, but the inside is wider than I expected. I get along well with the other residents and I am quite satisfied." 10. Funny Bear. This is a recently opened hamburger shop, often used as a meeting place for students. The shopkeeper is Aoki Keiyu, and his information page is P189. The business hours are from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. The related scenario is the people of Dobuita talk on page P23. The customer in the image is saying, "I use it quite often, but," she continues, "the manager says that sales are not doing so well. Apparently, they are thinking of changing the menu frequently because it's not profitable. Also, Mr. Joji doesn't come around much anymore." This page depicts a map of Area 2, which is labeled as Map, Dobuita. The map highlights various shops and locations numbered from 1 to 18, with a legend below listing each number and the corresponding shop name in Japanese and English with page numbers in parentheses. There is also a legend for map and vending machine. The page then focuses on shop number 1, Ida, which is described as a flower shop loved by the residents and bar patrons of the town. It is mentioned that Nozomi Harasaki, the shop girl, is diligently working to keep the shop lively, and she has many customers who are there specifically to see her. Under the title Shop Owner, we see information about Ida Toki, reference to page 189. Under the title Related Scenario, there are scenarios listed with page numbers. Nozomi's story on page 23, Where is the Taste Shop on page 24, Where is the Phone's Contact on page 32, and Is the Ferry Cheaper on page 44. Next to this is a speech bubble with a character portrait and text. The text says, "It's cold outside but I will do my best with a smile." Below this speech bubble there is additional text elaborating on why it is hard to smile. "It's tough because we open early in the morning. Also, my grandma is old so I'm helping out at the shop and it's really tough in the winter. But of course I'll greet customers with a smile, you know." The shop's business hours are stated as AM 7 o'clock to PM 10:30. The numbered locations on the map are listed as follows. 1. Ida P83 2, Treasure Store P84 3, Asia Travel Agency P84 4, Yaoyokun P84 5, Motomura Drugstore P85 6, Ajichi P85 7, Hattori Sporting Goods P85 8, Daimyo Tea House P85 9, Heartbeats P86 10, Knocking P86 11, Slot House P86 12, Linda P87 13, Bob's Pizza P87 14, Nana P88 15, Manto Shop P88 16, Okayama Heights P88 17, Bar Yokosuka P89 18, MJQ P89. The text in the top right corner under the title, Dobuita's Other Face, the Nighttime Entertainment District, describes Dobuita at night. It says, "When the sun begins to set and the sky turns deep orange, the entertainment district bursts into life all at once. In addition to the locals, foreigners who have gathered from somewhere or other flock to bars, pubs, snack bars, and other establishments for their own purposes." This page depicts information about 3 locations in Dobuita from the game. The first location is Takara Sushi. It is described as a slightly unusual Edo-style sushi restaurant located in Dobuita, specifically at number 8. The business hours are from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. The owner is Ryo Kumeda. The counter section explains that at the counter you can see arranged sushi boxes, soy sauce, pickled ginger, and gray charcoal, all of which can be examined closely. The shelf section mentions a tall shelf to the right of the entrance. You can examine items on the upper, middle, and lower shelves. The ingredients section talks about fresh ingredients in the glass case, including tuna, squid, and shrimp, totaling about 5 types of ingredients that you can examine closely. A speech bubble shows a woman saying, "Sushi is all about the freshness of the ingredients, isn't it?" The text below this bubble adds that the fresh and delicious ingredients are also popular with foreign customers. The second location is Asia Travel Company. This travel agency opened 5 years ago, but due to the staff's poor attitude and service, it's said they don't get many customers these days. The business hours are from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. The staff member is Atsuko Sekin. The wall section describes posters related to travel expenses for Taiwan, China, and Hong Kong, along with package tour posters, all of which can be examined. The shelf section mentions shelves cluttered with pamphlets. There are 6 locations in total on the shelves that can be examined. The counter section points out that on the counter there are stacks of Hong Kong travel pamphlets available. These pamphlets can be examined. A speech bubble shows a woman saying, "Someone I know also had a bad experience there." The text below says, "I heard that the owner didn't even give proper greetings when they opened," the woman grumbled. The related scenarios section lists Asia travel company's estimate greater than P44. Finally buying a ticket, greater than P44. What time is the appointment? Greater than P45. Chase Jimmy, greater than P46. Jimmy's whereabouts, greater than P48. The third location is Yaokatsu. It is a greengrocer that has been in business for generations. The text mentions that the vegetables lined up at the dining table of the Suetsugu family are bought here. The business hours are from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. The owner is Masaru Aoi. The owner section simply lists Masaru Aoi. The related scenarios section includes stories from Dobuita residents greater than P23. Asia travel company is terrible, greater than P43. Let's investigate one more time, greater than P44. If it's about boats, it's Asia travel company, greater than P44. A speech bubble from a woman says, "Because it's Masaruzen's yaoya, it's called Yaokatsu, isn't it?" The text below explains, "I heard a story. It seems Masaru Hisen's father made a fortune in gambling, and with that money he opened a shop wishing for certain victory in commerce, so he named the shop with the character Katsu, meaning victory." This page depicts a map of Dobuita in Shenmue. 5. Honda Drugs. Honda Drugs is Dobuita's only pharmacy. Although the store itself is small, it has a wide variety of items and accepts doctor's prescriptions. Opening hours equals AM 10 o'clock tilde PM 8 o'clock. Store owner, Honda Suchi, see page 184. A woman is saying, "Everyone was relieved when the pharmacy was built. Until this store was built 4 years ago, there was no pharmacy in Dobuita." 6. Abe's Store. Abe's Store is a Chinese restaurant run by a cheerful and hardworking couple. Their authentic home-style cooking is popular with the locals. Opening hours equals AM 10 o'clock tilde PM 9 o'clock. Store owner Dao Takichi, see page 193. Flower vase. On the counter to the left of the entrance, you can lock on to the vase on the register. Kitchen. If you stand at the entrance to the kitchen and lock on, you can see the refrigerator, boxes of vegetables, and the sink. Counter. You can see cups and magazines placed to the right of the water cooler. Table. There are 4 tables in total. You can lock on to the menu, seasonings, and ashtrays on each table. Related scenario. Tao-san knows, on page 24. Who can read Chinese, on page 30. Boy, Mr. Dao, you're always outside the front door, slacking off, aren't you? 7. Hattori Sporting Goods. Hattori Sporting Goods is a sporting goods store with a wide selection of baseball equipment, athletic wear, and school-designated items such as gym shoes and tracksuits. Opening hours equals AM 7 o'clock tilde PM 6:30. Store owner Hattori Mamoru, see page 193. Related scenario. Tattoo shop location revealed on page 29. Woman, is soccer that popular? Since the owner is a baseball fan, he seems quite worried about the recent rise in soccer's popularity. 8. Nyawu Yuan. Nyawu Yuan is a mahjong parlor run by a veteran mahjong player. Recently, fewer young people are learning mahjong, and business is reportedly tough. Parlor. There are 2 fully automatic mahjong tables, and you can lock on to each of them. Opening hours equals PM 12 o'clock tilde AM 5 o'clock. Store owner, Asada Minoru, see page 193. This page depicts a map guide from the game showing various locations and characters around Dobuita. Starting from the top left, we see information about the Agari rolls chart. It describes a chart on the wall near the front counter where you can check the winning rolls. Next to it is the price list. This also describes a list posted on the wall near the register, detailing usage fees. It mentions that students pay 200 yen and general customers pay double that amount. Below these is the sink, which is described as a compact sink in the back. It mentions that beer bottles and bottle caps are collected there and can be locked on. Moving to the right side of the page, section 9 is about heartbeats. This is described as a hidden bar located deep in the back alleys of the entertainment district. The atmosphere and customer service are mentioned as rough, and the clientele is described as bad. The operating hours are from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. The jukebox at Heartbeats is located to the right of the entrance, and it is mentioned that 10 songs are available. Refer to page 155 for details. The signboard is a neon sign with the store name written on it. Locking onto it will make the dazzling blue light enter your eyes. For drinks, various types of alcohol are placed on the counter and can be locked on. There are a total of 4 lock-on points. The owner of Heartbeats is Yoshifumi Hado, and further details can be found on page 192. There are related scenarios mentioned, Back Alley Thugs on page 26, and Heartbeats also on page 26. Below Heartbeats, there is a speech bubble from a woman saying, "I'm only going to this bar because I'm obligated to." She also comments, "This master, he's someone who's being watched even by the bad crowd, you know." Section 10 is about knocking. This is described as a famous bike shop among bikers, praised for its particular tuning. The operating hours are from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. The owner of knocking is Guro Ono, and more information is on page 192. Related scenarios are Game Center and Bike Shop on page 28, Asia Travel Company is Terrible on page 43, and What Should I Do to Go to the Harbor on page 56. There is another speech bubble from a woman stating, "For bike enthusiasts, it's a sacred place, isn't it?" She also mentions, "Mr. Ono can tune your bike for you, and bike riders come from all over the country to get their bikes tuned. It's a famous shop in Dobuita in a way." Finally, section 11 is about Slot House. It is described as an entertainment facility similar to a game center but smaller. It mentions that it used to be a more lively place. The operating hours are from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m., midnight. The owner of the slot house is Takafumi Mitsuka, and more details can be found on page 192. In the sink section, it mentions a set of 2 spray cans. There are 2 sets attached to the wall, and they can be locked on together. This page depicts 2 locations in Dobuita. Linda and Bob's Pizza. Linda, location number 12, is described as a snack bar that was taken over from the previous owner Hara 3 years prior and is now known by its current name. Customers are mostly Hara's old acquaintances. The owner of Linda is Hiroshi Hirata. The operating hours are from 6:30 p.m. to 5 a.m. The page details several features of Linda. Regarding the signboard, it mentions the Snack Linda sign is affixed to the eaves and can be locked on. Concerning the sunflower, it's noted that various items are placed on top of the counter, and only the sunflower can be locked on. 3 pictures adorn the inside of the shop, and the picture on the far right of the back wall can be locked on. The jukebox here is for business use, and the number of songs available is approximately 10 in total. A quote is attributed to a female character saying, "Customers are fewer than at Uchiha, it seems." Bob's Pizza, location number 13, is described as a major pizza chain group with large-scale store development. This particular store is the 7th Yokosuka branch. The owner is Mario Gruiani. The operating hours are from 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. The page details features of Bob's Pizza as well. Regarding wine, it mentions wine displayed inside the wall and wine placed in front of the counter, both of which can be locked on. Concerning the glass case, pizza ingredients such as cheese, salami and tomatoes are in the glass case and can be locked on. For lighting, there are 3 gourd-shaped lights in total, and all of them can be locked on. Pictures of tomatoes and radishes are displayed on the wall, being small. Try locking on to see them. A quote is attributed to a female character saying, "There's pizza here you can't taste anywhere else." It's a chain store, but the original menu is extensive. The page also lists related scenarios for both locations. For Linda, it mentions Heartbeat's location investigation, leading to page 26. For Bob's Pizza, it lists location of the taste test, leading to page 24, location of the recommended park, leading to page 25, and how to get to the port, leading to page 56. Finally, there is text in the room section at the top left of the page describing the coin exchange counter and warning signs in the arcade, and the slot machines section at the top right describing the slot machines available, and a female character's speech bubble saying, "If you get a prize, show it to me too," and "If you collect a lot of coins, you can get various prizes." This page depicts locations in Dobuita and characters from the game. Starting with number 14, we have Nana. It's described as a karaoke pub with brightly lit neon signs that stand out. It used to be a yakitori restaurant, so the place is small. The owner of Nana is Nanako Shinohara, and you can find more about her on page 191. Regarding the maracas, there are maracas on top of the karaoke machine. If you lock on, you should be able to see them clearly. For the monitor, you can lock on to the TV monitor used for karaoke. However, this is not possible if there are customers. At the counter, you can lock on to the glasses and magazines on the counter. However, this is not possible if there are customers. There's a speech bubble saying, "Mama's meat and potatoes is the best. It seems that the customers don't really come to sing karaoke. Their real purpose is to eat Mama's special meat and potatoes. The business hours for Nana are from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. Moving on to number 15, we have Mantokute. This is a ramen shop run single-handedly by a female owner. Customers who have been drinking at bars and snack bars flock to this place to eat. The owner of Mantokute is Junko Yamamoto, and you can find more about her on page 191. In the refrigerator, which contains beer and sake, there are 3 lock-on points. At the counter in Mantokute, there are 2 lock-on points. You can see seasonings, chopstick holders, gyoza, and other items. There's a speech bubble saying, "It's also popular among our customers," she says. "Honestly, the soup's flavor is not losing to a gyoshi's. I would recommend this place." The business hours for Mantokute are from 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. There's a related scenario. Let's go to Mantokute on page 24. Finally, number 16 is Okayama Heights Tattoo Shop. It says that Dobuita used to have several tattoo shops, but as the boom faded, they closed one after another. Now, there is only one shop left, renting space in Okayama Heights. The room allocation shows room 201 is Yamamoto, room 202 is Takajo, room 101 is Aoki, and room 102 is Kurita. The residents are listed with Takajo being the owner. They are Motoyuki Aoki in room 101, page 189, Shiro Kurita in room 102, page 199, Junko Yamamoto in room 201, page 191, and Takashi Takajo in room 202, page 189. Regarding stickers, among the many stickers you can lock on to the menu written in English, and 2 pictures of tattoo designs, skull and dragon. There is also a speech bubble saying, "Wouldn't it suit Ryakan's physique?" she says. This tattoo artist is quite skilled, and although there are only a few regular customers, it seems they are there. Well, I'm not interested in tattoos at all, though. This page depicts information about 2 locations in Dobuita, the tattoo shop and 2 bars, Bar Yokosuka and MJQ. Starting with the tattoo shop, located in room 202, it operates from 2 p.m. to midnight. Regarding the table, you can examine machines, pins, and tissues at 2 different points. The medicines and tissues on the movable shelf can be locked onto as a group. Related scenarios include Catch Charlie and Worried Harasaki, both pointing to page 29. Next is Bar Yokosuka, location number 17. It's described as a homely bar loved by the shopping district's people and a nighttime social spot, with operating hours from 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. You can lock on to the karaoke machine situated on the right-hand side of the entrance. Similarly, the TV monitor positioned above the karaoke machine is also lockable. Ikemi Sato is the staff member here, detailed on page 190. Among the items on the counter that can be examined, only the flower vase is lockable. The thought bubble poses the question, what does Ikemi think about Fukuhara? And continues, Fukuhara used to frequent the bar to see Ikemi for a while. Did Ryo know? It's quite unexpected. Related scenarios include 2 people at Bar Yokosuka. Where do the sailors go? How to get to Amana town? Disappointed Fukusan. Is sea freight cheaper? And how do I get to the harbor? Directing to pages 25, 26, 33, 36, 44, and 56 respectively. Finally, location 18 is MJQ, another bar. It's described as having a relaxed atmosphere with jazz music playing and a billiards table in the back. MJQ's operating hours are from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. Takeshi Hirai is the staff member, detailed on page 189. The cupboard is filled with whiskey and bourbon, offering 6 lock-on points. The counter has 3 lock-on points, allowing you to examine glasses, cigarettes, and ashtrays, and cups. You can lock on to the cue ball and the 9-ball on the billiards table. A speech bubble warns, you'll definitely lose unless you're pretty skilled. And another mentions, it seems that the American soldiers are inviting people to play billiards for money. The related scenario is billiard match, found on page 26. This page depicts a map of Area 3, described as a famous shopping district representing Yokosuka, catering to local residents with various shops including fishmongers, greengrocers, and uniquely Yokosuka-style souvenir shops, military surplus shops from the U.S. military base, and other diverse shops. Here are the locations marked on the map. 1 Tomato Mart, P90, 2 Bone and Culture Hall, P91, 3 Hoku Hoku Bento, P91, 4 Water Dragon, P92, 5, Fish Kichi P926, World Travel P927, Hot Dog P928, Karita P929, Merry Trading P93, 10, Jupiter's P93, 11, Comine Bakery P93, 12, Tamura Butcher P93, 13, U P93, 14, Suzume Park P94, 15, Yamaji P94, 16, Co-op Wakaba P94, 17 Barber Maeda P95, 18 Smiley P95, 19 Parking P95, 20 Hirata Store P95, 21 Bus Stop P95. Focusing on Tomato Mart, location number 1, it is described as a convenience store that used to be a liquor store, open 24 hours a day, attracting customers late at night and also thriving during the daytime. Within the Tomato Mart section, we see details about the store, store staff, Yamagishi Minako, with a page reference to P196. Opening hours equals 24 hours refrigerator. It mentions that bottled and canned drinks, paper-packed juice varieties are in the refrigerator. The lock-on point is in 3 locations. Refrigerated shelf. Similar to the refrigerator, the lock-on point is in 3 locations. Ice cream and frozen foods are visible. Wooden shelf, right. To the right of the refrigerated shelf, there are snacks, tissues, and more, totaling 9 lock-on points. You can purchase the following items from within. First shelf, left greater than potato chips, P240, 120 yen. First shelf, center greater than chocolate, P240, 120 yen. First shelf, right greater than caramel, P240, 120 yen. Second shelf, left greater than niboshi, dried sardines, P240, 300 yen. Second shelf, right greater than tuna flakes, P240, 180 yen. Refrigerated display case. To the left of the copy machine, there are lunch boxes, sandwiches, and milk lined up. There are 6 lock-on points. You can purchase sliced fish and milk from within. Middle shelf, sliced fish, P240, 500 yen. Bottom shelf, milk, P240, 100 yen. There is a speech bubble saying, "I guess beautiful people get special treatment, huh?" Below the speech bubble, it explains that many male customers come to the store to see Minako Yamagishi. Apparently, in reality, the store staff changes shifts and sales drop off late at night and on holidays. This page depicts information about 3 locations in Dobuita. First is the left shelf, which is stocked with everyday items. There are 12 lock-on points, and you can buy items within these points. Items available include cassette tape, P240, X4 for 300 yen each. This may vary depending on the time. Then moving light, P238 for 500 yen. Batteries, P240 for 150 yen. Another batteries, P240 for 150 yen. Matches, P240 for 50 yen. Light bulb, P240 for 90 yen. And finally a flashlight, P240 for 150 yen. Next is the bookshelf. The upper shelves are lined with various magazines, and the lower shelves are lined with paperback books. There are a total of 4 lock-on points. Then there is the lottery box. Like other shops in Dobuita, a lottery box is available on the counter. Finally, for this section is the prize list. A prize list for the lottery is posted on the left side of the entrance window. It seems rare prizes are available. Moving on to section 2, Kotobuki Antiques. This is an old antique shop that has been in business for 30 years. The owner, Oishi Keizo, has a collection of old documents and other items with a unique flavor. The operating hours are from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Regarding the shopkeeper, it is Oishi Keizo. Refer to page 196 for more details. About the key, in the center of the store, there is a large key that can be obtained by lock-on. Regarding shelves, on the upper shelves, boxes and clocks can be held and turned, and on the middle to lower shelves, 6 technique books can be purchased. The technique books available are Crushing Blow Technique Book P239 for 500 yen, Mud Spider Technique Book P239 for 1,000 yen, Rain Thrust Technique Book P239 for 1,000 yen, Swallow Flip Technique Book P239 for 1,000 yen, Tiger Knuckle Technique Book P239 for 2,000 yen, and Twin Palm Thrust Technique Book P239 for 3,000 yen. Related scenarios include Oishi's errand on page 40 and Oishi's story on page 42. A comment says, "My father said he had a good eye for calligraphy." The signboard of this shop was rewritten by Master Iwao Hazuki, Ryo Hazuki's father. Lastly, section 3, Hoku Hoku Lunchbox. This bento shop, celebrating its 11th year in business this year, is known for its taste of home and receives enthusiastic support from local single men. The operating hours are from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Regarding the shopkeeper, it is Sawano Yasuyo. Refer to page 197 for more details. A customer comment states, there are overwhelmingly many male customers. If you have such beautiful parents and children, many men will gather. Related scenarios include tattoo if it's Nagai Industries on page 27, Grandma in Takabun on page 31, and Where is Kotobuki Antiques on page 39. This page depicts information about several locations in Dobuita from the game. First we have 4 Water Dragon. This is described as a Yokohama-based clothing specialty store, specifically the Yokosuka branch. They say that their products are directly purchased from overseas. The owner is Tatsumi Ryuji, and his business hours are from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. The related scenario mentioned is, Taste's location is, greater than P24. There is a comment saying, sales are not going well it seems. Because there are many Maniac products, customers may be limited. Next is 5 Uokichi, a fish shop that has been in business for decades. They always provide fresh, cheap, and delicious fish at the Dobuita Shopping Street stand. The owner is Noda Nobuyoshi and the business hours are from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. The related scenario mentioned is people of Dobuita's talk greater than P23. A comment from a customer says, today's dinner should be fish. Listening to Mr. Noda's good voice and atmosphere, I can't help but buy it. Then we have 6 World Travel Agency. This travel agency's motto is customer first, and the clean and well-organized store gives customers a sense of security. Inside you can see pamphlets for colorful and glamorous Hong Kong tours on the counter. The pamphlet shelves are also highlighted as lock-on points. The owner is Shinoda Satoshi, and the business hours are from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Related scenarios are World Travel Agency's estimate, greater than P43, and if you want to travel by boat greater than Asia Travel Agency greater than P44. A customer comment states, if you leave it to Coco, your trip will be safe. Even though it's the same travel agency, it's very different from that Asia Travel Agency. Next is 7 Hot Dog. Tom used all his fortune to create this mobile hot dog stand. He uses special homemade pickles. There's a radio cassette player to support Tom's drumming, placed on the counter, and it's also a lock-on point. The owner is Tom Johnson, and business hours are from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Related scenarios are Tom of the hot dog stand greater than P23, and Breaking into Heartbeats location greater than P26. A comment mentions maximum speed is 40 kilometers per hour after all. It's an old used car as a base, so it can't be helped. Finally, we have 8 Kurita. This is a military shop that mainly deals with U.S. military surplus. It's well regarded even among military enthusiasts. The owner is Kurita Shuru, and business hours are from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Related scenarios include Breaking into Heartbeats location greater than P26, Charlie's Disappearance greater than P27, and Judgment of Tattoo Shop's location greater than P29. A comment says, he doesn't seem enthusiastic about sales. He closes the store arbitrarily and sometimes doesn't come back for almost half a year after going on a buying trip. This page depicts a map from the Shenmue game guide, showcasing several shops and points of interest in Yokosuka. First, we have Mary's Patches, shop number 9. This is described as a proud patch craftsman shop. They offer both standard designs and custom-made patches. A woman's comment next to it says, as a woman, I don't really understand, but patches are said to be a symbol of men from Yokosuka ska. The shop owner is Takakichi Itoi, and their business hours are from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Number 10 is Jupiter's, a specialty store for Sukahan jackets. They have deliberately stripped the interior to create an outlet-like atmosphere. A woman wonders, I wonder if the atmosphere is coming across. Because the shop is in such an old detached house, it inevitably looks old-fashioned. The shop owner is Noriyuki Tsuruoka, and their business hours are also from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Related scenarios are mentioned as pinpointing the location of heartbeats on page 26, and let's investigate one more time on page 44. Next, we have Komine Bakery at number 11. This bakery opened 8 years ago, and continues to create unique and carefully crafted bread based on their own ideas. A woman comments, new types of bread are frequently appearing. The owner was shocked by the authentic taste of Bob's Pizza and seems to be even more motivated than before. The shop owner is Tsunemi Komine, and their business hours are from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Number 12 is Tamura Butcher Shop. It is described as Tamura-san's Butcher Shop. known for its excellent service. The previous generation ran a yakitori restaurant, but it became a butcher shop when the business was taken over. A woman says, "It's a better deal than the supermarket in front of the station." Although it's mainly sold by weight, Tamura-san always gives you a little extra when he weighs it out. The shop owner is Hiroshi Tamura, and their business hours are from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Related scenarios are noted as "Who is knowledgeable about tattoos?" on page 28, and "Where is the location of the phone call?" on page 32. Finally, number 13 is You, a game center that opened 3 years ago. Many players are fiercely competing for high scores here. A woman is saying, "I heard the arrival of the latest games is delayed." Apparently it's because the owner isn't well informed about the game industry. The shop owner is Yuji Nito, and their business hours are from 10 a.m. to midnight. Related scenarios are Game Center and Motorcycle Shop on page 28, Joining the Motorcycle Team on page 29, and Chai's Trap on page 46. Posters are plastered all over the walls, including 2 each of Space Harrier and Flicky, and 1 each of Hang On and Future Spy. Game descriptions are provided for some of the arcade games. Hang On is described as an authentic racing game using a motorcycle-type cabinet. Refer to page 142. Space Harrier is a 3D shooting game where you defeat approaching enemies. Refer to page 147. DARTS 7 is a darts game where you throw 5 darts at a target and compete for the total score. Refer to page 154. This page depicts a map showing several locations in Dobuita from the game. Starting with location number 14, Suzume Park. It is described as a park that was built on the site of old houses about 20 years ago due to aging and landowners' wishes. The related scenarios are listed as Yamanishi's transmission skills on page 24 and Suzume Park's sword on page 25, and The Legend Passed Down in Hong Kong on page 40. A section titled Remembered Person. Few people know describes that the name Suzume Park was conceived by the manager of the Funny Bear toy store, Mr. Aoki, when he was an elementary school student. Moving to location number 15, Yama Road. It is described as an old established soba restaurant with a commitment to handmade soba. Yama Road has been in business for 150 years since the Tenpo era. The business hours are from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. The owner of the restaurant is Susumu Akagawa, as detailed on page 200. Within Yama Road, several interactive elements are highlighted. Flower vase. It is described that there is a flower vase placed near the window of the inner parlor, which can be locked on. Decorative plate. Decorative plates are displayed near the flower vase, showing a heroic castle scene. Daruma doll. A large Daruma doll is placed near the window by the entrance and can be locked on. Single flower vase. A stylish single flower vase is attached to the wall on the left side of the Daruma and can be locked on. Counter. It is mentioned that menus, seasonings, chopsticks holders, and decorative plates are neatly arranged on the counter and can be locked on. Table. 2 tables are placed and menus and condiments are placed on them, which can be viewed. Menu. Menus are hung on the wall, and it is mentioned that menus are invariably handwritten, which is valuable. A section titled Business is Quite Tough, I Hear, describes that in front of the station, besides the restaurant district, there are also casual stand-up soba shops. Finally, location number 16, Co-op Wakaba. It is described as a high-rise apartment building, standing on a hill beyond the back street. Because it is far from the shopping street, noise is not a concern. The room allocation section shows the apartment layout with rooms 201 and 202 on the second floor, and 101 and 102 on the first floor. The householder section lists the residents. Mami Komine, room 101, page 199. Junichiro Nemoto, room 102, page 200. Yasuhiko Seijo, room 201, page 190. Takeshi Hirai, room 202, page 189. A section titled About the Location I Often Get Asked mentions that because it is located in a slightly secluded place, first-time visitors often get lost. At the top of the page are titles for arcade games. QTE title, Excite QTE 2, and Jukebox. Under QTE title, it says a punch game where you defeat 3 bad guys that pop up. Refer to P146. Under Excite QTE 2 it says, a quick button pressing game that appears on the screen. Refer to P145. Under Jukebox it says, here you can choose and play all 10 songs. Refer to P155. This page depicts a map section showcasing several locations within Yokosuka. First, location 17 is Maeda Barbershop, a barbershop with a 50-year history. Though business isn't booming, the owner, Kazuo Maeda, doesn't seem to mind. The shop's opening hours are from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The price list is displayed on the right-hand wall, and credit cards are not accepted. The prices are set slightly higher than other barbershops. The shop features shelves stocked with shampoo and hairstyling products, and there are 2 lock-on points. An ultraviolet sterilizer case is present marked ultraviolet sterilization containing several pairs of scissors. Scissors can also be seen in a mobile shelf between the seats if you lock on. The cash register is also a lock-on point, located below the price list. The owner's motto is reportedly, "Men should have short hair," and it said he turns away male customers with long hair. Location 18 is Smiley Flower Shop. Junichiro Nemoto works here part-time and is diligently arranging flowers. He mentions he must try not to lose to Ida, seemingly a colleague. The shop's opening hours are from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Location 19 is a parking lot. It is a monthly parking lot with space for 10 cars. Currently no cars are parked, so practicing is possible. A woman comments that the parking fee might be high as she sees the lot every day, but it's always empty. A related scenario involves Sayla's Revenge. Location 20 is Hirata Shop, a tobacco shop with a history so long it's said to be counted on fingers on the doorplate. It burned down once but was rebuilt. The owner is Haruo Hirata, and Miyoko Hirata works there. The shop's opening hours are from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. A public telephone is next to the shop, along with a phone book. You can lock on and press the A button to hold the phone book in your hand and browse it. Miyoko Hirata was apparently known for her beauty in her younger days, and was called Doorplate Town Miyoko. A related scenario is, who is the person on the phone? Finally, location 21 is a bus stop. This is the Yokosuka port-bound bus stop for Yokosuka Transit, operating from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. You can lock on to check the bus timetable. If you plan to go to the harbor, checking the timetable is recommended. A woman remarks that the buses run on time, as buses are an important means of transportation, so Yokosuka Transit is thorough. This page depicts a map of New Yokosuka Port. The map highlights different areas such as the Old Warehouse District, P101, the New Warehouse District, P97, and Dobuita, P78. Below the map, there is a conversation occurring between 3 men. Port experts inside scoop. Aniki Tilda, how's it going? I don't think you need to worry about Aniki, but when it comes to the port, Markson and I and, that's right, not the homeless guy, but I think old man Mazuki is more knowledgeable. So please accept the port information that we know. This page depicts a map of the new Yokosuka Port main area, specifically, the New Warehouse District. Currently this warehouse district is mainly used, and the wide roads designed for forklift traffic become a gathering place for biker gangs and others at night. The descriptions cover Warehouse 1 through Warehouse 7, stating that due to security guards or closed shutters, these warehouses are generally inaccessible. Warehouses 2, 3, 12, 14, and 18 are always accessible, but lack lock-on points. However, Warehouse 4 allows for practice. Some warehouses can also be entered during part-time jobs, as detailed on page 162. Warehouse 8 is described as a storage space for dishes and furniture. Before warehouse company offices moved in, it was inhabited by homeless individuals, leading to stricter security measures. The page also describes pallets located on the first floor against the wall, which can be locked onto. Similarly, fire hydrants found in the corners of the first floor and beside the passageways on the second floor can also be locked onto. This page depicts various locations and characters within the game. Signboard. The signboard is in front of the office shutter, surrounded by piled containers. There is a signboard that says, "Warning to ward off people from approaching the gold bars, box." In the office in the foreground, there are lockers and boxes on top of them. In the central office, there are lockers and boxes on top of them. Lock-on points are 2 for the foreground and 3 for the center. Poster. Inside the office in the foreground, there is a safety first poster on the wall. You can lock on to the posters, 2 total. Table. On the tables in the office in the foreground, 4 tables in total, there are various items. 5 packs of cigarettes, 2 ashtrays, a pen, materials related to warehouse number 8, and documents are all lock-onable. Furthermore, you can take away items other than ashtrays and documents. Desk. On the desk in the office in the very center, there are cigarette packs, documents, a pen, and old warehouse number 8 blueprints. Furthermore, you can lock on to all documents. In addition, you can pick up and take away items other than documents by pressing the A button. Related scenario. Discover warehouse number 8, however. Right pointing arrow P36, 2 ways to enter right pointing arrow P36. Another warehouse number 8, right pointing arrow P37, 19. Construction site. The location is the planned construction site for the observation tower. The pro-development mayor lost, and the anti-development candidate was elected, so the plan was scrapped. Currently it is in a desolate state and has become a restricted area. But taking advantage of this, delinquents are gathering there. Man, you are being targeted by mad angels. Man, hey, this place is the hideout of the mad angels you are chasing. It's not a problem during the daytime, but at night. Be careful as they get close. 20. Hokuhoku Lunchbox. The Hokuhoku Lunchbox food stall is open at the port. The lunchbox from the port cafeteria seems to be popular too. Business hours equals AM 9 o'clock tilde PM 6:30. Shopkeeper Hisaka Sawano right pointing arrow P225. Related scenario. Hisaka-san's request right pointing arrow P38. Report to Hisaka-san right pointing arrow P38. Man. As expected of beautiful sisters, I can feel it. Man. I heard from Mayumi-san. Thanks to the older sister Hisaka-san's hard work, the sales of Hokuhoku lunchboxes have increased sharply to double. Mayumi is also out delivering lunchboxes. This page depicts 2 locations from the game. The first location is 21 Alpha Trading Office. It is described as a popular company in the harbor area, known for good business and employing foreigners. We see images of a poster inside the office, lockers, and a jukebox. The operating hours are from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. The part-time manager is Ryozo Yada, and there are related scenarios mentioned, such as Alpha Trading Office on page 49 and getting fired from a part-time job on page 57. A speech bubble shows a disgruntled employee saying, "We foreigners are being taken lightly." He mentions that there are issues within the company with differences in awareness between management and the workers on the ground, and that the director is quite worried. The second location is 22 Harbor Lounge. It is a diner operated by the Harbor Workers Union, managed by the chef Tomi Maruyama. Thanks to union subsidies, the menu is affordable and offers generous portions. We see images of a map showing the location within New Yokosuka Port, a handwritten menu on the wall, a Daruma doll, a showcase, and a teapot. The operating hours are from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. The chef is Tomi Maruyama, referenced on page 225. A speech bubble shows a character recommending the food, saying, "Iniki, please try it once. Mr. Tomi's seasonings are all light and delicious. I'm grateful that he is mindful of health, but young guys might find it a bit bland." 21 Alpha Trading Office. It is one of the most popular companies in the harbor competing for the top spot. Regarding employment, it is also open to foreigners and has been featured in newspapers as a company that is open. Poster. There is a poster inside the office of warehouse number 8. Posters like this can also be found elsewhere. Of course, you can lock onto it. Locker. These are lockers for employees and part-time workers. There are 8 lockers in total, and you can lock on to all of them. Jukebox. There are 10 selectable songs. Refer to page 155. In addition to this, there is also a jukebox in the office. Operating hours equals AM 8 o'clock tilde PM 7 o'clock. Part-time manager. Ryozo Yada right pointing arrow P214. Related scenario. Alpha Trading Office right pointing arrow P49. Getting fired from a part-time job right pointing arrow P57. We foreigners are being taken lightly. This is just between us, but it seems there's a problem with the gap in awareness between the management and the people on the ground at our company. The director seems to be quite worried. 22 Harbor Lounge. Harbor Lounge is a diner operated by the chef Tomi Maruyama, who is commissioned by the Harbor Workers Union. Thanks to subsidies from the union, the menu is inexpensive and offers generous portions. Map. A map of the entire New Yokosuka Port area is posted on the wall. If you lock on, you can check the names of each location. Menu. The handwritten menu is posted on the wall in 3 sheets. Each table also has a laminated small menu, 6 sheets in total. All of them can be locked in, 9 locations in total. Daruma. There is a Daruma doll placed on the shelf above the counter. You can also lock on to the Daruma doll. Showcase. Menu showcases are installed in front of the register. There are 7 lock-on points in total. You can also lock on to the boiled egg sticker on the showcase teapot. There is a teapot placed on the stove near the entrance. Of course, you can also lock on to this. Operating hours equals AM 8 o'clock tilde PM 10 o'clock. Chef Tomi Maruyama, right pointing arrow P225. Aniki, please try it once. Mr. Tomi's seasonings are all light and delicious. I'm grateful that he is mindful of health, but young guys might find it a bit bland. This page depicts the Harbor Lounge, location number 23, in the new Yokosuka port area. It is described as a communal facility managed by the labor union. It mentions that previously it only had benches and a ping-pong table, but recently a convenience store has opened there. Regarding the facilities inside, there is a kettle on a stove near a bench that can be locked onto. There's also a television installed near the ceiling, but it is not powered on. A prize list is posted on the wall of Tomato Mart, and the prizes from 1st to 5th place are generally the same as those at Dobuita. There are 3 gacha machines installed featuring the Harbor Series, Car Series, and exciting Sega World Series from right to left. A familiar jukebox is also available, offering 10 songs to choose from, as detailed on page 155. For games, there is a DARTS-7 machine, which is the same type as the one installed in the Game Center U in Dobuita, as referenced on page 154. Neo Darts is also present, described as a simpler darts game than Darts 7, and it's not available at the Game Center U, as described on page 155. At the counter, single and triple A batteries, a raffle box, and prize lists are available, and all of these can be locked onto, with batteries being purchasable. Single and triple A batteries are priced at 150 yen each, as shown on page 240. The Harbor Lounge's business hours are from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. The staff member is Yamashita Mari, who is further detailed on page 225. There are also vending machines of the same type found throughout the harbor, with 3 units placed here. There is a freezer which stocks similar items to the Dobuita shops, and it has 4 lock-on points. Similarly, the refrigerator stocked with drinks also has 4 lock-on points. The refrigerated shelf has 5 lock-on points, and you can purchase fish fillets from the middle shelf and milk from the bottom shelf. Fish fillets from the middle shelf cost 500 yen and milk from the bottom shelf costs 100 yen, both detailed on page 240. There is also a speech bubble from a young worker saying, "Dart games are just not enough for me." It continues, "Among young workers, there's a loud voice saying, 'We want Space Harrier or Hang On introduced.' But the union officials are saying grumpy things like, 'The Harbor Lounge is not a game center, so it's probably no good.'" This page depicts the map of New Yokosuka Port and details about several locations and characters. Starting at the top left, we see information about the Kitarana shop. It mentions that there are 11 lock-on points and you can purchase items. There is a list of items available. Level 1. Cassette tape, P240 X4 for 300 yen each, noting that the items change depending on the time period, refer to P240. Level 2, left, potato chips P240 for 120 yen. Level 2, center, chocolate, P240 for 120 yen. Level 2, right, caramel P240 for 120 yen. Level 3, left, Niboshi dried sardines P240 for 120 yen. Level 3, right, tuna can P240 for 120 yen. Moving down, the next section is 24 hot dog. It describes Tom's hot dog stand as expanding into the port, always showing off light dance moves. The operating hours are AM 8:30 to PM 7 o'clock. The shop owner is Tom Johnson, and you can find more details about him on page 198. There's also a section about the radio cassette player at the hot dog stand. It says, like Dobuita, reggae music is played loudly on the radio cassette player. Of course you can lock on. There is a speech bubble from Tom Johnson saying, "Should I tell him that I is missing?" The text below explains that because of the letters, Oishi yo, delicious, and the Pierrot mark on the car, Thompson wrote I was missing. He's asking if he should tell Rio about it. The related scenarios are, Ask Tom on page 37, Tom's Treat on page 56, and Tom's Skill and Farewell on page 57. Next is section 25 bus stop. It describes the bus stop for Dobuita. It says most people working at the port use this bus. The timetable states that the bus operates on weekdays, Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, and it's the same as the Dobuita bus stop. there is a speech bubble from a character at the bus stop saying come to the bus stop after 7 p.m. The text below elaborates, I always take the bus home after 7 p.m. If you can't find me, wait at the bus stop. I might be able to tell you information about the Mad Angels. Related scenarios are, where is warehouse number 8, on page 35, and Mark knows something, on page 52. Finally, at the bottom of the page we have Old Warehouse District. The text explains that the Old Warehouse District has been there since the port opened. A regular expansion has been carried out and the interior is quite intricate. It was scheduled to be demolished during a large-scale rezoning of the port, but a wealthy and influential person bought it, so it was stopped. There are many private warehouses and security is quite strict. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. For warehouses 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10, contact a large person before heading to warehouse number 8 in the Old Warehouse District. Refer to P42. The numbered list of warehouses is as follows: 1. Old Warehouse number 1, 2. Old Warehouse number 2, 3. Old Warehouse number 3, 4. Old Warehouse number 4, 5. Old Warehouse number 5, 6. Old Warehouse number 6, 7. Old Warehouse number 7, 8. Old Warehouse number 8, P102, 9. Old Warehouse number 9, 10. Old Warehouse number 10. This page depicts Section 8, Old Warehouse number 8. This warehouse is owned by Chen Darren, and his son's seal is used for management. It is said to be secretly storing cultural assets that are prohibited from being taken out of the country. Related scenarios include Master of Old Warehouse No 8 inches, which is on page 39, Show the Mirror to Master Chen, on page 42, and Letter from Guizhong, on page 55. Regarding the vases, there are a total of 8 vases of various sizes. One vase is placed next to the entrance door. One is facing the entrance on the right side of the stairs below. One is near it. One is on the left side of the stairs. 2 are in front of the stairs. One is in the back of the drum cans under the stairs, and 2 are placed on top of the wooden box in front of the shutter. All of these vases can be locked on. Regarding the stones, a wooden box like a salt container contains stones. Its size is about the length of Ryo's body. Regarding the wooden box, there is only one wooden box of a different color in front of the shutter. If you open the lid, there is a figurine inside. Regarding the drum cans, there are a total of 5 drum cans. 2 are on the right side of the stairs, and 3 are placed below the left side of the stairs. Of course, all of them can be locked on. Regarding the bag, there is a bag placed on the back side of the shelf below. If you lock onto it, you can read the letters Golden Eagle. Regarding the control panel, under the left side of the stairs, there is a control panel for operating a crane that hangs down from the ceiling. Regarding the shelf, a wooden shelf stands almost in the center of the warehouse. Various antique items are displayed on it. There are a total of 18 lock-on points. Furthermore, vases 3 and flower vases 2 can be picked up. Also, if you have the painting, events with Chen Darren and Guizhong will occur. Refer to P39. Regarding the whiteboard, a whiteboard is hung on the wall of the second-floor room. If you lock onto it, you can see the phone number of this warehouse. Regarding the door, there is a door next to the whiteboard in the back of the room. However, even if you press the A button in front of it, it will not open. On the left side of the page, under the title, read the security guard's movements. An old man is saying, "Young man, the security in the Old Warehouse District is unusually strict. You'll get shot if you carelessly get caught in their line of sight near walls, wooden boxes, or barrels. I've figured out the security guard's patrol patterns. Heh heh heh. Now, even if you fail, it won't cost you your life. If you get into trouble, this old man will lend you a hand, so don't worry." This page depicts the title Battle prominently displayed above a blurred image that suggests a battle scene. The page includes Japanese text above the title, which translates to, "Those who stand in my way, I will defeat them, if that is necessary to get closer to my father's enemy," and the page number 103 is shown in the bottom right corner. This page depicts basic information about free battles, basic knowledge of battle. Free battles use a variety of wying fist techniques. First, let's understand the simple yet deep battle system. Let's understand the free battle system. Before Ryo, who is searching for the truth about his father's death, stand many people who try to stop him. In order to defeat them, the player himself becomes Ryo and must fight using various techniques. This is free battle. As a fighting game, it has high degree of perfection and depth to be played sufficiently. Here we will explain about this free battle system. Basic controls. Let's learn basic controller operations. In combat, There are times when you can win just by blindly throwing out techniques, but naturally you won't always win. The pleasant feeling of hitting the techniques you aim for is exceptional. In order to be able to control Ryo as you wish, first, let's firmly learn the basic controls. Controller operations during free battle. Develop battles by utilizing the directional keys and 6 buttons. In free battles, directional keys and all 6 buttons are used. It may seem like a lot, but it is actually frequently used. Here, we will explain the role of each button one by one. Run. L trigger, perform registered moves. R trigger, change viewpoint. Analog directional key, walk. Directional key, defend. Y button, perform throw moves. B button, perform leg moves. A button, perform hand moves. X button, display help screen. Start button. This page depicts a page explaining basic battle controls and moves in a game. The page shows images of a male character in a brown jacket and blue jeans performing different actions like walking, running, punching, kicking, throwing, and guarding. The background appears to be a street scene with buildings and objects like barrels. Walking direction key. Move in the direction you input. Up right pointing arrow screen depth, down right pointing arrow screen foreground, right pointing arrow screen right pointing arrow screen left. However, movement speed is quite slow, so when there are many enemies, use the L trigger together for quick movement. Also, it is used when you want to change the direction of Ryo. By combining with each button, you can perform various techniques. Running L trigger. Run in the direction you are facing. However, be careful not to run continuously for too long, as you will get winded and your running time will be shortened. Also, the more stamina you have left, the longer the running time will be, and the less stamina you have, the shorter it will be. It is also used when performing jumping and running techniques. Hand technique X button. As the name suggests, it is a technique that uses hands to perform various techniques. Compared to foot techniques, there are many techniques that are quicker to execute. By using hand techniques, they become stronger single techniques. Also, since punch-type combination techniques come out, beginners should rely on this button for now. Foot technique, a button. Perform various kicking techniques using legs and knees. Foot techniques tend to have a longer reach. In contrast to hand techniques, there are some techniques that have lower priority. Also, just by pressing the X button and a button repeatedly, you can perform relatively powerful combination techniques. Jumping and kicking techniques that can be performed in combination with the L trigger are very powerful. Throw technique B button. Throw and attack an opponent within a certain range. Also, if a throw fails, it automatically transitions to a wrist grab activated by matching the timing of the opponent's upper-level punch characteristic. Furthermore, if you press this button in time with the throw motion, you can break free from the throw. Some throws are unavoidable. However, the timing is quite strict. Guard Y button automatically takes guard actions depending on the situation. Press in time with the opponent's upper-level attacks to activate parry. Press in time with mid-low level attacks to activate sidestep. Also, by pressing with the direction keys, you can quickly move in that direction. Registered skill R trigger. Whole skill menu registered skills are performed on screen. Hand techniques, foot techniques, and of course throw techniques can be registered. One thing to note is that pressing this button does not necessarily mean that the skill will be performed for sure. For example, if you have registered Suigetsu Satsu plus A, and press the trigger before right pointing arrow direction input, it will be considered as plus A input, and Murasame Suzame will be performed. Change viewpoint analog direction key. You can change the viewpoint to any position. It is useful when you are in a melee and cannot check your position, but of course the enemy will attack you during that time, so unless you are an advanced player there will probably not be many opportunities to actually use it. Also, be careful, as returning the analog direction key to the neutral position will return you to the initial viewpoint. This page depicts gameplay from Shenmue. The first image shows Ryo Hazuki fighting against 2 thugs in what appears to be an outdoor location, possibly Dobuita based on the background. In the second image, Ryo is fighting against several thugs inside what looks like a building, perhaps a warehouse. The third image seems to be showcasing a combination attack with Ryo in a fighting pose. Basic tactics. Aim for efficient fighting style. Even if you unleash powerful techniques, you won't always win just by doing that. Understand the strengths and weaknesses of each technique and figure out how to use them effectively in battle. Here, we will explain basic battle techniques that are effective in all battles. Basic techniques for free battles. Fight to avoid being surrounded by multiple enemies. In most battles you will end up fighting multiple enemies, even if they are not particularly strong individually. If you are surrounded and attacked simultaneously, you won't be able to defend properly, and will quickly lose stamina. This situation is very dangerous and prone to defeat. If you find yourself in such a situation, try to escape by referring to the techniques below. Techniques to avoid being surrounded. Run away if you are about to be surrounded. If multiple enemies are approaching you from your surroundings, staying in that spot is dangerous. It's tempting to use techniques with a wide area of effect to disperse the enemies, but conversely, you are likely to be surrounded before the technique is activated. Before you are completely surrounded, use the L trigger to escape to a wide open space immediately. Use the terrain to fight. Indoor battles often take place in fairly narrow locations. Although the disadvantage is that it is difficult to move freely, you can use the terrain to your advantage to fight more easily. For example, if you always fight with your back to a wall, you don't have to worry about unexpected attacks from behind. Effectively use various combination attacks. Many single techniques are powerful if they connect, but in chaotic battles, command input errors can lead to unexpected techniques being unleashed. That's where various combination attacks come in handy. Combination techniques are relatively easy to input, and they have the characteristic of automatically searching for and attacking the opponent to some extent. Therefore, there is little worry of whiffing in the air. Below, we will introduce recommended combination techniques for your reference. Example of effective combinations. 1xx hollow square hollow up pointing triangle hollow up pointing triangle hollow up pointing triangle rushing ceiling door formation. A combination that starts with 2 punches and then transitions into a powerful spinning back kick. The kick has a wide effective range and can knock down surrounding enemies at once. Also, if the third low kick connects, you can almost certainly knock down the opponent. 2xx hollow square x hollow up pointing triangle rushing open door formation. A combination that connects from 2 punches to a body blow and then a sweeping kick. The third and fourth hits are slightly delayed, but the final sweeping kick has power to blow away the opponent backwards significantly, making it effective for knocking out multiple enemies in chaotic battles. 3x hollow up pointing triangle hollow up pointing triangle hollow up pointing triangle rushing whirlwind formation. A combination that unleashes a punch, a kick, and 2 consecutive spinning back kicks. It is a slightly telegraphed technique, but if the third spinning back kick connects, enemies other than bosses are almost certainly knocked down. If you did not input the initial punch, it becomes a spinning back kick only combination called crushing wave. This page depicts basic battle information for free battles in Shenmue. The page starts by advising that if your health gets low, just run away. The health gauge displayed in the bottom left of the screen automatically recovers over time in all battles, so it is wise to run away if your remaining health is low. However, be careful not to get caught off guard while running. Also, in 70-person battles, enemies will appear more slowly. It is also a good idea to conserve your stamina and proceed slowly. Next, the guide explains how to reduce damage by using the Y button. For beginners who tend to rely on button mashing with hand and foot buttons, it is recommended to try using the Y button. The Y button is a convenient button that allows you to take the most appropriate defensive stance just by pressing it, and there is almost no risk involved. Also, timing is not that strict, and you can significantly reduce the damage you take just by pressing the Y button between attacks. Defense using the Y button can be basically performed in 2 ways. The first type of defense using the Y button is called ducking, which is effective against an opponent's upper-level attack motion. By pressing the Y button in time with an opponent's high punch or high kick, you can evade the attack by crouching, ducking. While ducking, you can only defend, but if you press each button while crouching, you can unleash powerful special moves from the ducking stance and counterattack. Please refer to page 124 for more details. The second type of defense is called parrying, which is effective against an opponent's middle-lower level attacks and upper-level attacks as well. By pressing the Y button in time with an opponent's middle-lower level attack, you can deflect the opponent's attack, parrying. Once a parry is successful, you can reliably move faster than your opponent afterwards. So take this opportunity to launch powerful moves. Of course, you can also aim for throws after a parry. If the opponent is someone who doesn't escape throws, it's better to decide on a throw rather than a striking attack. The guide then discusses escaping from a pinch with throw or grab attacks. When you are surrounded and in trouble, throw or grab is effective. Both moves provide invincibility once the motion starts, and throws can knock down opponents. Moreover, throws and grabs can scatter surrounding enemies. In a chaotic situation, it is said to be a good tactic to use throws and grabs to break free. It is important to master the timing and input commands for throw and grab, so you can reliably execute them in such situations. Regarding the merits of throw and grab, the guide elaborates on their features. The features of throws are that they grant complete invincibility from the moment the motion begins, and hitting a thrown opponent against other enemies can also damage them. Some throws can down opponents. However, be aware that some enemies, especially bosses, can escape throws. The features of grabs are explained, noting that even though it is generally called a grab, there are two different types of grabs: chest grab, P122, and arm grab, P123. Both types of grabs provide complete invincibility during the grab. Moreover, attacks launched from grabs often have the effect of involving and scattering surrounding enemies. Grabs are suitable as a means of escape from chaotic battles. Finally, there is a Check ID section titled, "If you don't give up and keep trying, you'll definitely win someday." It offers advice to readers who are struggling to win battles. The advice is that in free battles, each time you retry and challenge, it becomes easier to win. Actually, in free battles, with each retry, the amount of health you lose from attacks decreases, and eventually you will hardly take any damage no matter how many attacks you receive. Therefore, if you are struggling with battles, don't give up and keep trying repeatedly. Also, even if you lose some battles, such as in Game Center battles, the story will progress as it is. However, it is recommended to defeat all the enemies you have faced so far and proceed with the story. This page depicts a page explaining the skill training system in the game, with an image in the top right corner showing Ryo Hazuki, the main character, in what appears to be a training area or dojo setting with a clock on the wall. Ryo is wearing his iconic brown leather jacket and is looking slightly to the right. The text boxes on the right side of the page with numbers 1, 2, and 3 visually represent the levels of skill proficiency, from level 1 to level 3, with Japanese skill names listed next to them. Below this, there is another numbered section from 1 to 4 illustrating the menu options for skill training, showing categories like all skills, hand skills, foot skills, and throw skills. Except for combination techniques and some special techniques, all techniques have a skill proficiency level set. By performing various types of training or gaining experience in actual combat, you can increase this level. Here, we will introduce the system of skill proficiency and effective training methods. 3. The skill proficiency level can always be displayed by selecting all techniques from the menu screen. Also, you can freely check it during training. Skill proficiency is broadly divided into 3 levels: learning, intermediate, and advanced. Basically, by accumulating a certain amount of training, you can step up to the next level. Depending on the technique, motion and special effects may change when it reaches the intermediate level, and there are also techniques that become stronger. It is not necessary to train techniques up to the advanced level just to clear the game, but considering things from Chapter 2 onwards, it would be desirable to raise the skill proficiency level as much as possible. 1. This is the state of being able to perform the technique, as the name suggests. Conversely, techniques that have not reached this stage cannot be performed in battle, no matter how accurately you input the command. However, during practice, the gauge will increase to the learning position, regardless of whether the technique is unlearned or not. 2. This is the state of getting the hang of the technique. For some techniques, the motion itself changes and becomes more powerful, and other changes can be seen. Compared to the learning level, the stance becomes smaller and motion variations become apparent. 3. Furthermore, this is the state of completely mastering the technique. The technique name is displayed in white, and even if you train further, the skill proficiency level will not increase. 3. There are a total of 3 methods to increase skill proficiency. To efficiently increase skill proficiency, it is necessary to use all of these methods effectively. Understand the characteristics of each method and acquire effective usage methods. The goal is to train all techniques except throw techniques, which cannot be trained alone, to advanced level. The path is by no means easy, but please refer to the following and make steady efforts. 41. The training command is displayed when you enter the dojo after 8 p.m. You will be asked by Fukusan if you want to train every day without fail, following the teachings of Iwao Hazuki, your father. Here, you can decide on the content, specifically depending on the story progression, the menu selected by this command. All skills, hand skills, foot skills, throw skills, will automatically increase the skill proficiency of each technique. However, simply progressing through the days will not increase skill proficiency, and it will not increase unless you advance the story. Also, hand skills, foot skills, and throw skills each allow you to select one specific technique to train. In that case, the skill proficiency of only the selected technique will increase significantly. 1. The skill proficiency of all techniques increases evenly. Among the four, the balance is the best, but the speed of proficiency increases the slowest. 2. Increases the skill proficiency of hand techniques. However, hand techniques can also be trained in practice, so there is not much necessity to choose this menu. 3. Increases the skill proficiency of foot techniques. Like hand techniques, foot techniques can also be trained in practice, so it cannot be said that choosing this menu is very efficient. 4. Increases the skill proficiency of throw techniques. Unlike hand techniques and foot techniques, throw techniques can only be trained in actual combat or sparring, so among the four menus you should choose this without hesitation. This page depicts information about training and increasing proficiency in Shenmue. The page is divided into sections detailing how to improve your technique proficiency through practice. It explains that proficiency increases by actually performing techniques in 5 specific locations. It also notes that the level of proficiency is determined by the number of times a technique is performed. A crucial point mentioned is to avoid displaying scrolls during practice, as doing so will reset the count of technique inputs made so far. The page then details about proficiency increase, stating that for every 10 technique executions up to intermediate level, the gauge increases by 1 increment, and for intermediate level and above, it increases by 1 increment for every 20 executions. It is important to note that if you stop practicing before reaching these counts, that practice will not be counted at all. The section Places where you can practice lists 5 locations. First is Sakuragaoka Park, map P76. Practice time is morning, evening, and beyond. It is described as a small park in a quiet residential area, with items like swings, so the actual space is narrower than it feels. It's not suitable for practice during the daytime due to people like elderly strolling around. It's recommended to practice in the early morning or evening and later when there are fewer people. Next is Susumi Park, map P94. Practice time is morning-night. As the name suggests, it is a secluded park located after entering through a single plank bridge. There are few obstacles, so it feels surprisingly spacious. Although it's close to the bustling streets, it is quiet from daytime to evening, so if you want to practice, it's recommended to go at night. Then parking lot, map P95. Practice time is all day. This parking lot faces the outer edge of Dobuita Street. Among the practice locations, it is the widest and always deserted, making it an ideal practice spot. Until you proceed to Disc 3 in the harbor, it's suggested to use this as your main practice location. Following this is Hazuki Residence Dojo, map P67. Practice time is all day. The dojo is located in the east of the Hazuki residence. During the daytime, Awao Hazuki is often busy in the dojo, but if it is a time when no one is around, you can practice here. The dojo is spacious, making it a good practice location. Also, as the story progresses, you will be able to spar with Fukusan. Finally, warehouse number 4, map P97. Practice time is 12:00 p.m., 5:07 p.m. This warehouse is located in the new Yokosuka Harbor District. Basically, it's always accessible for entry and exit, making it a practice location. Practice is possible during lunchtime, 12:00 p.m., and after Beidou part-time job ends from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. It's not very wide, but there are few obstacles, so the environment as a practice location is not bad. The next section is titled Practicing Various Techniques with Fukusan as Your Opponent. It explains that as the story progresses, under 2 conditions described below, if you go to the dojo at your home between 8:30 a.m. and 4 p.m., Fukusan will be available to spar with. In sparring with Fukusan, you will mainly practice throwing techniques that cannot be practiced in individual practice. Sparring can only be done once per day, and it will automatically end after a certain amount of time has passed. Aim to efficiently execute techniques. The conditions for sparring are listed as completing the QTE and free battle in the construction site, not having started the part-time job. Lastly, there is a Check IT box titled Proficiency also increases in actual combat. It explains that while the 3 methods mentioned earlier are basic ways to increase proficiency, another method is actual combat. Techniques used in free battles will also increase proficiency just like in practice. As mentioned before, techniques and footwork can be improved through practice, so fight mainly using throwing techniques in actual combat. The number of techniques you can execute in one battle is small, but if you look at it over the long term, the effects will surely appear. This page details skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Learn new skills from skill books and various people. There are 33 skills to be learned in the game, of which 8 types are unlearned at the start of the game. Skills other than skill books can be learned in 2 patterns: read skill books and be taught by people. Among these there are skills that must be learned to progress the story. Below we will introduce all of them. Skills that can be learned from skill books total of 9 types. There are a total of 9 types of skills that can be learned by reading skill books. 6 types can be purchased at the antique shop Cultural Goods Hall in Dobuita. The other 4 types can be found in various locations in your home. All skills are unique and do not overlap in command, so feel free to acquire them. Skill books that can be purchased at the antique shop are expensive, so it's a good idea to buy them when you have some money to spare after starting a part-time job. Skill name, acquisition method. Crushing blow Nisukosen, purchasable at antique shop 500 yen. Twin palm thrust Susan Sho, purchasable at antique shop 1000 yen. Swallow flip Ensign Kazan, purchasable at antique shop 1000 yen. Lunging strike Hin Renkyaku, purchasable at antique shop 1000 yen. Tiger knuckle Torakusen Geki, purchasable at antique shop 2000 yen. Oboro throw Oboro Muso, purchasable at antique shop 3000 yen. Twin blade Sujin, found in Hazuki Residence Warehouse Room. Shadow slash Kagegari, found in Hazuki Residence Warehouse Room. Pit blow Yoroidushi, found in Hazuki Residence Underground Passage. Skills taught by people. 8 skills. Among the many people Ryo encounters, there are also people who will teach Ryo skills. There are a total of 8 types of skills that can be learned by being taught by people. Among them there are unexpected people who will teach you, and there are also skills that cannot be learned a second time if you miss the specific timing. So be sure to understand the learning method and conditions described in the table below. Skill name, learning method. Swirling axe kick Suigetsu Dasuki, taught by Fukusan at the dojo of your home. Arm break fire Kasenate, taught by Yamagishi-san at Suzume Park. Shadow step Kagemi, taught by Kim near warehouse number 18. Rising dragon Ensign Kokyaku, taught by Guizhang in front of Alpha Trading. Mistral flash Zanjetsu, taught by Kim beside the rest area. Tornado kick, taught by Tom at hot dog stand port. Side reaper kick Ensign Haryu, taught by Chen great person at the port. Check ID. Is it always necessary to learn all the skills? It is not always necessary to learn all the skills. Many of the skills taught by people are powerful and it is not always best to learn all of them. This is because if you learn skills that overlap in command, the skills you learned before will disappear, and your proficiency will also reset to the initial value. If there is a significant difference in skill performance, such as double hand wave, +X+A, and arm break fire, and you want to prioritize performance, it is sometimes better not to be taught. This page depicts an all-technique introduction from a guidebook showcasing various combat techniques in the game. The page is structured to present different hand techniques, which are described as utilizing both fists and palms to execute a variety of moves. It mentions that there are 20 hand techniques in total, ranging from basic moves like tiger attack to advanced techniques such as overlapping hits. The descriptions mention that generally, the techniques are fast to execute, with elbow assault being an exception, and that the reach is somewhat short. It also notes that initial main techniques, starting with double hand waves, are relatively easy to use. The page then details 3 specific hand techniques. First is tiger attack, Torauzoi. This is described as a basic standing punch, emphasized as the fastest technique among all moves, making it highly effective for preempting opponent attacks. It is suggested to use follow-up techniques like double hand wave or elbow assault after stopping an opponent's attack with this move. Its effectiveness is rated with 4 stars, and its input difficulty is 1 star. Next is small wheel strike, Kogurumuchi. This technique involves striking while rotating the arm vertically, releasing a quick punch. While the recovery time after execution is short, its limited reach makes it somewhat situational. It's effective for counterattacking when in close proximity to the opponent. Similar to tiger attack, it's recommended to follow up with fast techniques after a successful hit to add damage. Its effectiveness is rated with 2 stars, and its input difficulty is 1 star. Finally, there is twist reverse, Nejiri Ura. This is described as a slightly telegraphed hook punch. The text notes that its speed is moderate and its power is comparable to Tiger Attack, making it less practical. It mentions that Tiger Attack has a slightly longer reach and is generally more advantageous. It's also noted that the recovery time is quite short, and the risk of being countered when used predictably is low. Its effectiveness is rated with 2 stars, and its input difficulty is 1 star. At the bottom of the page, there's a note stating that all command inputs are based on the character facing right. This page depicts a move list page from a guidebook detailing various fighting techniques. We see action shots of Ryo Hazuki performing different moves. The setting appears to be various outdoor locations within Yokosuka, like streets and residential areas, based on the backgrounds in the screenshots. Battle, all technique information, front top strike, Ramon Tenchouchi, base, efficacy, input difficulty, power. A powerful strike unleashed by strongly stepping in. It has the characteristic of inflicting great damage the closer you are to the opponent. It is a highly versatile technique because its startup is fast, its reach is long, and it has considerable power. It is one of the main techniques used in various situations. However, the vulnerability after execution is a little long, so try to time it to hit accurately. Rising Dragon, Noboryu base, efficacy, input difficulty, power. An uppercut unleashed by lifting the opponent's chin. It is a technique that is meant to be used after stepping forward 1 step, so its startup is slightly slow but its reach is long in return. Also, the vulnerability time is not that long, so it is possible to aim for further additional damage with a fast starting technique. Note that the commands for front top strike and this technique are opposite, so be careful when the viewpoint changes as this technique may be unleashed. Sleeve strike, Sotodasuki base, efficacy, input difficulty, power. A straight punch released from waist height. It is a powerful motion that befits its high power, and a unique pose can be seen when a counter hit occurs. However, its reach is short for a punch, and the technique's startup is considerably slow among punches. It is a technique to place and leave against approaching opponents, so the trick is to release it early. Village Rain Strike, Murasama Dasuki base, efficacy, input difficulty, power. A powerful straight that is unleashed quickly by stepping in. Its reach is good and the technique's startup is fast, so it is quite easy to use. It is okay to use it as a single technique, but it is more effective to use it in a form that cuts into the opponent's combination. Note that if you hit the opponent, there are many cases where you will separate in distance afterwards, so it is difficult to add follow-up attacks. Double Palm Wave, Marote Nami, base, efficacy, input difficulty, power. A technique that aims at the opponent's chest and face using the entire palm and arm. The command input is simple, and it is a very excellent technique that combines speed, reach, and power. Like front top strike, the closer you are to the opponent, the greater the damage you inflict. Also, as an effect, the range is wide, and in a melee situation, it is possible to hit multiple opponents at once. The only drawback is the long vulnerability time. Back Willow, Urianagi, base, efficacy, input difficulty, power. A back fist that is unleashed with a large step while rotating the body 180 degrees. Because the motion is large, the technique's startup is slightly slow, but the power is relatively high, and the effective range of the technique that involves multiple opponents is large, making it an attractive technique. Because it is often dodged if released in a state close to the opponent, it is good to release it by keeping a certain distance. The vulnerability time is not that long either. This page shows battle technique information. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket, Tachi Kasumi. The input is left, right, X, and A buttons. Effectiveness is rated as 2 stars, and input difficulty as 2 stars. The description reads, a hand sword strike that is unleashed while lowering your stance and sinking your whole body. Because the motion is large, the technique's initiation is not particularly fast, but because you get into a crouching posture before unleashing the technique, there are cases where you can avoid the opponent's upper-level attacks. Also, because you swing your hands greatly, the effective range is very wide, and it demonstrates even greater effect when used in places where enemies are densely packed. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket, Nagakaze. The input is X button while running. Effectiveness is rated as 1 star, and input difficulty as 1 star. The description reads, a variant sidekick that utilizes running momentum. Compared to normal sidekicks, the power is high, but because it is unleashed after a few steps of running, the technique's initiation is slow, and the vulnerability when you miss in the air is quite large. Also, although the reach is long when compared to the Hayate, which is the same running attack, it is considerably inferior in terms of performance and versatility, so there is probably no particular need to dare to use it. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket, Ensenberyu. The input is left, right, X, A, and X buttons, timed with an upper punch. Effectiveness is rated as 2 stars, and input difficulty as 3 stars. The description reads, a counter body blow that receives and flows with the opponent's upper punch and adds a blow to the fallen enemy. In the Zen-Gi Makimono Complete technique scroll screen, only up to the second stage is displayed, and furthermore, by continuing to press the X button you can add damage. Input timing is considerably severe, and it is difficult to unleash if you look at the opponent's punch. Predict the movement and input early. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket, Yanagigashi. The input is X button when the enemy is behind you. Effectiveness is rated as 1 star, and input difficulty as 1 star. The description reads, a releasing punch that turns around and faces the enemy behind you. Because it turns around much faster than using direction keys, it is more of a means for quickly turning to face the enemy, rather than an offensive technique. The technique itself has subtle power, and although the stiffness time is not equal to its speed of initiation, it would be better to think of it as a technique to connect to follow-up techniques and combo techniques. vs. Hazuki style vs. Virtua Fighter, the text says, among the techniques of the Hazuki style that Ryo uses, there are several things that Virtua Fighter series fans will be familiar with. The 8 extremities fist-wielding Akiras, Ramon Te, Ramon Elbow Top, and Shun D's, Enseiken, Swallow Green Fist are representative of these. Also the unpredictable assassin-like move, Kyuhobu Tai, Kyuhobu Leg that Chai uses, and the Renkashushu continuous hook-hand back attack that Leon uses are also techniques that the Mantis fist-wielding Lao Chan excels at. In addition, Ryo's Daishirin, cartwheel kick, is similar to Jackie's beat knuckle, and Senpu Whirlwind is reminiscent of Kagemaru's Irakushu shadow drop kick, suggesting the connection with the Virtua Fighter series to players. Techniques that appear in the Virtua Fighter series example, the techniques listed are Ramon Te Akira, Ramon Elbow Top Akira, Kyuhobu Tai Chai, Kyuhobu Leg Chai, Senkyu Tai Leon, a piercing bow leg Leon, Ensenberyu Pai, Swallow Spin Willow Sway Pai, Hayate Ho Leon, Hayate Step Leon, Renko Shushu Leon, continuous hook-hand back attack Leon. This page depicts battle technique information. The page showcases 5 distinct fighting techniques. Each technique is visually demonstrated through a series of images depicting Ryo Hazuki performing the move against various in-game backgrounds. Each technique entry includes its name, input command, effectiveness rating, input difficulty, and a detailed description of the move's properties and usage. The techniques are categorized by their level of proficiency, indicating how they evolve as the player progresses from beginner to intermediate levels and beyond. The first technique is Big Wheel, Oguruma Basic, executed with the button combination of X and A. It is described as an evolved form of the small cart strike, a powerful technique that strikes down with a raised fist like a hatchet. Its power is initially low for beginners, and it can be difficult to use as Ryo turns his back to the opponent after execution. However, at intermediate level and above, its power doubles, and Ryo no longer turns his back after the move. Caution is advised due to a relatively large opening if the attack misses. The second technique is Mountain Crushing Hammer, Hosenzuchi Basic, performed by pressing right, then X and A. This is an elbow strike released after pulling the body back. At intermediate level and above, the motion changes to an elbow strike after a full rotation, significantly increasing its reach, though the power remains unchanged. While the power is decent, the technique is slow to execute, and in close quarters the startup can be easily interrupted. It is recommended to use it from a medium to long range. The third technique is Solar Plexus Thrust, Suigetsuzuki Legendary, executed by pressing right and X. This is a straight punch delivered in a 2-hit sequence. At intermediate level and above, a follow-up attack can be added by inputting the X button after the technique. If the opponent is down by the second hit, the follow-up attack will automatically target a different enemy, reducing the risk of missing. The main drawback is the slowness of its execution. The fourth technique is layered strike, Kasanit legendary, performed by pressing right, then X and A. This is a two-stage striking technique where one hand is pressed against the opponent's back of the hand, and then struck with the other hand overlapping it. It is the most powerful hand technique at the beginner level. However, as the first hit tends to push the opponent away, it is best used when the opponent is cornered, such as against a wall. At intermediate level and above, the motion changes, and the power is slightly increased. The final technique is light-splitting flash, Rekosen, scroll, executed by pressing right, X and X. This is described as an even wider swing uppercut than the rising power. Consistent with its flashy motion, it boasts considerable power, but also leaves a significant opening if missed. At intermediate level and above, the motion changes, increasing its power, and additionally, a hit opponent will fall down while involving surrounding enemies, greatly improving its usability. Each technique is visually rated for effectiveness and input difficulty using a star system. The proficiency levels are also clearly marked as beginner and intermediate level and above. The section is titled Battle, All Technique Information. This page depicts battle technique information. Double blade, Sujin scroll effectiveness, 2 stars. Input difficulty, 3 stars. Power. This is a powerful hand technique that repeatedly strikes around the opponent's neck. From intermediate level and above, an additional return strike is added, and the power almost doubles. The skill's startup is extremely slow, and the command is also quite complex. So its use in close combat is not recommended. It seems effective to use against opponents approaching from a distance or when overlapping with a get-up. Iron through Yoroidoshi scroll effectiveness, 4 stars. Input difficulty, 3 stars. Power. This is a thrusting palm strike, delivered with the spirit of piercing armor. In the initial state, the reach is slightly short, but from intermediate level and above the motion changes, and the reach is greatly extended. Power does not change. If a counter hit occurs, a cool pose is struck. This can be cancelled by pressing the Y button. The skill's startup is slightly slow, so use it at medium range. Foot technique. Foot techniques are skills that inflict significant damage by striking the opponent with the tip of the foot or shin. Techniques using feet are slightly fewer in number than hand techniques, totaling 19 types. In general, there are many techniques with excellent reach and power. On the other hand, the startup of the techniques is somewhat slow, and there are many techniques with quirks compared to hand techniques. If you misunderstand the usage, you may not be able to exert the original effect. So it is important to understand the characteristics and nature of each technique and use them properly. Lower-level techniques exist for foot techniques, which is one of their characteristics that does not exist for hand techniques. 3-day moon sickle Makazukagari, base effectiveness, 2 stars. Input difficulty, 1 star. Power. This is a single high kick. Although the startup speed and reach are not very impressive, since the power is low for a single technique and the stun time is long, it is better to continue with follow-up attacks by pressing the A button 1 to 2 times repeatedly. This technique also serves as a starting technique for combo attacks. It is possible to transition to 3 types of combination techniques: crushing wave rush kick, crushing wave leap kick, and crushing wave assault kick. Stomping sickle fumigari base effectiveness, 4 stars. Input difficulty, 1 star. Power. This is a quick front kick released as if stomping in. The trajectory is minimal, so the startup of the technique is very fast, and the power is about twice that of 3-day moon sickle. The reach is not that long, but since there is almost no chance of losing in terms of startup speed, let's actively use it against approaching opponents in close proximity. However, since the opponent is likely to move away when hit, it is difficult to connect to other techniques. This page depicts battle technique information. Sweeping leg Harai Nagi basic input command. Left or right plus A effectiveness. 4 stars input difficulty, 1 star power. This is a low kick that aims at the outside of the opponent's knee. It looks plain, but it is a very dependable technique due to its top-class speed and short recovery time after the attack. It is especially effective against enemies of the Zako type. If you keep using this technique alone, you can win quite easily. However, its reach is short, so try to draw your opponent in before using it. Sweeping slash Kesagiri basic input command. Up or down plus A effectiveness. 2 stars input difficulty, 2 stars power. As the name suggests, this is a backward spinning chop that is unleashed in a motion similar to Kesagiri. The move itself is not that fast, but its power is considerable, and its effective range is wide, making it a useful technique. Also, the short recovery time after the attack is another strength. It might be a good idea to use this from a slightly distant position, as it is easy to overcommit and leave yourself vulnerable. Footstop Dishidome Basic Input Command, back plus A effectiveness, 3 stars input difficulty, 2 stars power. This is a step and kick released with a big step. The speed of the technique and its sufficient reach make it a very useful technique that can be used in any situation. It can be used to intercept an opponent who is running in at medium range, or as a combo technique from a punch, making its range of applications quite broad. Also, if it hits, the opponent will be greatly stunned, making it effective when you want to create distance. Windmill Kazuguruma Basic Input Command, while running X plus A effectiveness. 4 stars input difficulty, 1 star power, a powerful spinning back kick with a dynamic motion. It boasts great power and its effective range is also top class. It is effective in tight situations and can be used to cut into boss characters. It can be used to knock them down and then link into combo techniques. The range of applications is wide. However, the initial movement of the technique is unguarded, so it is essential to unleash it from a certain distance. Leg Sweep Takedown Gasakukuzushi Basic Input Command, Y plus A effectiveness, 2 stars input difficulty, 1 star power, also known as the drum can kick. As you can see from the motion, the startup of the technique is extremely slow, and its power is the lowest among all foot techniques. It is almost useless for fighting against people, so it is better to think of the drum can kick as a special technique for stunning enemies. It is surprisingly easy to hit if the opponent is at a low position, but even if you hit it, the power is Tornado Kick, Tatsumaki Kick Legendary Input Command, forward or backward plus A effectiveness, 4 stars input difficulty, 2 stars power, a 2-stage flying kick taught by Tom. The motion is large, and it is rather difficult to master, but it boasts the highest destructive power among all foot techniques. The destructive power to defeat an enemy with a single blow is a great appeal. However, the timing to master it is at the end of the story, so there are few opportunities to actually use it in battle. It might be good to try using it as a secret technique in 70-man battles. This page depicts 4 basic fighting techniques. Foot Sweep Ashinagi. This is a basic technique. It is activated when the enemy is behind you by pressing the A button. Its effectiveness is rated as 2 stars out of 5, and its input difficulty is 1 star out of 5. This is a turning kick unleashed towards the rear. Although its power is low, it has a fast startup and good reach, making it reasonably user-friendly. However, unlike the will-o'-the-wisp kick, it cannot be linked into combo techniques, so it is best to use it selectively depending on the type and situation of the enemy. Also, because the recovery time is quite short, it is possible to aim for additional damage with a fast starting technique. Dragon Ascends Taki Nobori. This is a basic technique. The input is right, down, down, left. Left plus A. Its effectiveness is rated as 2 stars out of 5, and its input difficulty is 2 stars out of 5. This is a type of flying knee strike launched from a low stance. Its reach, power, and effective range are all satisfactory, but the length of the recovery time after executing the technique is a drawback. If the opponent is not downed in one hit, you may be countered with a throw or other attack, so it is risky to use against bosses with high health. At intermediate level and above, the reach and power increase. Thunder Kick, Ikazuki Jerry. This is a basic technique. The input is down, right plus A. Its effectiveness is rated as 2 stars out of 5, and its input difficulty is 2 stars out of 5. This is a heel drop that brings down a foot raised high into the air. Due to its unique motion, the technique's startup is somewhat slow, but the recovery time after execution is extremely short. It is recommended to aim for follow-up attacks with fast starting techniques, such as the elbow strike to the temple. Furthermore, at intermediate level and above, it evolves into a tricky 2-stage kick, and the power increases slightly. Tiger Frenzy Korin. This is a basic technique. The input is right, down, left, left plus guard plus A. Its effectiveness is rated as 3 stars out of 5, and its input difficulty is 3 stars out of 5. This is a powerful roundhouse kick unleashed at high speed. In the initial stages, it is not practical because if you swing and miss, you will turn your back to the opponent. But at intermediate level and above, you will no longer turn your back. Power does not change. Although the reach is short, the speed of the technique and the wide effective range are attractive features, and if used when surrounded, it is possible to sweep away surrounding enemies. Though I tried to raise the skill level. Depending on the technique, raising the skill level up to intermediate level will change the motion and characteristics, but in reality, it is not always better to raise it. For example, in the initial state of shadow hunting, it slides from the spot, so there are few openings, but when it becomes intermediate level or higher, it jumps before sliding, so although the reach increases, the opening at the start of the move becomes significantly larger. Please refer to the explanations of each technique and decide whether or not you should train it. This page depicts a section from a fighting technique guide in Shenmue. It showcases 5 distinct martial arts moves performed by Ryo Hazuki. Each technique is detailed with its name, input command, effectiveness, input difficulty and power level, accompanied by a textual description and a sequence of images illustrating the move. The settings in the images appear to be the Hazuki Residence Dojo and a street scene. The techniques are Shin Getsu New Moon, base. The input command is left, right, square, X, plus A. Its effectiveness is rated with 2 stars, and the input difficulty is also 2 stars. The power level is indicated by a medium-length red bar. The description explains that it is a jumping kick unleashed while rotating forward. Due to its unique motion, the move is slow to execute, but it has a wide effective range and considerable power. It's vulnerable to interruption in close combat, so it's best used from a distance. Furthermore, from intermediate level upwards, the recovery time after executing the technique is significantly reduced, while the power remains unchanged. Hayate Gale base. The input command is a while running. Its effectiveness is rated with 2 stars, and the input difficulty is 1 star. The power level is indicated by a medium-length red bar. The description details it as a special flying kick released while spinning. Due to the wide swing of the leg, the effective range is very large, and the power is sufficient, but it leaves you defenseless from the jump until the kick is delivered, so it should be used with sufficient spacing. It also notes that from intermediate level upwards, the motion changes, further increasing the effective range, while the power remains unchanged. Ensign Kokyaku Swallow Spin Descent Kick, advanced. The input command is down back A. Its effectiveness is rated with 2 stars, and the input difficulty is 1 star. The power level is indicated by a medium-length red bar. The description calls it a tricky heel drop with a distinctive motion. From intermediate level upwards, a charge motion is added before the technique is executed, and the power is increased at the same time. It mentions that Nozomi Harasaki can teach it to you in the final stages of the story, but as its command overlaps with the high-performance sweeping kick, whether to learn it or not is a matter of consideration. Sumijikaze, Whirlwind, scroll. The input command is up, back, right, square, A. Its effectiveness is rated with 2 stars, and the input difficulty is 3 stars. The power level is indicated by a medium-length red bar. The description explains that it is a foot sweep unleashed while lowering the body. Because the technique is performed while crouching, it has the advantage of being able to evade the opponent's high-level attacks. Since the command is complex, registering it to the R button is also an option. Furthermore, from intermediate level upwards, the effective range is further increased, while the power remains unchanged. Tsuchigumo Ground Spider, scroll. The input command is down, forward, square, A. Its effectiveness is rated with 2 stars, and the input difficulty is 3 stars. The power level is indicated by a medium-length red bar. The description describes it as an unconventional technique that kicks up at the opponent's abdomen from a low stance. It is a complete surprise technique, so its usage is difficult, but it is relatively easy to hit if used to overlap with a downed opponent's recovery. It is also noted that from intermediate level upwards, the height of the kick increases significantly, and the power also increases slightly. This page depicts a page detailing battle techniques in Shenmue. The page is set out with technique names, command inputs, effectiveness and input difficulty ratings, move descriptions, and sequential images of Ryo Hazuki executing each move. At the top, the page describes the flying swallow kick technique. The command is forward, square, cross plus circle. It has a 2-star effectiveness rating and a 3-star input difficulty. The description mentions it's a high jump kick, flashy but with short reach and low power, and a complex command, making it not very practical. However, it notes that at intermediate level and above, its effectiveness and high knockout power increase, making it somewhat easier to use. Despite this, it concludes there aren't many situations where you should use this technique. Below that is the shadow slash technique, performed while running with the command Y plus circle. It has a 2-star effectiveness and a 1-star input difficulty. The description explains it is a type of sliding kick with long reach and low attack judgment. Its trajectory is quite unique, so it takes some getting used to. It also mentions that at intermediate level and above, Ryo jumps and then performs the technique, extending the reach dynamically, but be careful of the startup. The next section is titled Throwing Techniques, and describes them as powerful techniques that throw and knock down a single opponent. It explains that the techniques you can learn are not only striking techniques but also include 14 types of throwing techniques. Throwing techniques generally have high power, especially in boss battles where they can be very effective. However, it is noted that simply using them will not guarantee a hit, and it is necessary to carefully observe the opponent's movements and input the technique with good timing. This section will explain the characteristics and usage of all throwing techniques. The first throwing technique detailed is the shoulder throw. The command is B. It has a 1-star effectiveness and a 1-star input difficulty. The description notes that it is a throwing technique that takes the opponent's arm and throws them down in a way that is literally like carrying them on your back. It is similar to Judo's shoulder throw, but in Shenmue, you grab the opponent's lapel and throw them while winding them up. So the opponent takes a receiving stance. Its power is not very high, but the command input is simple. And in crowded battles, it is useful because you can sometimes throw the thrown opponent into surrounding enemies, making it valuable. Finally, the page describes the hip sweep. The command is forward plus B. It has a 2-star effectiveness and a 1-star input difficulty. The description explains that it is a technique to throw and launch the opponent by pulling them close and sweeping up their inner thigh. The way you greatly lift and throw up your hips makes it look like a shrimp jumping, hence the nickname shrimp jump. Its power is slightly higher than the shoulder throw, but it is less likely to involve surrounding enemies. The command input is relatively simple, so it is quite easy to use. This page depicts a showcase of various fighting techniques from the game Shenmue, demonstrated by Ryo Hazuki in what appears to be the Hazuki Residence Dojo. The first technique is Tomo Throw, which is described as a throw similar to Judo's Tomo Nage, where you greatly collapse backwards and throw the opponent. In the Hazuki style, it is a special throw that decides the opponent's reversal joint. The special characteristic is that the opponent cannot take ukemi, break fall. The power is about the same as the shoulder throw, but by quickly adding a command right-pointing arrow plus A during the throw, a knee strike is added at the end, allowing you to inflict great damage to the opponent. This technique has an effectiveness rating of 3 stars and an input difficulty rating of 3 stars. Next is Mist Scythe. This technique involves wrapping the inside of your arm around the opponent's neck, pulling their legs from the back to the front and throwing them down. It is a type of major outside sweep. Throwing techniques are generally not very powerful, and the range of enemies you can involve is limited, so it may be better to use other techniques depending on the situation. The command is in the forward direction, so it has the merit of being relatively easy to input. This technique has an effectiveness rating of 2 stars and an input difficulty rating of 2 stars. Moving on to Rakshasa Drop. The motion up to a certain point is similar to a normal shoulder throw, but instead of throwing, you rotate forward once while striking the opponent to the ground. It is a powerful technique that is top class as a single throw technique. The command input is not that difficult, so it is recommended to actively aim for it. This technique has an effectiveness rating of 4 stars and an input difficulty rating of 2 stars. The next technique is Wrap Takedown. This is a type of joint technique where you grab the opponent's arm, decide on a reverse joint, and pin them down. It doesn't look very cool, and the power is not particularly high, and there is no effect of involving surrounding enemies, so there may not be many situations where you should use this technique. Also, it takes a very long time to execute, so it is one of the techniques that you should not use in a 70-person knockout time attack. This technique has an effectiveness rating of 1 star and an input difficulty rating of 2 stars. Below we have Tengu Victory. This powerful technique involves grabbing the opponent's leg, lifting them onto your shoulder, and smashing them headfirst into the ground. It features very quick motion. It is characterized by its power, which is not inferior to throws that throw the opponent far away like Rakshasa drop. Although you can't expect to involve surrounding enemies, the high power comparable to Rakshasa drop is a major attraction. Be careful, as there are cases where it can be thrown off. This technique has an effectiveness rating of 4 stars and an input difficulty rating of 2 stars. Finally, there is reverse Hazuki. This technique is performed from the opponent's side. You approach from the opponent's side and throw the opponent as if rotating them halfway. It is a very reliable technique that often involves surrounding enemies and is difficult to throw off, even if you input other throwing techniques. If you are in a position to take the opponent's side, this technique will be activated automatically. Also, it is a perfect chance to decide on this technique after avoiding an enemy's attack. This technique has an effectiveness rating of 3 stars and an input difficulty rating of 1 star. This page depicts various fighting techniques. First is Ura Otoshi, also known as backdrop, which is performed when behind the enemy by pressing the B button. It has a 2-star effectiveness and 1-star input difficulty. This move is similar to a backdrop, but it is a Hazuki-style unique backward throw that has been improved to make it harder to take Yukemi. Since it cannot be thrown off, aim to use it after avoiding the opponent's big swings. Also, if the opponent has a lot of remaining health, this technique will change to the throwing technique Kusabi Uchi. Next is Kusabi Uchi or wedge strike, performed when behind the enemy by pressing the B button. It has a 1-star effectiveness and 1-star input difficulty. This is a kick aimed at the opponent's back. As explained in the Ura Otoshi section, when the opponent has a lot of remaining health, the backward throw automatically becomes this technique. However, the power is about 1/3 of Ura Otoshi and is considerably inferior. When the opponent's health is high, if you get behind a boss-class enemy, it would be more efficient to use a strong striking technique rather than throwing. Then we have plus Kagemi plus Kagegatana, or Shadow Step plus Shadow Blade, a legendary technique performed by pressing right YB and X. It has a 2-star effectiveness and 2-star input difficulty. This is a special technique where you quickly circle behind the opponent, the Shadow Step, and inflict a chop to the head, the Shadow Blade. For the Shadow Blade command, enter it quickly at the same time you start circling. Also, using only the Shadow Step command, right Y and B, to circle behind the opponent and unleash powerful striking techniques or various combo techniques, is also an effective application. After that is Zanjetsu or Crescent Moon, a legendary technique performed by pressing right Y and B. It has a 2-star effectiveness and 2-star input difficulty. This is a technique where you quickly circle to the opponent's side and deliver a powerful body blow. It boasts high power exceeding Ura Otoshi and Tengu Katsu, and the blown-away opponent may involve surrounding enemies, making it quite useful. The command is not that difficult, so if there is a chance, let's actively aim for it. It's a pity that it can only be learned in the late stages of the game. Next is Oboro Muso, or Hazy Muso, a scroll technique performed by pressing left B, X, and A. It has a 3-star effectiveness and 3-star input difficulty. This is a multi-stage technique that starts with an elbow strike, then applies a reverse shoulder joint lock, and finishes with an arm lock. It is the Hazuki-style strongest throwing technique with outstanding destructive power. Press X for the second stage early, and for the third stage 10 and A, input it with timing to press after confirming that the second stage has come out. Also, stopping at the second stage and connecting to various striking techniques or combo techniques is also effective. Finally, we have Torashin Kuzushi, or Tiger Body Takedown, a scroll technique performed by pressing right B and B. It has a 3-star effectiveness and 3-star input difficulty, and is considered beginner level and intermediate level or higher. This is a 2-stage body blow that tackles the opponent in a low stance and blows them away using the head and shoulders. It has high attack power, second only to Oboro Muso, and may involve surrounding enemies. At intermediate level, the motion of the second stage changes, and Oboro Otoshi, right B, may come out instead. The image shows a page detailing battle all technique information, focusing on a category of techniques called Munagura Tsukami Ki, or collar grab system. This system is described as various follow-up attacks that are unleashed after grabbing the opponent by the collar. It mentions that there are 4 types of techniques in this category, each with different characteristics and power, and should be used according to the situation. It also notes that during the grab you will not receive attacks from surrounding enemies. The page details 4 specific techniques within this system. First is Munagura-tsukami collar grab. The command is shown as Y+B. It is described as a technique initiated when a throwing command is input outside of throwing range, resulting in a failed throw motion. At the end of this motion, a collar grab is judged to occur, and the opponent can be grabbed. From this state, further commands can be input to connect to the following 4 types of techniques. Also, by inputting Y+B, only collar grab can be performed independently. Second technique is Yaryuchi spear strike. The command is shown as XX. It is described as a technique where you aim for the opponent's abdomen and unleash 2 consecutive powerful body blows. If both strikes connect, the opponent will be downed, making it a valuable follow-up attack. Even if only one strike connects, it is possible to follow up with further continuous techniques. It is particularly noted that the one-hit stop follow-up attack is very effective against boss-class enemies, so it is recommended to utilize it. Third technique is Seiagashi sheath return. The command is shown as XA. It is described as a technique where after landing a body blow, you quickly move behind the opponent and unleash a kick towards their back. While its power is not as high as spear strike, if the kick connects, it effectively wraps surrounding enemies into the attack. It's mentioned that the advantageous position is clearly better, and because you can move behind the enemy, it can also be used as a means to escape from chaotic battles. Fourth technique is Tsukamitaki Nobori grab waterfall climb. The command is shown as A. It is described as a technique where you aim for the opponent's abdomen and unleash a sharp knee strike. If it hits, the opponent will stagger on the spot, allowing you to inflict additional damage by quickly inputting follow-up strikes or combo techniques. If you are confident in your command input, it is also good to aim for powerful throwing techniques which are usually difficult to execute. If successful, it is guaranteed to cause significant damage. Fifth technique is Ipponzwa, shoulder throw. The command is shown as B. It is described as a technique where you grab the opponent and throw them backwards as they are. When simply comparing pure power, this technique is the strongest, but it is a throwing technique and cannot be followed up with further attacks. So if you are aiming for greater damage, it is better to connect to spear strike or grab waterfall climb. However, it is effective in chaotic battles because of the effect of involving surrounding enemies. Effectiveness and input difficulty are rated for each technique using a star system, with effectiveness rated by stick figures and input difficulty by stars. This page depicts battle all technique information. Collar grab system. From grabbing the opponent's collar, various follow-up attacks are unleashed. As the name suggests, these are special techniques unleashed from a state of grabbing the opponent's collar. There are a total of 4 types of techniques in this category, each with different characteristics and power, so they should be used selectively according to the situation. Furthermore, while grabbing, you will not receive attacks from surrounding enemies. Collar grab, Munagura-tsukami. Command Y+B, effectiveness, input difficulty. If a throw-in command is input outside of throwing range in a throw exchange, a failed throw motion will occur, but at the end of that motion, a collar grab decision will occur, and you can grab the opponent. In this state, by inputting each command, it is possible to connect to the following 4 types of techniques. Also, by inputting Y+B, it is possible to perform only collar grab independently. Spear strike, Yaryuchi. Command XX, effectiveness, input difficulty. Aim for the opponent's abdomen and unleash 2 consecutive powerful body blows. If both strikes connect, the opponent will be downed, making it a valuable follow-up attack. Even if only one strike connects, it is possible to stop after the first hit, and further incorporate continuous techniques, etc. In particular, this one-hit stop follow-up attack is very effective against boss-class enemies, so please make use of it. Sheath return, Seiagashi. Command XA, effectiveness, input difficulty. After landing a body blow, quickly move behind the opponent and unleash a kick towards their back. Although its power is not as high as spear strike, if the kick connects, it is effective in involving surrounding enemies. The advantageous position is clearly better, and because you can move behind the enemy, it can also be used as a means of escaping from chaotic battles. Grab waterfall climb, Tsukamitaki Nobori. Command A, effectiveness, input difficulty. Aim for the opponent's abdomen and unleash a sharp knee strike. If it hits, the opponent will stagger on the spot. So by quickly inputting follow-up strikes or combo techniques, you can inflict additional damage. Also, if you are confident in your command input, it is good to aim for powerful throwing techniques which are usually difficult to decide on. If it is successfully executed, it is guaranteed to cause significant damage. Shoulder throw Ippenzwa. Command B. Effectiveness. Input difficulty. Grab the grabbed opponent and throw them backwards as they are. When simply comparing pure power, this technique is the strongest, but it is a throwing technique and you cannot add follow-up attacks afterwards. So if you are aiming for greater damage, you should connect to Spear Strike or Grab Waterfall Climb. However, it is effective in chaotic battles because of the effect of involving surrounding enemies. This page depicts a battle technique information page detailing the arm throw system. This system is activated by grabbing the opponent's arm and inflicting various special moves on an opponent who cannot move. There are a total of 4 types of techniques, and each can be activated by inputting a command. Like body check throw, during the grapple you are completely invincible, so you will not take damage from enemies' attacks. The first technique is called arm throw. The input is to press the B button in time with an opponent's upper punch. It is effective against one person and has a medium effectiveness rating and a 1-star difficulty rating. The description explains that by pressing the B button in time with the opponent's upper punch type technique, you can move behind the opponent and put them in an arm-locked state, which is the arm throw. The timing is not that strict, and it is often possible to execute this technique when you input a throw command just as the opponent's upper punch comes. From this state, you can unleash the following 4 types of techniques. The second technique is wing fold. The input is to enter nothing. It has effectiveness against one person, a low effectiveness rating and a 1-star difficulty rating. The description explains that if you do not input anything while in the arm-locked state, you will perform wing fold, which inflicts damage by squeezing the arm. It is also possible to follow up with moves like stomp against a downed opponent. But the power of the technique itself is the lowest. It's not a significant difference, but if you want to reliably inflict damage, it is more efficient to connect to Sunketsuzen. The third technique is Sunketsuzen. The input is the X button. It is effective against one person, a high effectiveness rating and a 2-star difficulty rating. The description explains that Sunketsuzen is a technique that strikes the back of the opponent's head with an elbow. As a technique to be unleashed from the arm throw, it is the most powerful, so it is usually good to mainly use this technique. However, unlike wing fold, it is not possible to add follow-up attacks. Also, the opponent who is hit will fall down on the spot, so be careful not to get enemies around you involved. The fourth technique is back waterfall. The input is the A button. It is effective against one person, a medium effectiveness rating and a 2-star difficulty rating. The description explains that back waterfall is a knee strike aimed at the waist from behind the opponent. The power is slightly inferior to Sunketsuzen, but the hit opponent blows away while involving surrounding enemies. So there is a crowd control effect. If you are not surrounded by enemies, it is better to follow up with Sunketsuzen, but in crowd battles, this technique is said to be useful. The final technique is sickle kick. The input is any direction key plus the A button. It is effective against multiple people, a medium-high effectiveness rating and a 1-star difficulty rating. The description explains that sickle kick is a technique that releases the arm lock and attacks surrounding enemies. It is a visually unimpressive kick, but it has a very effective range and has the effect of always downing nearby opponents. However, you can only unleash it up to 2 times, so empty swings are prohibited. Also, if you are too slow to unleash the technique, wing fold will come out automatically, so be careful. This page depicts martial arts techniques in Shenmue. The first section is about the ducking system. It explains that by pressing the Y button in time with an opponent's high punch or kick, Ryo will initiate a ducking motion. This is called ducking. If no further input is given, Ryo will return to his normal stance. But by inputting commands during the ducking animation, you can execute 9 different special techniques. It is a defensive move that often leads to counterattacks, and many of the techniques have high performance. Mastering these techniques is said to make battles much easier. The next technique is Heaven Palm, Tenshou, which is performed by pressing the X button. This is described as a powerful uppercut that thrusts upwards. Among the techniques from the ducking stance, it boasts the highest power and is effective for throws, inflicting significant damage. If it connects, it sends the opponent flying backwards. However, its reach is somewhat short, so it is important to use it after confirming the distance to the opponent. Then we have water surface kick, minimogiri, executed with the A button. From a ducking stance, this is a spinning heel kick that draws a circle with the leg. It has a motion similar to the foot technique hurricane kick, but this version is slightly more powerful. Its effective range is very wide, and it has a high probability of knocking the opponent down. Also, its reach is longer than Heaven Palm. The Sun Halo, Nichi-Rin technique is performed using X plus A. This is a sweeping kick with variable range unleashed from a ducking stance. Its power isn't particularly high, but its effective range is wide, making it effective in melee combat situations to hit multiple opponents. It is performed by spinning forward and sweeping. The reach is considerably long. It can also be used to close the distance to an opponent and then transition into throw techniques. Finally, cutting palm strike, Kirishota, is performed with the X button when the enemy is behind you. This is a horizontal chop unleashed by turning around. Among back attacks, it has the highest power, and if it connects, the opponent will be sent flying significantly. However, it creates distance from the opponent, making follow-up attacks difficult. It is noted that the Tang Bamboo Split Karatake Wari technique, which is performed with X plus A, has a similar motion, but its power and reach are slightly different. This page depicts a page detailing battle techniques from the game Shenmue. It showcases various martial arts moves, each presented with its name, activation condition, effectiveness, input difficulty, power, and a textual description. The page features images of Ryo Hazuki executing these techniques against generic enemies in what appear to be different locations within Yokosuka, the game's setting. Essence Uranagi. Condition for activation when the enemy is behind you. A. Effectiveness 3 stars. Input difficulty 2 stars. Power displayed as a red bar. Power description. A sweeping foot sweep aimed at an opponent behind you. In terms of power, it is slightly inferior to the cutting palm thrust, but it is effective in causing the opponent to stagger, and its reach is also longer. When you are taken from behind by an enemy, it would be good to use this technique as a main move. Also, although the power is somewhat different, the technique's characteristics are similar to the water surface kick. Split Bamboo, Karatake Wari. Condition for activation when the enemy is behind you, X plus A. Effectiveness 2 stars. Input difficulty 2 stars. Power displayed as a red bar. Power description. A sweeping handblade strike aimed at an opponent behind you, more motion than the cutting palm thrust. Because the motion is small, it is easy to connect quickly. If you want to aim for a knockdown, it would be better to use this technique. Even if you miss, the recovery time is not very long, so the risk is small. However, in terms of reach and power, it is slightly inferior to the cutting palm thrust. Crab Scissors, Kanibasami. Condition for activation when the enemy is behind you. B. Effectiveness 2 stars. Input difficulty 3 stars. Power displayed as a red bar. Power description. As the name suggests, this is a surprising technique that traps the feet of an opponent behind you like a crab with both legs, and then pulls them down. This technique cannot be used unless the opponent is behind you and quite close, and it is a so-called hidden technique that is rarely seen. If you can hit this condition in battle, by all means, aim for it. It boasts the highest power among back attacks. Also, throwing techniques alone. Corner drop Sumiotoshi. Input BB. Effectiveness 2 stars. Input difficulty 2 stars. Power displayed as a red bar. Power description. A throwing technique that is unleashed only when ducking is targeted at an upper-level punch. After slamming a punch into the opponent's abdomen, grab their wrist and throw them away. However, if the opponent does not throw a punch in between, it will automatically change to an uppercut. Also, in boss battles, it is effective to stop at just the first punch and then unleash a series of consecutive techniques. Furthermore, utilizing continuous techniques and throws is also effective. Rotten Tree Fall Kuchiki Taoshi. Input BB. Effectiveness 2 stars. Input difficulty 2 stars. Power displayed as a red bar. Power description. A throwing technique that is unleashed only when ducking is targeted at an upper-level kick. Grab the opponent's leg and knock them down, then further damage them by stomping. The point that it automatically changes to an uppercut if the opponent does not throw in between is the same as corner drop. Also, since it is difficult to add follow-up hits by stopping at the first kick, it is fine to unleash up to the second kick. Secret technique ducking throw. Techniques that are unleashed while ducking are basically the 9 types introduced here. However, the usage of ducking is not limited to just that. even during ducking, it has the characteristic of accepting normal technique commands. By inputting the throw technique command, direction key only, and pressing the B button at the same time when the ducking state is released, throw techniques with complex commands that are usually difficult to decide can be decided with high probability. The timing is a bit severe, but the value of mastering it is more than enough. This page depicts battle technique information. Combination techniques, various combinations that overwhelm with a furious rush starting from a punch. Hand technique system, combinations that start with the basic hand technique Tiger Knuckle are all 7 types in total. From the easy Taos 3-stage attack Rushing Stream Scatter to the maximum 8-stage attack Rushing Stream Barrage, the variations are quite diverse. Also because you can use them in ways like stopping midway without completing the full sequence and linking to other attacks, the range of application is extremely wide. In particular, they are very effective in boss battles. Rushing Stream Barrage, Hanryu Renkengeki. Effectiveness, input difficulty, power, red bar mostly filled, starting from Tiger Knuckle and including moves like Minor Wheel Strike and connecting to Inner Gate Top Elbow. This is a surprising 8-stage attack. However, it is not a continuous technique. Since it is a combination technique, do not be too concerned with hitting everything, as your opponent might interrupt you. So it is safer to stop around the 3rd or 4th hit. Rushing Stream Spin Circle, Hanryu Sennen. Effectiveness, input difficulty, power, red bar fully filled with a small section of green. This is a combination that connects from 2 punches inserting a backhand strike to a jump spinning kick. The final spinning kick has a wide effective range, and there are many cases where only the spinning kick hits even if the punches in between miss, so you can always complete the full sequence without worry. The gaps between techniques are small, and if the timing is good, it is also possible to hit bosses with consecutive hits. Rushing Stream Turning Body Strike, Hanryu Tenshingeki. Effectiveness, input difficulty, power, red bar mostly filled with a small section of green. This is a 4-stage attack that connects from 2 punches, inserting an elbow strike and then delivering a chop with a slight delay. The power is almost the same as Rushing Stream Spin Circle, but because the 3rd hit technique comes out very slowly, it is difficult to land all hits. On the contrary, if you try to force it out, you might be interrupted by the opponent's attack, leading to a pinch. Honestly, there probably aren't many situations to use it. This page depicts battle art technique information from the game Shenmue. We can see Ryo Hazuki demonstrating 4 different martial arts techniques in various locations that appear to be within Yokosuka. The first technique is Torrential River Formation, which is input by pressing X, square, right X and A. It has a 2-star effectiveness and a 2-star input difficulty. The description says that punches 2 through 5 are the same as the Torrential River Body Drop, but this technique is connected to the knee strike for the finish. The power is slightly higher for this technique. However, the delay in the 3rd and 4th hits is fatal, and if you are easily cut off, even if you hit up to the 2nd hit, it is painful. If you try to launch from a distance, it will be easier to hit somewhat. The second technique is Torrential River Scatter, which is input by pressing X, A and square. It has a 3-star effectiveness and a 1-star input difficulty. The description explains this is a 3-stage combination that connects from 2 punches to a middle kick. Because the interval between techniques is short, it is easy to hit stably, and if the opponent is in a fairly good position, it will enter. However, unlike Torrential River Circle, the finishing middle kick has a narrow effective range. So consider it as a technique against a single opponent. The third technique is Torrential River Ceiling Formation, which is input by pressing X, square, right, A, and A. It has a 4-star effectiveness and a 2-star input difficulty. The description states this is a powerful combination that grabs from 2 punches to a low kick and connects to continuous throws. As a single technique, it has high performance and includes the sweeping throw. So it is a very easy Taos continuous technique. If you just keep going until the end, it will surely connect, but it is also effective to stop at the third low kick and connect to other continuous techniques or striking techniques. The fourth technique is Torrential River Whirlwind Formation, which is input by pressing X, A, and A. It has a 2-star effectiveness and a 1-star input difficulty. The description mentions this is a flashy continuous technique that unleashes continuous spinning kicks from one punch. Since foot techniques are the main focus, the power is slightly higher than other techniques, and the last spinning kick has a large attack range. Also, if you press the X button after the last spinning kick, be careful because if you do not press the A button quickly, it will not be a continuous technique but a single tiger knuckle and demolition kick combo will come out. This page depicts a guide to continuous foot techniques in Shenmue. Starting from the crescent kick, it highlights powerful and flashy foot technique combinations. The page describes the foot technique system which uses the crescent kick as a starting point. These combinations are all of the foot technique type, totaling 3 varieties. Compared to hand techniques, the variations are few, but overall they are powerful, and the reach and effective range are significantly wider than hand technique combinations. However, there are demerits such as the size of the openings, so it is advisable to differentiate their use from hand techniques depending on the situation. The first technique is torrential stream leg combo, Hanryu Renkyaku. The input command is AAA. It has an effectiveness rating of 2 stars, and an input difficulty of 1 star. The power of this move is indicated by a red bar with a small green section at the end. The description explains that this technique is a foot-based combination that connects into a continuous spinning kick, using the crescent kick as a starting point. Each individual technique is quite large and easy to hit consecutively, because the interval between techniques is short. The final kick is the most powerful, so it's effective to use the first and second kicks as feints from a distance and only land the third kick. The second technique is torrential stream rapid kick, Hanryu Shikyaku. The input command is AXA. It has an effectiveness rating of 2 stars and an input difficulty of 1 star. The power is shown as a red bar with a small green section at the end, similar to the previous move. The description says that this is a combination that connects from crescent kick to a back fist, ending with a flying spinning kick. If the initial kick connects, it is likely to continue to hit until the end. And the finishing move, the flying spinning kick, has a very wide effective range, making it highly practical. However, if the command input is slow, it will not become a continuous technique, so it is important to input all 3 steps in quick succession. The third technique is torrential stream kick barrage, Hanryu Shugeki. The input command is AXXXXXXX. It has an effectiveness rating of 2 stars and an input difficulty of 1 star. The power is shown as a red bar with a small green section at the end, similar to the previous moves. The description states that starting from crescent kick, this move is the same as the previous 2, but after that, all subsequent techniques are hand techniques, making it a different type of continuous technique. It is the longest foot and hand combination attack with a maximum of 7 hits, but the techniques from the second stage onwards are the torrential stream leg combo, from 3 to 8 hits, which are essentially the same. The motion is flashy, but the interval between techniques is long, so its practicality is low. It should be considered as one of the flashy techniques. Throughout the page, Ryo Hazuki is shown performing these foot techniques in what appears to be Dobuita Street in Yokosuka, based on the shop fronts and street details visible in the background of the images. This page is a guide to all battles. It explains that once you have knowledge of the battle system and techniques, all that's left is practice. It then discusses capturing the 17 types of free battles that occur in the game. The section is titled Enemy Character Explanation, and it mentions that there are 13 types of enemies appearing in free battles. It further breaks down the enemy types into henchman-type enemy characters, of which there are 6 types. These are described as henchman characters who attack in groups. The page then details enemy character type 1, orthodox type specializing in punch combos. This type is described as lowering both hands and bending slightly at the waist. Notable techniques to watch out for are 1-2 straight and head attack. For the former, it is advised to duck or block, and for the latter, to press the Y button to counter after seeing the motion. The page lists the following techniques: hand techniques: running punch, weak; turning punch, weak; turning knuckle, medium; head attack, medium; 1-2 straight, first hit, weak; 1-2 straight, second hit, weak; 1-2 straight, third hit, weak. Foot techniques: running kick, medium; turning kick, weak; side kick, weak; toe kick, weak; low kick, weak; high kick, weak; throw techniques, none; special techniques: throw, pickup boxes and drums. This page depicts enemy character types from a game, detailing their fighting styles and techniques. Enemy character type 2 is described as a type that skillfully uses various kicking techniques and has poor flexibility. They adopt a stance with deeply bent knees and both arms held high at waist level, making their lower body very exposed. Their hand techniques are all single-hit attacks, but their kicking techniques, especially the spin kick, are always delivered as a 2-hit set, so be sure to observe the second hit before countering. Their hand techniques include forward punch with weak power, forward knuckle with medium power, straight with weak power, hammer punch with medium power, hook with weak power, and jab with weak power. Their foot techniques include dragon kick with medium power, forward kick with weak power, spin kick first hit with weak power, spin kick second hit with medium power, side kick with medium power, zobato with medium power, and low kick with weak power. They have no throw techniques. Their special techniques include throwing, picking up boxes and drums with no power level indicated. Enemy character type 3 is described as a boxer type that mostly uses punch techniques. They stand with both hands in front of their chest and one foot drawn back, adopting a stance that looks somewhat defenseless. Their fighting style mainly revolves around punches, and they also use several types of continuous techniques. It is stated that all other techniques are punch-based. They are described as being good practice for guarding against punches. Their hand techniques are running punch with weak power, forward punch with weak power, forward knuckle with medium power, shadow combination first hit with weak power, shadow combination second hit with weak power, shadow combination third hit with weak power, shadow combination fourth hit with weak power, uppercut with weak power, and sway hook with weak power. Their foot techniques are triple punch first hit with weak power, triple punch second hit with weak power, and triple punch third hit with medium power. Their leg techniques are forward kick with weak power and side kick with weak power. They have no throw techniques. Their special techniques include throwing, picking up boxes and drums with no power level indicated. Enemy character type 4 is described as a type that uniquely uses throwing techniques among the weaker enemies. They adopt a stance with both hands at waist level, standing heavily and solidly like a crab. They are a typical power fighter type and are good at wide-swinging punch-based techniques. It is mentioned that the back blow should not be underestimated, and it is dangerous when surrounded by enemies as they can throw you into them. Their hand techniques are running punch with weak power, forward punch with weak power, forward knuckle with medium power, elbow hammer first hit with weak power, elbow hammer second hit with weak power, dragon fish blow first hit with weak power, dragon fish blow second hit with weak power, combination hook with weak power, and combination back fist with weak power. Their foot techniques are jab straight first hit with weak power, and jab straight second hit with weak power. Their leg techniques include forward kick with weak power, stomping with weak power, and kenka kick with weak power. Their throw techniques are back blow with no power level indicated. Their special techniques include throwing, picking up boxes and drums with no power level indicated. Enemy character type 5 is described as a versatile type that skillfully uses various techniques. They raise one hand to their chest and position the other hand at waist height, adopting a stance that emphasizes both hand and foot techniques. They are described as the strongest among the weaker enemies. Their punch-based techniques are easy to deal with by guarding, but their kick techniques are powerful, so it is recommended to counter after they finish their second hit in a combo. Their hand techniques are running punch with weak power, forward punch with weak power, forward knuckle with medium power, palm bottom strike with weak power, back fist with weak power, sway punch with weak power, 1-2 first hit with weak power, and 1-2 second hit punch with weak power. Their foot techniques are dragon kick with medium power, forward kick with weak power, 1-2 second hit kick with weak power, spin kick first hit with weak power, spin kick second hit with medium power, middle kick with weak power, low kick with weak power, and high kick with weak power. They have no throw techniques. Their special techniques include throwing, picking up boxes and drums with no power level indicated. This page shows descriptions of enemy characters in a fighting game. Poor quality. Self-styled brawling techniques of low-level thugs. These are the types who wear school uniforms. The techniques they use are all simple and predictable. There are no techniques to particularly watch out for, and they are not difficult opponents to fight. Note that punch-type techniques can all be countered with arm blocking. Hand techniques. Technique name running punch, power weak. Technique name turning punch, power weak. Technique name turning knuckle, power weak. Technique name big swing hook, power weak. Technique name straight, power weak. Technique name hook, power weak. Foot techniques. Technique name running kick, power medium. Technique name turning kick, power weak. Technique name kenka kick 1, power weak. Technique name stomp, power weak. Technique name middle kick 2, power weak. Throw techniques none. Special techniques none. Boss type enemy characters 6 types. Tough enemies who unleash many and powerful techniques, unlike the low-level thugs who just get in the way. Boss-class enemy characters are generally 7 in total. All of them, compared to the thugs, boast high stamina, and the techniques they use are also powerful and varied. Also, excluding Shozo Nagata, All of them have some kind of throwing technique. For this reason, it is necessary to pay attention not only to striking techniques but also to throwing techniques. Furthermore, there are many opponents who frequently use throws and throw escapes, making it difficult to defeat them without having a solid battle strategy. Also, boss characters often appear in situations where thugs are also present. In such cases, it is ideal to first defeat the annoying thugs, and then engage in a one-on-one battle with the boss. A battle style like this is recommended. Musclemen. Powerful attacks are their specialty. Kenka boss. Character. Musclemen. Page 205. Scenario. Page 27. Page 30. Karata Kengo leads his subordinates and gets involved in trouble. He is a boss-type character. He utilizes his solid physique to his advantage in power-based attacks. Many of the techniques he uses are common with thugs, but his representative unique techniques are charging straight and continuous headbutt. His overwhelming power is evident in his movements, so be sure to watch his motions carefully. Hand techniques. Technique name running punch, power weak. Technique name turning punch, power weak. Technique name turning knuckle, power medium. Technique name uppercut, power weak. Technique name charging straight, power strong. Technique name head attack, power medium. Technique name hammer punch, power medium. Technique name jab, power weak. Technique name shoulder tackle, power medium. Foot techniques. Technique name running kick, power medium. Technique name turning kick, power weak. Technique name Kenka kick 1, power medium. Technique name low kick, power weak. Technique name Kenka kick 2, power weak. Throw techniques. Technique name continuous headbutt, power strong. Special techniques. None. Attention, this technique continuous headbutt. This is the Muscleman's signature throw technique, and as the name suggests, it is a relentless and powerful technique that involves repeatedly headbutting. It is often used after shoulder tackles, so be prepared to perform a throw escape. Check IT. Demonstrate your power in boss battles. Defense and throw escape. Since boss-class enemies use both striking and throwing techniques, you might think, defense and throw escape at the same time. Is that even possible? During battle. Actually, it is possible to do this by using a certain method. Even so, it is still difficult. But if you quickly press the Y button and then the B button in order and slide your thumb as if rubbing it, you will be able to defend against strikes and automatically perform throw escapes against throws. This page features character profiles from the game, detailing their fighting styles and techniques. It showcases 3 characters, Charlie Grant, Murasaki Masato, and Nagata Takeshi, all members of the Mad Angels gang. Charlie Grant is described as a balanced martial artist, skilled in both hand and foot techniques. He is a leader within the Mad Angels and someone Ryo Hazuki is pursuing. The page highlights his diverse range of combination attacks and notes that all his punch-based attacks are high attacks, making them susceptible to arm grabs. His move list includes techniques for hands, feet, throws, and special moves. Murasaki Masato, a subordinate of Charlie Grant, is recognizable by his brightly colored jacket. He is the most frequently encountered boss, fought a total of 4 times in the game. His fighting style is similar to Charlie's, emphasizing combination attacks using both hand and foot techniques. It is specifically mentioned that his body palm strike cannot be countered by an arm grab requiring caution. Like Charlie, his profile includes lists of hand techniques, foot techniques, throws, and special moves. Nagata Takeshi, another leader in the Mad Angels, is unique to the 70-man battle. He is a powerful opponent who wields a wooden plank. His plank attacks are known for their exceptional reach and power, and players are advised to evade them using the Y button by observing his movements. Successfully parrying his plank swing 1 move creates an opening to strike his flank, presenting a prime opportunity to execute the Hazuki-style backfist. His profile similarly details his hand techniques, foot techniques, throws, and special moves. The page also includes a special note about the plank swing 1 technique of Nagata Takeshi. It emphasizes that this particular move, out of the 3 plank swing variations, is unique because it cannot be dodged by ducking. Players are instructed to time their Y button press accurately to parry the attack. Successfully parrying this move is highlighted as an excellent chance to follow up with the Hazuki-style backfist. Charlie Grant, martial artist type with balanced hand and foot techniques. Charlie Grant is a leader of the Mad Angels that Ryo has been pursuing. He is skilled at using both hand and foot techniques in a balanced manner. Furthermore, he possesses a variety of combination techniques, so please check the patterns in the table below. Note that all punch-type techniques are high attacks, so they can be countered with arm grab. Hand techniques, technique name power. Rushing punch a weak, rushing knuckle medium, sway punch a weak, backfist weak, jab weak, straight weak, foot techniques, technique name power. Low kick weak, knee assault medium, rushing kick weak, spin kick first hit weak, spin kick second hit medium, step and middle kick weak, low kick weak, high kick weak, throw techniques, technique name power. Neck throw right pointing arrow knee assault strong, special techniques, technique name none. This technique, neck throw right pointing arrow knee assault caution, knee assault attack from a grapple. Among Charlie's single techniques it boasts the highest power. It is easy to aim for when he performs rush type techniques or extends moves with long recovery times, so be careful. Murasaki Masato, Charlie's subordinate skilled in combination techniques. Murasaki Masato is Charlie's subordinate, characterized by his vivid jacket. Among the bosses, he appears most frequently and will be fought 4 times. Typologically, he is similar to Charlie, and he excels at combination techniques using abundant hand and foot techniques. Also, be careful because body palm strike cannot be countered with palm grab hand techniques, technique name power, running punch weak, rushing punch weak, rushing knuckle medium, body palm strike weak, rushing downward hand medium, sway palm strike weak, hook weak, uppercut weak, straight, medium, foot techniques, technique name power, running toe kick medium, rushing kick weak, knee assault medium, forward knee assault medium, low kick weak, high kick medium, throw techniques, technique name power. A palm strike right pointing arrow knee assault medium, special techniques, technique name none. This technique, palm strike right pointing arrow knee assault caution, the only throw technique Murasaki uses. After avoiding his attacks or after he misses a technique, aim for it when he comes closer. Timing is slightly impatient. Nagata Takeshi, Mad Angel's leader swinging a plank. Nagata Takeshi appears only in the 70-man battle. He is a strong enemy who uses a wooden plank. Attacks with the plank, which boast exceptional reach and power, should be evaded by watching the motion and pressing the Y button. Also, after parrying plank swing 1, you can often get to the opponent's side, so it is a perfect chance to decide Hizuki-style backfist. Hand techniques, technique name power. Plank thrust weak, plank swing 1 medium, plank swing 2 medium, plank swing 3 medium, plank backhand blow medium, foot techniques, technique name power. Running kick, medium, rushing kick, weak, a step and middle kick a weak, a low kick a weak, a middle kick a weak, heel kick a weak, throw techniques, a technique name. The none of special techniques and technique name. None. This technique, plank swing 1 caution. Among the 3 types of plank swing, this is the only type that cannot be evaded by ducking. Time your Y button, press well to decide parry. After parrying, it is a perfect chance to decide Hazuki-style backfist. This page depicts 2 characters, Pedro Warren and Chai from the game. Pedro Warren is described as a formidable enemy who appears at the end of the 70-man battle. He has many techniques and each one is very powerful. If you get close to him, he will easily use throws. The guide advises to keep a safe distance and fight him. His techniques are categorized into hand techniques, leg techniques, and throwing techniques, along with a special technique section listed as none. Techniques like running punch, shoulder tackle, rolling chop, hook, straight 2, and axe bomber are listed under hand techniques. Leg techniques include running toe kick, rolling savate kick, heel drop, roundhouse heel drop, high kick, and drop kick. Throwing techniques listed are backdrop drop, backflip, and pile driver. Chai is described as a mysterious small man with uncanny movements and amazing speed. He has about 30 different hand, leg, and throwing techniques. He is a formidable enemy who can deflect attacks. His movements are very fast, making it difficult to land a hit. His techniques are categorized into hand techniques, leg techniques, and throwing techniques, along with a special technique section. Hand techniques listed include turning double punch, jab bunch first hit, jab punch second hit, short step, elbow, W hammer, tackle, thrust, hook 1, jab, back fist, upper 1, upper do, and hook 2. Leg techniques include kangaroo kick, turning low kick, somersault kick, double kick 1, sole kick, lower double kick 1, and lower double kick 2. Throwing techniques listed are arm drag, shoulder throw, and groin throw. Special techniques listed are upper body blow, hand technique, and sole strike. The page also highlights 2 specific techniques: the drop kick for Pedro Warren and the somersault kick for Chai, with advice to be cautious of them. For Pedro Warren's drop kick, it is noted that while the power is high, if it hits, you will be knocked down, and he is likely to follow up with continuous attacks as you get up. So caution is needed. For Chai's somersault kick, similar to Pedro's drop kick, if it hits, you will be forcefully knocked down. It is noted as a continuous technique from double kick. Finally, there is a check ID section advising on combo attacks from a cornered position. It explains that when the opponent is cornered, you can continuously hit them with normally impossible combos. This is because 1, the opponent cannot fly away, and 2, the time the opponent is stunned when hitting the wall is longer than usual. Specifically, it mentions using shoulder charge after hitting the wall, or running cyclone as a continuous hit. and advises to try aiming for this if there is a chance, even though cornering the opponent is difficult. Pedro Warren. Formidable enemy awaiting at the end of the 70-man battle. Pedro Warren is a large man who appears as the final enemy in the 70-man battle. He has many techniques, and each one is extremely powerful. If you approach him carelessly, he will easily use throwing techniques. If you are going to fight him, it is safer to keep your distance. Hand techniques: running punch, weak; turning punch, weak; turning knuckle, medium; shoulder tackle, medium; rolling chop, medium; palm heel strike, medium; hook, medium; upper, weak; straight 2, medium; axe bomber, strong; leg techniques: running toe kick, medium; turning savate kick, weak; heel drop, medium; rolling heel drop, medium; high kick, medium; drop kick, medium; throwing techniques: backdrop drop, medium; backflip, medium; pile driver, strong. Special techniques: none attention to this technique, drop kick. While its power is substantial, if it connects, you will be greatly blown away and knocked down in a frightening manner. After being hit, be aware that he will often aim to follow up with continuous attacks as you get up. Chai. Mysterious man boasting tricky movements and amazing speed. A mysterious small man with uncanny movements and amazing speed. He skillfully uses nearly 30 different hand, leg, and throwing techniques. He is a terrifyingly formidable enemy who can also deflect your attacks. Also, his movements are extremely fast, making it difficult to even lay a finger on him. It seems he finds his forte in agility. Hand techniques: turning double punch, medium; jab punch first hit, weak; jab punch second hit, weak; short step, medium; elbow, medium; W hammer, medium; tackle, medium; thrust, weak; hook 1, medium; jab, weak; back fist, medium; upper 1, medium; upper 2, medium; hook 2, medium; leg techniques: kangaroo kick, medium; turning low kick, weak; somersault kick, medium; double kick 2, medium; sole kick, medium; lower double kick 1, weak; lower double kick 2, medium; throwing techniques: arm drag, strong; shoulder throw, groin throw; special techniques: upper body blow, hand technique, strong; sole strike. Attention to this technique: somersault kick. Similar to Pedro's drop kick, if it connects, you will be forcefully knocked down. It is often used as a continuous technique from double kick. Check ID. Combo for big damage from cornering the wall. In a state where you have cornered your opponent against the wall, you can continuously hit them with normally impossible continuous techniques. This is because 1. The opponent does not fly away, and 2. The stun time when hitting the wall is usually longer. Specifically after hitting the wall, if you hit the shoulder charge, or running cyclone, etc. as a continuous hit, you will be able to deal big damage. Cornering the wall skillfully is difficult, but if you have a chance, try aiming for it. This page depicts a guide for the game, focusing on free battles. It introduces the character Chen Guizhang, described as Chen Sr.'s son and Ryo's bodyguard, who skillfully uses various techniques. Unlike other bosses, fighting him is more like sparring, but his combat ability is very high. He excels in foot techniques, especially roundhouse kicks and combinations, which are very powerful. He also uses various parrying techniques. The page lists Chen Guizhang's techniques categorized into hand techniques, foot techniques, throw techniques, and special techniques, each with a name and power level. There is a caution section highlighting the flying back roundhouse kick 1, first to third hit technique, warning that its power is comparable to a throw, and it's a 3-hit high attack combination, advising players to evade with the Y button upon seeing the motion. The section titled All Free Battle Explanation provides a complete walkthrough of all 17 free battles in the game. It mentions that there are 17 free battles in the story, and most can be retried until victory. From the second battle onward, Ryo's stamina becomes harder to deplete, becoming completely unwavering by the 5th battle, ensuring eventual victory. However, relying solely on this and fighting without strategy is not befitting of a Hazuki-style practitioner, and losing some battles can progress the story. Therefore, the guide will focus on strategies to win in the first battle for all battles. Battle 1 details the first free battle. The conditions for this battle are between the Heartbeats Quick Time event and the Tattoo Shop Quick Time event, specifically before 7 p.m. in Sakuragaoka Park. The scenario is on page 27, and the location is Sakuragaoka Park, with a difficulty of 1 star. The appearing characters are multiple men and thugs. The objective is to defeat the thugs to help Harazaki, who is being harassed. This first free battle is against Harazaki and his subordinate thugs, and is the easiest battle of all. At the start, the thugs will attack first, and they can be easily defeated with moves like double palm strike or reverse elbow assault, both guaranteeing a one-hit defeat. Harazaki remains, and for safety, combination attacks like reverse elbow assault or torrential spin from a distance are recommended. For a quicker defeat, throws from parries are effective. However, when Harazaki's health is low, he will attempt throw escapes, so switch to strikes or use the inescapable demon drop. Finally, the powerful charge straight can be reliably avoided by pressing the Y button when the motion is seen. This page depicts a guide for battles in the game. All battle fighting guide. Battle 2. Cause trouble with the sailors who are trying to pick a fight. Occurrence condition. Charlie is searching for you in the game center front from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Scenario P28. Occurrence location Dobuita Game Center, U front. Difficulty. Appearance character enemy character type 1, enemy character type 2, enemy character type 3, enemy character type 4, enemy character type 5. Enemy character types 1 to 5 will appear in a large group to cause trouble. The abilities of each person are not that great, so if you're careful not to get surrounded, you should be able to defeat them without much difficulty. The battle will start with the sailors shouting lines. If you are suddenly surrounded, first run and break out of the encirclement. Once you are outside, it will be easy. When enemies approach, defeat them one by one. Foreign sailors are defeated with one elbow assault, and Japanese men in black clothes with high stamina are also defeated with elbow assault. If you have some leeway, you should raise your skill level by defeating them with throws. It seems that many people try to use continuous throws on multiple opponents, but they are often interrupted midway, so be careful. Battle 3. Rebattle with thugs who are trying to cause trouble again. Occurrence condition between receiving the letter from Innocent and getting on the bus from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Go to Workers' Pier Front. Scenario P30. Occurrence location Dobuita Workers' Pier Front. Difficulty. Appearance character Thug X3. This is a rebattle with the thugs from Battle 1. This time 3 less than ideal thugs will appear. Therefore, although the difficulty is slightly higher than last time, the thugs are still at a level where they can be defeated with one hit using elbow assault. Even with 3 of them, they are not that scary. When the battle starts, be sure to attack first with double blow or elbow assault. Of course, it is okay to use throws if you have some leeway. After a while, the thugs will start moving around, so try to defeat the thugs in front of you first. Now, regarding the remaining thugs, their abilities and fighting style are the same as in Battle 1, so your battle plan should be the same as last time. However, because the location is narrow and close quarters combat is likely to occur, be more cautious than last time with double headbutt. Battle 4. Defeat the thugs who are standing in front of Charlie's location. Occurrence condition Tattoo Shop QTE the next day, from 8:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Go to Sakuragaoka construction site front. Scenario P30. Occurrence location Sakuragaoka construction site front. Difficulty. Appearance character Masamura Masatoshi, enemy character type 3, enemy character type 1. After this, Masamura, who you will fight many times, will appear for the first time. There are 3 enemies, which is not that many, but Masamura is quite strong for this point in the story, so the difficulty is slightly higher. Be careful and aim for victory. When the battle starts, first defeat the 2 enemies in front of you with throws like Shoulder Buster or Tomo Throw. By the way, the enemies that appear in this battle are surprisingly strong against throws, so it might be better to defeat them with striking techniques. If you defeat the 2 thugs, you will then have a one-on-one fight with Masamura and a timer. Close combat will be the main focus, and throws like Body Check Hip Attack are easy to land, so try to fight while keeping a certain distance. Note that hand-to-hand combat combos should be evaded with ducking and then countered. Battle 5. Explore each other's strengths against the suddenly appearing Guizhong. Occurrence condition Phoenix Mirror Acquisition, from 8:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. Go to Yamano's telephone box front on the mountainside. Scenario P39. Occurrence location Yamano's telephone box FR. Difficulty. Appearance character Chen Guizhong. You will fight Guizhong in a one-on-one battle. However, unlike other battles, a certain amount of damage is given to each other, and it will forcibly end the battle after a certain period of time. For this battle only, there is no winning or losing condition, so it would be good to think of it as a warm-up. For the purpose of story progression, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this valuable opportunity to practice combat. Raise your skill level and fight mainly using throws. However, Guizhong has many counters and is strong at pulling, so throws cannot be easily decided. First, unleash attacks with the Y button, and then try to aim for throws during openings. Also, immediately after the battle starts, it is often effective to use leaping body blow, so be mindful of this. This page depicts a section from a battle guide, detailing battles 6, 7, 8, and 9 from the game. Battle 6, titled Battle with Chai, the mysterious man who stole the ticket, features Chai as the appearing character. The trigger condition for this battle is receiving a phone call from Jimmy and entering the game center by 12 p.m. The location is in Dobuita, in front of the game center U. The difficulty is rated as 3 stars. The text describes Chai as a formidable opponent who uses a variety of techniques, including kicks, throws, and even body blows. It is mentioned that defeating him using orthodox methods is very difficult, and a specific strategy is suggested. Repeatedly use the foot sweep registered to the R trigger, and if grabbed, mash the Y button to escape and defend. It is also mentioned that after a successful 2-step move, the crushing strike combo will always hit, making it a reliable finishing move. Importantly, losing this battle will still progress the story. Battle 7 is titled, Defeat the Opponent Who Attacked Mark, a fellow part-timer, and features Murasaki Masami and Oka Yasuharu as the appearing characters. This battle automatically occurs during Ryo's first day of part-time work during lunchtime. The location is New Yokosuka Harbor Wharf, and the difficulty is 2 stars. The text describes this as Ryo's second battle at the harbor, this time against Murasaki and Oka. It is noted that both opponents are quite large and have high stamina, making it dangerous to fight them both at once. The strategy is to focus on defeating one opponent at a time, preferably Oka first, as Murasaki is described as a formidable opponent who frequently uses throws and grappling techniques. Players are warned to be cautious of Murasaki's shoulder charge move. Conversely, Oka is said not to throw much, making him easier to defeat. Battle 8 is titled Battle with Mad Angels members who harass Ryo during his part-time job, and features Enemy Character Type 2, Enemy Character Type 3, and Enemy Character Type 4 as the appearing characters. This battle is triggered during Ryo's first day of part-time work, between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., by going to warehouse number 18 in New Yokosuka Harbor Wharf. The difficulty is 1 star. This battle is described as Ryo's second battle of the day at his part-time job, but easier than Battle 7. The opponents are said to be weaker, with low stamina and infrequent use of throws. Raising Ryo's skill level is recommended. For a quick victory, especially immediately after the battle starts, the Hurricane Kick is suggested, which can KO all enemies in about 0.5 seconds. It is noted that unlike normal battles, losing this battle is not possible, but all carried money may be confiscated, so caution is advised. Battle 9 is titled Battle with Mad Angels members who tease Ryo 1, and features Enemy Character Type 1, 2 instances of Enemy Character Type 2, Enemy Character Type 3, and Enemy Character Type 4 as appearing characters. This battle is triggered during part-time job case 2 between 3:30 p.m. and 4 p.m. by going near warehouse number 3 in New Yokosuka Harbor Wharf while carrying cargo. The difficulty is 2 stars. This battle occurs in a warehouse during Ryo's part-time job, against Mad Angels members. The text notes that while each individual enemy isn't very strong, there are 5 of them, and the narrow warehouse setting can make fighting difficult. The strategy is to run around initially to escape encirclement, and then defeat enemies one by one, starting with those approaching from the front, using moves like Hurricane Kick or Shoulder Charge. It is mentioned that the 5 opponents have low stamina and are unlikely to use throws, so there shouldn't be any major problems. However, link techniques are not recommended in this confined space due to the risk of interruption. Defeating all enemies in this battle leads directly to Battle 10.